good, everybody? What's up, Psych Zips, Brian James? That was a little bit of a banger to start. Pat was tweaking on last night's show. I think Pat is just kind of like... Pat does this every year. He doesn't... As soon as teams hit that wall where you know they suck, but they haven't yet realized that they want to make a change, he just like loses composure about those teams. So like, I mean, Boston, C9, G2... Vancouver, Toronto, Miami, like all these teams, he's just like, you know what I'm saying? How was it travel? It's not a good time in New York. Not a good time in New York. Wasn't too bad traveling back yesterday. My sleep schedule just got fucked because I had to wake up so early. Lakers, baby. Yeah, I mean, LeBron's having a good one. They got a really good game out of Marcus Smart last night. Yeah, I mean, to me, I think, I'm gonna be honest, I think the person that needs to play better in this series is Sengun. You know what I'm saying? Like, where is the Sengun from last fucking, like... Where is this hanging from fucking, like, the last playoff run? I'm confused. I mean, I don't know what else you guys for LeBron, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, did everything I asked of him last night. Bush video? Yeah, we're going to peep that. Actually, let's do it right now. Bob Friend, let's get into it. Let's watch the Building Bush HQ video. That song's about that anyway.
Jerry, it's April 7th. What did you cook up today?
Well, I mean, I've been working on it the last couple of days here.
What's good, Fuzzy?
I had an idea.
Most draft, yeah.
On in Bush.
I'm excited. I'm not, Chad, what I think I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm not going to stream in the morning. I'm going to go get golf in the morning, but then I'm going to try and we'll be live. Like, I'm thinking about it. Don't know if we'll do it, but I might just go live and just watch. I'm going to go live for the flank. We're doing a flank with Daniel tomorrow. And then I'll just watch like the majority of the draft. I don't think I'm going to sit there and be live the whole time, but like at least do the first like 15 to 20 picks. We'll just like, I don't know, just sit here and just vibe. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll do it, maybe I'll not. I'm not sure, but like, I was thinking about it. Ernie, listen, I'm sorry, but like, Ernie needs to grow the fuck up, bro. Like, that line of thinking is just so stupid out of him. I love Ernie, man, but like, he's a faded idiot, like, way too often. And like, him coming at me yesterday, because like, I quote unquote, I'm just not a pro, is like, whatever, bro. It doesn't take a pro to see that your team like has no fucking chemistry on the map. Like, yeah, he's not going to say that about JP. That's the thing. He's not going to say it about JP. He'll say it about me. I'm just an easy target. It's whatever, bro. But he needs to grow the fuck up. Like, I cooked him in real time in that fucking call. Because like that was a pretty stupid fucking statement. But whatever. Like, it is what it is.
Work out of the gaming room. I got a list here of what the possibilities are with that room. Presented those to the right people.
Basically, if you don't know the context, Jerry won
shout out Iowa.
Jerry won the bracket challenge, and he won something else, like in Barstow recently. And so he made like 12 or 13 grand, I think. And he's putting that right back in, and they're taking over the game room in the Chicago office to make it like the Bush HQ. Oh yeah, the mini golf. Yeah, true. The mini golf. So, W Jerry. We're doing a classic Mr. Beast here. We're making money and we're putting that shit right back to work. So they're doing a little series. They're gonna redo the game room and yeah.
Gonna use that money to redesign, decorate, design, build out that room. Pretty much a Bush HQ in a way. Wow. Watch parties, elites, cups, Twitch streams will be in there. Ranked play will be in there. Got a lot of work to do. Got a lot of ideas on here that need to come to life.
Can I see the notepad? Can I see the notepad? Come on.
No, this is sacred. This is sacred right here. This is...
I'd like to let you know I got you with a G. I got you with one.
A G note?
One rack.
But nice one rack.
I got you with one rack.
Saz should be doing 5
I think Saz also put in 1,500, so they got some
Guys,
good
I'm
coin for the
rolling every
boys.
week.
I mean, you should probably be doing 10, really. If I'm doing 1, you should be doing 10.
Yeah, so listen, this is day 0. Pumped up about this project. I also think it I had
Someone's using a golf sim.
in this word.
Someone's using a golf sim.
Or we do 3 recliners right here.
Whatever.
This would be like a little love sack or something like that. Or we do 3 recliners right here. I don't know if you'll fit 3 recliners, to be honest.
Yeah, because that door swinging opens an issue.
I was thinking TV maybe on this side. I was thinking you could do like one long desk there, just like one like piece of wood, pretty much, and then like both
Seeing Saz in New York?
PCs,
Hey, let's get it.
pretty much next to each other.
Yeah, I think he's recording like a special or
All
something,
you
right?
need to do is just set up a computer and start streaming out of there.
It looks like dog shit. Listen, also, I'm like not trying to have shit all over the floor long.
That's fine. I'm fine with that.
Like that is bullshit.
I'm improving.
Shop.
I've been like,
Let's skip the part of
Still day 0.
No, day 1. We already had day 0, right?
Okay, so we had day 0. So technically we're on day 2, but this is day 1.
Yeah. I gotta figure out the bracket buster.
I love Jerry, but Jesus, bro. Like,
Winnings.
Okay, we gotta get your money.
We gotta get the
man,
money.
bro.
So bracket busters winnings plus.
by the way, they were. There's a clip from their owners meeting. They were still disagreeing with my sentiment about the buyout thing. I think they're. We'll get to that later. I think they're assuming that everybody's a rational actor in this team when they're not, and they shouldn't
Mini
be
golf
worrying
winnings. I'm
too
gonna
much
see
about
if
what
Barstool
non-rational
could just
actors are
hold
going to think.
Barstool,
Because it's not really going to change those
so
people's
Experian
opinion.
is paying for the bracket busters thing. Is Experian giving Barstool $10,000 and then Barstool then taxes the employee because you walk away with less money, or is it just the $10,000?
Oh, you just take the 10. Yeah.
Exactly. Or Barstool just takes the 10.
So
and
we're talking pre-tax, post-tax.
Exactly.
It could be a big come up. That's an extra like
it's
what?
3K. It's an
Extra 3K.
maybe more than 3K. So
Yeah.
whatever. And then the mini golf, I don't even know what that'll be.
I'm also volunteering a rack.
Yeah.
Heads
yeah.
up.
Yeah. Heads up.
They got to buy
I'm at
PCs and
one
shit.
rack, investing.
Well, no, Jerry's
in
saying
Bush
like with the
HQ, so
winnings because he's got to pay
personal-
he's got to pay prize money tax. TV Rocks with the 5 months. Appreciate TV Rocks first free sub to the stream. Appreciate it. Good. That's what Jerry's talking about. Is that there's a set like in when you get taxed, like you get taxed for prize winnings, a separate percentage. So appreciate it, TV Rocks.
a rack for my paycheck.
No, you just put out a rack.
Okay.
Oh, so like for the video purposes, so this all came about last week, I'd say. We were getting a lot of, not like hateful comments, but like we were getting a lot of comments talking about like, hey, new team, why aren't we streaming the team and stream the new? And I brought it up as well to MB is like, hey, would love to be able to share that room with Rudy. You know, can we figure out a schedule to?
No, I'm not gonna like. We can. We're gonna have to play. It's gonna be tough, Rizzy. I can't play tomorrow night. Wait, don't I have a bye? I thought I have a bye. Don't I have a bye after this week? I think I have a bye after this week, don't I? Or is it next week? I don't remember. I can't play after Nub. I don't think I can play tonight. And then like Thursday night's kind of tough. I don't know. It might have to be a Friday thing, to be honest. Yeah, it might have to be a Friday thing.
Have Bush in that room. Maybe we do like a video on fixing the room up and, you know, getting it a little bit nicer, you know, for
Yeah, that's
streaming
probably
and
what we'll
whatnot.
book it. We'll book it for that.
Then essentially we went to Rudy. We talked to Rudy. Rudy was like, yeah, let's do it. And then I think what made the most sense was Rudy, I don't know who he went to, but he was just like, hey, I'll just go to the Anus studio because he's on Anus once a week.
Yeah.
And so I think Rudy is in HQ.
Produced and stool scenes for a long time. Full movie.
Skip to the Rudy stuff. It's like whatever.
Do work was that got it.
They kicked Rudy out of that room, so
I seen that. Was that May 9th?
We have a hard day to midnight.
Yeah, so we got a hard day to May.
Very cool about it, and we found a solution that works for everybody. So I'm stoked for myself, and I'm stoked for them.
We got a lot of work to do.
We have a hard date too.
I seen that. Was that May 9th?
We have a hard day to midnight.
Yeah, so we got a hard date of May 9th.
Who set that date?
They got to get the room done by May 9th. That's fucking crazy.
It's a crazy.
I said Memorial Day.
Yeah, you said Memorial Day. Hank was like, it's gonna take 2 months, and then you were like, nah, Memorial Day weekend opening. It'll be like a grand opening.
Yeah.
MDW streams.
Yeah.
And then somehow it's May 9th, so we have less than a month to get a studio up and running. Yeah, and here's the thing, Jerry's using his guys.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have Jerry's guys just in and out the office at all times. Who are these guys?
Well, the thing is this, I'm telling the contractor right away, hey, listen, Brett, love you. Brett did my whole house.
Okay.
Love him to death. Great guy, great contractor. He's got to work with the budget.
Yeah.
I mean, your face is going to
He's
be on
got to
camera.
work with the budget.
We're gonna have, you know, his company essentially.
It's gonna be very public.
It's gonna be very public.
Yeah.
Thousands of views on the episode.
If you bang us, people will know.
Yeah, if you bang us, people will know.
They'll know you banged us.
And if you take care of us, people will then
will know.
buy with you.
It's good. It's a good point, Jerry. It's like you don't want to get contractor fucked.
Board.
Go
board
creeping,
builders.
fucking extra
Okay.
costs.
So that's a free ad right there, board builder. That was a free. That was a free ad.
What's up, JJ?
Brett, what's going on, my brother? So listen. So here's the thing. Talking to Barstool today, they gave us a hard out on that room of May 9th.
Okay. What's your budget on the room?
So we got to talk about that for sure. But I need you to come look. Need you to come actually visualize
Pre-tax, post-tax.
that room. Also, are you okay being on camera or your guys or no?
I don't care. Why?
I mean, it's just more promo for you guys. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Just for like
Fair question.
You know, because we're doing a whole video on the room essentially, pretty much. So
Fair question.
yes, yeah. So we're doing like a whole start to finish, a whole like documentary kind of video on the process of.
Yeah, dude, I'm for sure in for that.
Okay, perfect. When?
Let's pimp it out.
Yeah, let's pimp it out. When can you?
So I got a price for the floors already.
Okay.
And with like the material and doing all the floor, it'd be like $3,000.
We might be better off with just a fucking vinyl, fucking wood plank.
Yeah, well, it's a gamer. I mean, like, what kind of like?
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your budget on this? Like,
We don't really
and you're
really
paying
know.
for it, so
So,
Barstool won't even help you out.
So yeah, I would assume, I still have to talk to some people, but I would assume they would help us out a little bit on top of what we're putting in
But they need to
ourselves.
Well, it's good, Julio, with the 3 months. Appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
Exactly.
So you could go to them with a budget and be like, hey, this is what this room's gonna cost. You know, let's figure out the number.
Yeah, but listen, Brett, you can't crack me. You know what I mean? You can't.
Dude, I mean,
I know.
I
Listen.
what my guys in.
Of course, I know you didn't crack me on a house, but now the board builders is gonna be on YouTube with 100,000 views.
I want to do this, so like this is great.
Listen, you don't want JJ going to a different contractor right now, Brett.
No, we want the publicity. So.
How is JJ so good at negotiating with fucking contractors, but you put him in a room with Dave and he fucking welts? Is he just not a big game player? Like, I'm confused. Like, there's great work out of Jerry. He's doing a good job in this convo, but like about 5 months ago when he had to fucking negotiate with Dave, he absolutely fumbled the fucking bag. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
All right, so listen, when can you stop? When can you come by tomorrow or later today or something or no?
is Jerry just like, Jerry
Look,
just,
you're
you know what I'm
just
saying?
supervising.
Like,
You don't do no work no more. You're just supervisor now. You're the owner.
No, I'm just trying to see my schedule. I got a really important phone call here in the next hour I got to do, and then I
Okay.
can probably come by today.
All right, let's do that. If you can come by today, that'd be great.
We'll try to work it out.
All right, sounds good, Brett. You the man.
Yep, thanks.
Peace,
Bye.
man. All right, so Brett might be coming by today. What? I'm doing
That's how you make deals. I just saw you guys smirking here. Like, what could be going on here?
Don't crack me, Brett.
Austin's got the same thought that I do. He's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I like the YouTube threat.
Austin has the same thought that I do, bro. He's like, bro, what the fuck happened?
You don't want us going to a different contractor.
See what I'm saying? People are gonna love this. Like, just all that. Like, you just working with construction people, doing all that stuff. Like, even like you trying to talk to Balo, being like, this is the guy we have to hire. And Balo's like, let me go get other estimates. Like,
No.
just film everything.
Yeah, for sure. The budget for this room is like, hey, Mook's gonna give 1,000 out of his pocket.
Yep.
Oh, I gotta message Austin. We're gonna have a couple of really good coffee and podcasts at this event, which I'm really excited for. Berg's obviously gonna come through. Berg's gonna come through. We have Zach from FaZe. Zach from FaZe will be there. And I'm gonna message Austin because I think Austin's going to Major 3. I'm gonna be like, Austin, like, because I'll probably be live probably before the Busher live. Like, if he wants to come through, you know, like, we'll just fucking yap and talk shit about Jerry or whatever. So we'll obviously get some other coffee and cod guests. You never know who fucking pulls up to these events. You know what I'm saying? Probably get some optic guys because again, we get like my goal is like, I think Sean sent me the time. We were going back and forth. Sean told me. He just told me when doors close. He didn't tell me when doors open. But like I'm gonna get there early, you know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna use
we're having longish
and
days
mini golf, which should be somewhere.
And we're hoping for pre-tax.
We're hoping for pre-tax. We're probably not gonna get pre-tax, but we're gonna fight for pre-tax.
We're gonna fight.
We'll always fight for pre-tax, and then I'm sure Barstool will come on top. Pause. Well, but they will come on top.
They will come on.
And then be like, hey, okay, you guys put 10K out of your own pocket, we'll match it, possibly. Or they can just say, fuck you. All right, so pretty much what we were thinking is, we're thinking about putting just like a long desk from that wall to that wall, essentially. Maybe even like stop it right here, who knows. 2 monitors on each PC right here, some lighting, your webcams. Where that TV is, we are gonna put that TV on that wall right there, Luke. You get a shot of that wall. Okay, so we're gonna put that TV on that wall. Either couch or our two maybe recliners or something like that against that wall, maybe with like a beanbag or something when a guest comes on.
It's gonna.
That's crazy, Fuzzy.
It's tight. Yeah, it's tight.
So we obviously want a big couch.
Okay, so immediate problem with this room is that it's small. And the minute they put like 4 or 5 PCs in here, it's going to be fucking like astronomically hot with like no ventilation. I don't know. I assume there's ventilation at the top a little. But like that's going to be an issue with this room. It's going to be like, also the PC's fans are really loud. You can already hear the camera. Like you can already hear in this room.
But I think too.
I can't tell if that's the camera noise or if that's like an AC noise, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, the size of this room obviously is a V1 room. I'm sure they're gonna end up having to fucking get a better room, but like, you know, it's gonna be mixy in there.
Chairs might be the play.
Might be the play. And then that wall is good for like sponsors because we'll be streaming from here, and you'll always have the sponsor in the back, maybe like a Kraken, something for Kraken.
Yeah, I think it's CAC
would be nice. But yeah, I mean, we have a lot of work to do. I think we're gonna do the painting ourselves.
Yes, we're gonna black it out.
Yeah.
Sassy.
What's up?
What up? You're in a boardroom with me and Jerry.
How we doing?
We're just talking investment numbers. You know, Jerry's gonna pre or post tax be contributing his Experian Bracket Busters winnings and
mini golf.
I have graciously volunteered 1 rack to the building. We're looking to see if we can see
a wall
any
by himself.
investment
That's not
from
right,
you
bro,
into
man.
Bush
That's not
HQ.
right.
How much are you guys looking for?
And any little bit helps, Sassy boy.
I mean, I feel like I'm kind of just investing in your boy's playground right now.
Well, I mean, you're on the watch parties. What are you thinking, Sass? What's that number look like?
I said the best I could probably do would probably be like 3K.
Whoa.
I don't think we need that.
Whoa,
much.
money bags.
We don't need that.
Money
much,
bags.
Sass. We'll cut that. We'll cut that clip. Say a lower number. We'll cut that.
Say a lower number.
I'll do a
But the room be during the off season.
Okay, so 1,500.
Yeah, I'm willing to throw.
I don't know.
So
I don't know if they've thought that far ahead, Shiny. I don't know if they've thought that far ahead about the off season. I mean, I've said that like Barstool. I think it'd be really cool for Barstool to do some like off season show match. Like they could. Here's the thing that they talked about on the pods. They want to figure out how to do. They want to build a team room, obviously, but like. They want to figure out how to do a land in that Chicago office, you know, some kind of land. So doing it in the offseason could be fun.
Work to do for sure, but we could pencil you in for 15 on it, right?
Yeah, lock me in.
All right, so that's locked in. All right, so
That's a commitment. It's on camera.
That's on camera, Sass. By the way,
It's a verbal.
I had a feeling it was.
let's face the facts here. We're a content company.
Yeah.
We can even get somebody who has nothing to do with Bush, who's a content creator here, to be like, I'd love to go up and play a video game.
We could rent out the space.
Yeah.
Is that what you're thinking?
Rent out the space.
Possibly. Let's say Nikki Smokes is like, hey, I want to fucking play COD for an hour. It's like, yeah, it's going to be 50 an hour. Hey, Dave, what's up?
What's up?
Hey, so I wanted to pick your brain and kind of fill you in. We're going to be doing...
Well, here's the thing with them is like a lot of this is a play to get involved with the bigger deals that Barstool has. So like they're going to bring in some of these smaller side deals that are just specific to the podcast. But the bigger play. Where is that coming from, Blitzer? Where is that coming from? The bigger play is like the DraftKings deal, some of the other deals that these bigger deals they do, that they piece in and get pieces to PMT, to like the Creator Invitational for golf. Like being involved in those deals and getting a piece of it is like their path to profitability, right? Like I don't think they're. The thing is, like, I don't think that like, I don't know if they're going to be able to year one, like, get all the way there. But, like, if they can get to a point where the net is only, like, a couple G's or, like, 10 G's, like, that's not too bad, As long as, again, I think Austin talked about this, as long as they're showing, like, good growth. I don't think they're going to go down to 5. I don't know. And Blitzy, here's the thing with FaZe in Vegas. I don't think they made a decision. And I'm going to be honest with you. Whoa. Excuse me. I think it very much depends on what team they have next year. Because, I think they're trying out the Dallas thing this year. That was the thing the players really wanted to do. And I talked to Paul, and Paul was like very, like, okay, well, like we're getting the Vegas spot, but y'all want to try Texas, so let's do that. I would love for the team to be in Vegas. And then I think they're just going to revisit it after the season. I don't think that they have any like hard pre-plans right now. They're full committed. And the thing is for FaZe is like, and we talked about this show with Falcons. If Falcons go, well, if Styles and Love are gone at 5, then we're taking Arval Reese at 5. But anyway, if FaZe end up with the super team because Falcons goes full Saudi, then if you're FaZe, it's like, well, if you're getting a team with Sim Scrap, Joe D, and whoever the fourth is, like, are they just going to want to stay in Texas? Like, I don't know. And that's why I don't think they made a decision yet. I think it's really just kind of playing it out, the rest of the season. And then they can kind of decide in summer what they want to do.
Like a Bush setup in that room. I'm putting up my Bracket Busters money and my mini golf earnings. Is there a world where Barstool just holds
Brandon's not
money
retiring
from
bro.
my mini golf earnings?
Brandon's not gonna listen. Brandon's not retiring. As long as their team is good and Brandon doesn't hate himself getting on every day, he is going to play. Okay? That's what he's done his entire career. Yes, I know he likes PC games. But I do think that he's going to continue to play. As long as their team is good. As long as their team is good. If he is not enjoying playing COD and he pulls a Sam LaRue, then maybe. But like, I think he's going to keep it going for at least a minute. Because I just don't think, I think if Optic don't win champs, I don't really think, let's say they win a major and they get like second or third champs, either win or place go to EWC, they're just going to run the team back. There's no point in like really disrupting it. Their team is very solid. Like, I really wouldn't upset the apple cart too much there. You know what I'm saying? You can't really drop anybody. Like, what? They're gonna drop Kyler for Simp? That's not really. It's gonna like help, but also hurt their team because their communication. It's not like Simp's comms are like insane either. So like, I just think that also introduces like another variable. Like, I just think that they have a really good team that fits well, and I just don't really think that they should. When you have a good thing going and all the pieces make sense and they all fit well and everybody's performing, and yes, even though they haven't like, you know, exactly won an event this year, I just still think there's just not like, they really don't need to upset the apple cart too much. To your point, the only real move they can make is, to your point, if Brandon retires, they can definitely replace Brandon at that point with somebody else. But like, if Brandon's staying, I would not drop Kuka, I would not drop Shotzi, I would not drop Merc. So it's like, I think you're just gonna miss out on the pimp, but it is what it is. Like, I wouldn't upset the apple cart. Once you have a good thing going, you don't need to blow it up.
How much does the room cost to do? What are you doing? I don't even know what you're doing.
So pretty much, like, obviously we're gonna have to like move the TV around. So like we're gonna have to. There's painting going to be involved. There's drywall that's going to be involved. We're going to get 2 PCs, a desk in there. Going to cost obviously money, you know. But I just didn't know about the bracket busters winnings and mini golf winnings. If that's something that like Barstool can just hold, or if they're just going to just pay it out no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, I from everything you're saying, without me knowing anything, it sounds like something easily to be held. So who is Pete in charge of this?
I don't know if Pete. I don't know if Pete would be in charge of this.
It's MB signing MB off, and then Balo and Stefan from Tech kind of overseeing.
All right. Well, let me talk to MB. And I mean, money should be able to be hard. But I don't know how much. I don't know anything. Like, how much are you saying you want?
Essentially, what I'm getting at is I'm trying to figure out a way to see if it's going to be, is it better if we just use 10,000 and let.
I mean, the best way is for the money. Okay, for tax purposes, the best way is for Jerry to forego his earnings, and that's a fucking accounting trick on the Barstool side because they just spend it on capex. Now, I just don't know legally if Jerry signed like some contract or something for the mini golf thing and for bracket busters that they have to pay him out, and there's like a weird controversial thing, but it makes sense for all parties if Jerry doesn't have to declare that income and therefore pay tax on it. And Barstool could then count as capital expenditure, which would help them on the accounting side and also from a tax angle too. But again, I'm not a fucking lawyer and I don't know, you know.
Barstool
I don't know what they signed or didn't sign to do all this shit.
Why tax me and we walk away with 60-something hundred when it could be in reality 10K? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. All right. Let me. Yeah. Let me talk to MD.
You get that in, Jerry.
All right.
Okay. Bye. Okay. So that was positive.
It's positive.
He didn't mention no JJ scam.
No.
I was just trying to. That's a good employee right there.
No more embezzling. We go.
No more embezzling.
With the
Nicky
JJ
numbers.
Scam and all this.
No more Nicky numbers embezzling.
I'm from the streets. Okay,
There's
that's
streets,
number
okay.
one. Number two, Moo can attest to this. Sats can attest to this. I have lost money with Bush.
Oh, tons.
I have lost thousands and thousands of dollars from Bush. You know what I mean? It's not like we're trying to we don't make a profit on Bush.
Nah.
Yo, Jerry, what's up?
Yo, what up, bro? How's everything?
Not bad. How are you?
I'm chilling right now. I'm here with Mook from the Bush. Essentially, what we'll need is 2 like PCs for the room, and I wanted to kind of work out some details on like what you guys would kind of want from us in return.
I think for us, like, you know, we're very sales based. I mean, obviously, if we provide 2 PCs, we
No,
need, like,
well, hold on. The phase changes are a little bit different, though. Okay, okay, the phase changes are very different. After the first year, they had to drop somebody, and then they really wanted to get Alec in, so Preston got kind of screwed. Okay, that one ended up working out because they ended up winning champs next year, and then they won champs, and then to be honest, This has been well documented by Tyler Abizi the offseason after. They just didn't vibe with Alec, and Alec wasn't really achieving what they wanted for him in Vanguard. So they made a change and they brought in Austin. They had Austin for a year, and it was okay, but they struggled in certain game modes, and it didn't really work out. So they made a change, and they brought in Draws. And then, they played fine that year, won EWC, ran it back. Wait, am I missing a year somewhere in the middle of this? One, 2, 3. Oh, it's 2 years with Alex. Third year, fourth year, fifth year. Yeah. I mean, the really only thing was the tier 2 was like year 1 where they made a change, then year 3 in Vanguard. That was really it with the T2s. I'm just telling you with having, listen, this is all I'm trying to say, guys, is it's really, 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 really hard to build a team in esports where everybody like is playing their role at like an A+ level. Okay. And I just think that like you're not going to win every event in COD. There are a lot of really talented teams. Like you're seeing this year, the Gentlemates guys clicked right away. The FaZe guys have really hit their form now. I think Optic is going to win a fucking event this year, or multiple, or champs. As long as they don't go 0 for a million and they fucking hate each other and don't want to team with each other, even if they don't win champs and win a couple events, I just don't think you need to change the formula that much. Yeah, if there are things you want to change on the back end, process, procedure, things we're doing in a pre-practice situation that would help some more consistency, sure. Are there things that Optic could be doing that other teams are not doing? Like, for example, Optic right now, I think are not a team that currently really does a lot of like the performance coaching stuff. Is that something that maybe they make a change after the season if they go, for a couple of events? Maybe. But like, I don't think you need to make personnel changes. They have everybody fit a specific role. Okay. And it's going to be really hard to replace any of those players. I think other than Dashy. Dashy's the easiest. And it's not to say that Brandon sucks because he really doesn't. Brandon's playing well, but it's like, that one's the easiest one to swap out potentially. Everybody else's roles like it's gonna be really tough to find like an upgrade. And then, again, I think even replacing Brandon, like there's only a couple of players maybe that you could actually replace Brandon with that way. So it's like I just think that when it's gonna net the way I think it does this year, where they win 2 events. I don't know if they win champs, but they probably win either champs or EWC. You're just gonna be like, okay, well, it could have been a better season, but we just run it back like in the next year,
10 PC sold to break even on that, especially with the specs you're thinking.
Okay.
How about this? Can you price out what 2 PCs that could give us like a price out, and we can come back.
Merc for scrap, they're not going to drop Merc. Merc's going nowhere.
Plan for you.
Yeah, sounds perfect. I'll work on that this week for you guys.
Okay, perfect.
Shotzi's ruthless.
Hey, no problem.
I'm telling you, but just think about it though. Like they replacing Kyler. If you have Brandon and you have Shotzi on the team, is going to create communication issues because the lighter team is super reliant on Hook being a human UAV. Okay, so replacing that is really tricky. Okay, and scrap is not exactly like, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, Shade. I have no Gibbs though. It's gonna make it tough. So like I don't know, like that's what I'm saying. Like their team is good. They've been good all year. They just haven't converted yet in the funnel. Like they're fine. I don't know why.
Is that YouTube, bro? Peace.
Alright, shit.
Want to talk business wise for a second?
Sure. What scam you got now?
No scam.
That's
Kind of. But not
okay. Yeah. But no, I mean, listen.
Jared, why would you say that?
Started the Bush as a scam.
Yeah.
100%.
100%.
Now it's a real thing.
Yeah.
But the beginning of it,
I thought you were gonna get rich.
Literally just trying to scam me and Dave.
So essentially, what we're doing is, I want to put up my bracket busters winnings and the mini golf winnings. Combine that. Is there a world where they just hold that money?
I don't know. So you're trying to get more.
Correct. Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. Well, while we're here, right? Here we go. A little like a $500 donation if we need it.
Yeah, I'll do a donation. What are you gonna give me? Can I get some merch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever. I'll have a merch package.
Okay.
In the office by next week.
Make me feel special.
Okay, make it. Oh, I like that. Okay, so the specialness of the gift would be determines the donation.
I think that's fair.
Fair. Okay.
Yeah.
We got to do something.
One
special.
more idea we have.
Yeah.
What do you think about us renting that space out?
By the way, Andrew's texting me that I think we're doing the podcast at 1, not 12:30.
Renting it to who?
Outsiders?
No.
Maybe Nikki
Absolutely
Smokes?
Absolutely
No,
not.
in people in this office? No.
Outsiders?
No, it's still you don't. You guys doing stuff in there is awesome and changing. You don't own that room.
What about like if like a up and coming Call of Duty player's like, hey,
No.
I need a space. Fair. Okay, so that's.
I mean, you could like if it's someone who's like on. Like, there's definitely worlds where it could work, but you don't own. It's not a place that you own.
Correct. So all right. So listen, we need to work on. We'll do that today. We'll work on the specialness of the gift, and we'll see what we get a donation from, if we need a donation.
Yeah. Okay.
Done.
I like that. Make it special. Make me feel special. Make me feel loved.
Hi.
guys.
Hey. So MB, I have a question for you, and you might be able to answer this better. I talked to Dave this morning, and I think you would be able to answer this a lot better. So MB, I won the Bracket Busters.
Yeah.
And I also won the mini golf. I want to put that money towards the room. Mook is also putting 1,000 out of his pocket, and Sass is now.
Guys, I move on from the object thing, bro. It's just bro, it's a stupid combo. Like, I don't.
100 out of his pocket. What I want to.
It's a very
ask you
uninteresting
is,
roster mania combo. I'm not
Is
gonna lie.
there a world where Barstool just holds the winnings from mini golf and bracket busters, and then we use that money for the room instead of me getting taxed?
I just gotta skip through
does
them more.
somebody get taxed regardless?
You won't get paid out. No, we can just do it so that like you won't get paid out for those things. We just need to connect with finance, but like you won't be paid out for those things, and then we'll just basically like allot that money so that like, you know, I'm assuming you're gonna work with like Caitlin or someone.
Yeah, it's just CapEx shit.
kind of, like,
Yeah, I mean,
pseudo.
they need to generate more revenue. COD's Mark's got to generate more revenue, and decoupling COD from Game Pass is like, it sucks for consumers. I see why they're doing it. It sucks. It's just a shareholder move, and it's just it's the worst shit. But I get it.
With the room,
Okay.
and then we can just utilize that allotted amount essentially for redoing the room.
Okay, so MB, can you do me? I know you're busy. I know you have a lot of stuff you're doing.
I'll connect you on well, you don't use email.
You can email me. I'll answer MB.
Jerry's use fucking email. Hello.
We'll put you on
Wait.
an email.
Wait. Jerry doesn't check his fucking email. Is this lore? No way. Jerry's one of those people, bro. Jerry doesn't check his email. No. No way. Jerry's one of those people, bro.
Finance just to like.
He doesn't do email.
let them
It's not
know
that hard to
you're
do
not gonna
fucking
be paid
email.
out for those things, and we're putting it towards like basically doing some sort of like office renovation.
Who is he, Donald Trump? Does he just they print out emails for him and he just writes down in fucking marker how to respond? Like,
Perfect. Thank you so much, MB. The best.
What?
No problem. I'll talk to you guys later.
Later.
Thank
MB.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
That's
massive. That is how you do business and avoid taxation.
Jerry's an idiot.
Everyone at home. This is free game. Jerry's been free game.
That'll be a negotiation at Jerry. That's good work. That's been good work at Jerry here.
With me, you've been learning a lot.
Oh, you've taken me under your wing. I'm about to start doing my own schemes
Listen,
and
I'm
plots.
I'm from the street.
Jerry's from the streets.
You gotta find a way sometimes.
All right, Jerry.
JJ from the street.
All right,
You
buddy.
know?
JJ gets
All right, Jerry. All
This
right.
guy's
you gotta balance that.
a little bit. Where that is necessary. Okay. Hey, so let's talk to MB. Check out this business move I made.
All right.
JJ won bracket busters. JJ won mini golf, right?
You did. You told me that. Yeah.
Okay. So I talked to Dave this morning.
Yep.
Then I talked to Big Guy. Then I talked to MB. MB said, "No problem. We can do that." Experian's gonna pay Barstool $30,000 for me, Shay, and Greg.
Yeah. I think his name's Shay. But yeah.
What did I say?
Shay.
Shay, right?
Shay. His
Shay.
name's Shay.
Che?
Yeah.
I thought it was Shay.
No, it's not Shay.
All right, fair. I fucked up.
Stephen Shay.
Yeah, okay,
Steven.
chat. Can we chat? Can we please get a grip? Please get a grip. Okay? Please, everybody, can we get a grip? Like, on that convo? Like, we're all cooking each other. It's a pointless convo. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Can we move on? We've talked about it enough.
Shay.
I told MB, hold it.
Yeah.
Don't pay me.
Yeah.
Hold that dough.
JJ avoids the taxes.
Yeah, hold that. Hold that mini golf earnings. Hold that. MB said no problem. We can hold that. She's gonna talk to finance. She's gonna give me an exact number.
Yeah.
You know, I guess within the next few days, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, who knows. So JJ's avoiding taxes there.
Yeah.
So that's even more bread.
Yeah.
For the that was a good business move, right?
Well,
that wasn't a scam. Don't say it was a scam.
No, I'm not gonna say it's a scam. I'm not gonna say it's a scam, JJ. But I think the number she's gonna give you is gonna be very close to the number that it would have been if you got it with tax.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Then why wouldn't she just? Why is it gonna take her a couple days to get you what the exact number is gonna be? Why would she just say it's 10,000? Because the number is not gonna be 10,000.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah. If the number was 10,000, she would have said it on the call, being like, "Why would she need to talk to finance to be like the number is 10?"
It was finance approval that the funds wouldn't be allocated to Jerry, and they would.
Do you think that she can't divide 30,000 by 3? Is that why you think she had to go to finance?
That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
I thought that was a money business move.
I think it still.
I think it still might be.
It still might be.
I mean, yeah.
It still might be, but I'm just saying let's temper expectations a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Not everyone is JJ doing 20,000 plus 500 on the calculator. I think MD
There we
could
go.
have done
That's where I walk out. That's where I walk out. That's where I walk
But
out.
listen, hey,
That was smart.
business-wise.
That was smart.
JJ, what's the update on Bush?
No, I agree. I mean, I think it's a good play to Jerry, to be honest. Yeah. I'm sorry, I snipped something. I'm trying to redo the color on the
HQ.
on the CDL tools thing. I'm doing like a big UX design in the background right now, Chad. It's like
came in here.
I take a screenshot of the
Stickers
color.
down.
Look for it.
TV mount is down. Stefan's in my head right now. We've been running a watch party off of a Mac. I'm trying to cut costs on the budget. You know, and this guy's saying we need a $2,750 PC for the watch party. We've been running off a Mac.
Stefan is presenting.
Why didn't it? What? Well, hold on. They don't need a $2,700 PC for the watch party. I don't know all their tech. I don't know if they're using like a switcher or whatever. Maximum, realistically, they need to spend on a PC is 2 racks. They want to like do other shit with it, but like 2,700. The thing is I told them though, like they need also. There's some road equipment. There's some road equipment that they need to get because like they don't have a Rodecaster. And I was like, you're trolling because it's preventing you from doing a really good job of like balancing both your mics and the sound you're getting from like the stream and being able to mix it. So I showed them Hector repos to set up at the event. They saw Riley's setup when they went to Optic. Riley's got a crazy setup though. Like, because Riley's got Blackmagic camera, he's got multiple monitors, they've got the LED screen. He's not using OBS, he's using I forget what it's called, but he's using another like switcher program. It's a bit more professional because they use stats and a bunch of other stuff that they're doing, like the ticker. But like they don't need $2,750. They don't. I don't think they need to spend that much money on a PC. You know what I'm saying? They have some other equipment they need to buy, but I don't need. They don't need to get a crazy PC. Unless they're trying to future-proof.
Presenting a budget to us with tech equipment. Jerry has his own budget with tech equipment.
Yeah.
There's about to be a war.
I don't need a light kit, by the way. I don't need a light kit. $300 light kit is just not necessary.
No, we'll just set up a fuck ton of ring lights in here.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
$12 on the TikTok shop. We're good.
Yeah,
That's all.
I mean,
That's
it's
it.
fucking. whatever. I mean, there's like, realistically, we can get this carpet out pretty easy.
You think we could rip it up?
Yeah, 100%. This is nothing. We'll see what Steph presents, but yeah, hopefully we come to.
We're pretty much going to like divorce court with Stefan. It's like assets versus assets.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is, but I talked to Balo this morning about the outlets and where outlets should be. We should do 3 down below here for the desk, 1 in the middle of the wall for the TV, probably 1 on that wall somewhere at least.
Should we go to the World Cup? I'm trying to go to the World Cup, Dale.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's we'll see what Steph says.
We'll update after the meeting. Also, by the way, everybody, I got into Jerry's car, sat in the passenger seat, and sat on a gun.
Jerry's fucking
Safety's
gun.
on, but I did sit. There was a gun almost up my ass. What's your favorite color, Jerry?
The tricorn.
Logistically, do we have to rip out the carpet first before we paint?
Okay.
I get you to quick trace.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
Get him working fast.
Yeah, no, right?
Oh, we're already buying paint. We're already getting in this shit.
I don't know what he'll want to do.
I guess Jerry's trying to get samples, maybe, or he's actually just fucking pick the color before placing it.
Paint everything and then fucking rip up the carpet and then put the floor in afterwards.
Unless you're just priming it.
They free?
It's gotta be free.
The mini bucket's kind of cool.
Thank you.
I played Madden tonight against
For free?
Kind of. Just one. Just one.
but I don't think I'm gonna win.
Oh, good.
Thank you, bro. Have a good one.
Had Easter and
I know. Have been good.
too late now.
I know. That would have been a good idea.
Paint secured. What do we go with again?
Tricorn black.
Tricorn black.
Yeah.
Jerry just opened up this meeting by saying,
Start yelling. Yeah, because we might start yelling, right, Stefan? Is that a possibility?
I want it on record.
Well, we love each other.
I never agreed to be on camera, so this is bullshit. I want every single.
No,
And
don't
he's
get Balo.
he's definitely not gonna have a conversation if the camera's involved.
I can turn it off.
Okay.
No, if the camera was down, right? We're having a conversation.
Yes. So we're gonna go.
No camera.
So where do you want to go?
I'm not fucking around.
It's off. Contentious meeting started contentious outside.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Balo was not happy.
No.
Stefan,
What kind of energy you coming with?
Time out. What we need to get clear, not just with Bush.
Yes.
A lot of people don't realize at Barstool there's actual real humans that work here and do a good job and do real work.
And you're one of them.
I'm one of them. I've died enough on the inside where I know that I'm going to be on camera no matter what.
Yeah, you're dead on the inside. There's nothing left in there.
But in the rare occurrences that we can protect and keep normal people normal for as long as we can, let's just do that. So I think this is a good learning experience for everyone.
what was the quote before we came in about the energy?
I told Jerry, I'll do any energy Jerry gives me. And then I'm a big reciprocator of energy. So
we had great energy though.
Yes. But you come in so hot.
Yeah, I came in hot. That's how
I come in hot too.
Yeah, that's how I'm
hand up, I come in hot. But I come in hotter when somebody gives me this much to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, fair.
But I think we're good now.
We ironed out the PC situation, which I was confused about. Why are we ordering a $2,500 PC? You explained that.
Yep.
Explained it into detail. It was great. Now I understand it. That was necessary.
Agreed. I would say overall, good meeting.
Yes.
I wish, I understand why we're trying to be frugal and try to get things maybe free or cheaper than they should be, or we're going to take something. I get that. However, it makes my job hard,
of course,
because I'm trying to get things in office to do, and you're just like, wait on that.
For sure.
But then they're like, wait on that, but we got to go. So I'm like, I need to know where it's going.
So Thursday of next. What's today? Today is ordering.
We need answers.
We're ordering.
So you have 2 cold call streams to get as much as you can.
Correct. Tonight is Atlanta restaurants and food, and then next Wednesday is
oh, so today
items. For the room.
An item stream.
Yeah,
items for the room is
Stephen
crazy.
Send me the link, so I have a detailed.
You may want to flip flop those, Jer. You might want to do items now. Food
items
next.
Food is food. Items is.
Yeah, but then I wanted the first episode to come out, and then it's like the right into cold call stream the same night or
Got
next
it. Okay. Content makes sense.
You know,
Yes.
you
Yeah,
know,
because
for-
we
for
would drop
content,
this on
like 30 minutes for episode 1.
easy.
Yeah.
Overall, things are in a good spot. However, this is not the only thing that I have going on right now, so I'm trying to get this.
Oh, so it's not interesting because they're not really okay. So they're not putting like the Bush HQ is really going to be their watch party setup essentially. Like they're not V1 of this is not trying to get their whole fucking team in and make it like a scrim room. This is going to be like they're going to stream out of this room when they're doing like their watch parties and shit, and that's why they're, I think, trying to go in this direction. That makes sense. Okay, I think it should have been clear in the middle of the video. It just clicked for me that that's like what they're trying to do.
List done.
Of course.
Focus on other things, and then when things are actually in my possession, then we'll cook again.
Okay.
So
Love it.
you keep me updated,
Okay.
but until next Thursday, I'm closing this book until
Close it.
next Thursday.
Close the book.
Great.
Close the laptop for theatrics. Close the laptop. There you go.
With theatrics. Okay, fair enough. I mean, chat, first off, W video, but like if we want to get into it, like, because you guys keep asking fucking questions, like.
This episode is brought to you by Crack.
You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say they're Giants, right? And it goes this way, you know? Like, if I were the Giants, like, I'd love to take a wide receiver. We don't need edge. Like, any tackle we get, I mean, we have El Manure. He's good for another year or two. Like, we could direct a future tackle. You take fucking Styles. Right? Caleb Downs available at 10. 18 and 49. Nah, you wouldn't take this if you're the Giants. 12 and a Dallas second. Yeah, but then Dallas wants Downs. This is not a realistic trade, though. This is not a realistic trade. 19, not a realistic trade. Some of these trades it does. You would take fucking either Downs or Delane. You take because they also need corner too. But like you would take safety, and there you go. And then when it comes back around, you know, I don't think that the Giants are going to trade back at 37 because they don't really have, you know what I'm saying? And you go like, who's available? Rodriguez, no. Delp's actually good. I don't know. I mean, you could go Miller, but I don't know. I don't know. I feel like the Giants would just go with Rutledge, to be honest. This is the problem is they don't have any picks in the middle, so that's why they might trade back. That's where the Giants like trade back situation is kind of hard to read. Because like they may trade back in order to get in the round 3, you know? Then you're kind of like the spot. The problem is this D tackle draft fucking sucks. You know what I'm saying? Who's left? Surratt. Young Coleman. They could go Farmer. Okay. 6. Yeah, it's like none of these tackles left are like all fucking ass. I mean, they probably go back-to-back guards. I go like Farmer, and then there you go. If Reese is at 5, they might just take Reese. Reese can play outside linebacker. Yeah. I got Caden Proctor is a massive project. He has all the physical tools, but he was like a late starter, I think, and like he isn't. You know what I'm saying? Like he could be good for someone like the Lions. He could be really interesting. You don't like Downs at 5 now? I think Downs will be there at 10, unless the Cowboys trade up. We as much as I like Caleb Downs, we need linebacker more than we need Caleb Downs. If it's Reese or Styles, both of them can play linebacker. So I think the Giants shouldn't take Caleb Downs at 10. The thing is, there's a rule where you like do this and it plays out super weird. Like like this happens, and like what you're saying, like 15:46 in a second. It's an insane trade. That's not realistic. 9-29. It's actually like, let's say I take that. Then you go back to back and you go Downs. And you go Jordan Tyson. And then you go, yes, you could go Christian Miller here. It still need a linebacker though. Who's available linebacker? Allen, Anthony. Allen actually be solid. Okay. Oh, HUD. No, you want to go Lee Hunter. And let's say you go Christian Miller. And then you can go CJ Allen. I mean, that would be pretty good. This is what I'm saying. Is like this is a very weird draft. Like, if the Giants get 4 picks inside of 40, that's a coup. If the Giants are able to get 4 picks inside the 40 because KC trades up, but like I don't think KC's giving up both first rounders to get into 5. If they do, I don't know how realistic that trade is. If this happened, it'd be fucking insane. I would take this any day of the week. If the Giants did this in the first 2 rounds, I'd be over the fucking moon. So I've been amazed. I appreciate the Twitch Prime, guys. Thank you so much. Like if this happened, like I'd be over the fucking moon, bro. It'd be insane. That's what I'm saying. Like, I was trying to explain this to people in TeamSpeak yesterday. Is like, this is a very... I don't know if the Jets are going to take Jeremiah Love. That one's a bit odd to me. But, like, the Jets could go Bailey, and then the Cardinals could go... This could swap around a little bit. It could go edge, and then the Titans could take Love at 4. But, like, it's possible these 4 all go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Jets won't take Love, but the Titans could take Love. There's a lot of listen. The analysis of this draft is that there could be a lot of trades in this draft. Now, people have said that in past years, and it hasn't exactly panned out. I think that weird thing with this draft is like there are a lot of teams that need edge rushers, and there are like 3 of them who will probably go in the first 7 picks of this draft, and you also have got Jeremiah Love, who I think teams may have as their number 1 prospect. And you have a bunch of teams in the middle here, the Browns, the Giants, who could theoretically trade back. So, like, we'll see. This one can get real fucking mixy, honestly. Yeah, no, this is insane. We just ran this. I was like, all right, bro. I mean, I don't think I think the Jets are not taking Jeremiah Love too. I think that's crazy. But like, nah, there's a QB draft that's extremely. Here's the thing with this draft. Here's the thing with this draft. Like, if you go at like defensive tackle, this is like a really mid defensive tackle draft. It's probably one of the worst like I've ever seen. The fact that Caden McDonald is the first D tackle on this board is, I think Caden McDonald's good, but like, you know. But here's the thing: is you look at edge, and it's a great edge rush draft. Like, I think all 5 of these guys are nasty at the top. You know what I'm saying? And then there's some really good options below that. Yeah, the tackles off. But then you look at like safety. This is where it gets weird. It's like this is a very good safety draft. But then you look at QB, and it's like kind of ass. And you look at running back, and it's kind of mid. Although I think I really want the Giants to take Eli Hendrick, but I'll see if we. Well, this is the most. He's the most fucking Harbaugh player of all time. But anyway, like, there's just a weird thing with this draft that all the things you would normally could the New York Times stop? Give me a start. This is one of those weird drafts where like this positional value goes out the fucking window. For no. The tackles are hard to judge. I'm not going to lie. The weird thing is, like, it depends on if any one of these teams trade up to get one of the tackles in the first, like, 12 picks of this draft. Because behind the Giants, there are a couple of teams that could definitely take tackle. But I would think that I don't think Lomo's going to go in the first 30. I could be wrong, though. You never know. It's kind of hard to predict. I feel like these 4 for sure are going in the first round, and then the rest of this is like borderline. Well, who knows, bro? There's always surprises. This is a weird draft, dude. Very unpredictable draft. Was Katie Burns' comments true? Probably. Where's Athletic have as their last NFL mock? Baumgartner did Mendoza, Reese, Bailey, Styles. The Giants take Love, which I'd be down for because I'm not the world's biggest fucking like fan of their current options. So unless taking Jeremiah Love is a W, and then we'd probably go down to 10, and that's fine. The problem is then we'd have to trade up a bit to probably take a linebacker and a D tackle somewhere in the 20s and 30s or the 40s, but no problem, Georgie. Those Mets? Oh my god, bro. I couldn't imagine being a fucking Mets fan right now. Holy shit. I couldn't imagine being a Mets fan right now. Holy fuck. That's gotta be miserable, dude. Like, bruh. It's early though, to be fair. But wow. 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 Yeah, Soto should have fucking stayed. Soto should have fucking stayed. But he wanted a luxury box. He wanted all the bullshit that Steve Cohen gave him. And now look. The Mets are a fucking mess. And the problem is the Mets are going to get hurt quite a bit by whatever the new CBA is. So it's like, they kind of like the Mets. Oh, bro. Yeah, they'll get it going, and they're gonna eventually not get off this fucking L streak. But goddamn, bro. Ravens are somewhere in the middle, right? 14. Yeah, I'm doing a new redesign of the app. I'm using more of like the I'm using a bit of like the blue that they have on like the challengers page. I'm getting away from like the Halloween colors. I'm going with like this. With like a bit of the with a bit of like a what do we call it? Like a little like gradient. What do you think of this? Yeah, you can link your mock, Panda. Let's go to Boxism. What do you got? I think it'll look better because it's what it looks like right now. And I don't like this. I want to get a little more one color. The problem is the CDL branding is so like flat, black and white. Like it's kind of tough. So I'm going with like a more of a blue color. What else on one side? Keep it square. Let's do number 1, mock both. Number 2, keep tools. Nav lives inside the 60 or on the row. Number 3, keep nav inline. Underline is glow with filled pill versus blue text only. Back tab style. Yeah. How do I think? Do I think Op's gonna choke this weekend? Maybe. I mean, they're gonna They're gonna have one like week stage, and it could be online. It could be this one. Number 6. Number 7. The love group shows. Status bar should always show data from breaking point, but the right group should only show on number 8. All right, there we go. I'm trying to get to mock it out a bit more for me. I mean, here's a look at the bracket. I mean, I think Optic is going to get a tricky draw, which could eliminate them early. Because I think Toronto could cause them problems, potentially. I got you after my stream, Dan. Thieves, I think, are playing not bad right now. And then, obviously, they lost to FaZe at the event. I think Minnesota have no chance against Thieves. In fact, Dan had a really weird tweet this morning. I don't know if he deleted it. Dan Looney had a really weird tweet this morning. I don't know if he deleted it. He tweeted this at 7 a.m. I don't know what this is in reference to. It could be life stuff. You know what I'm saying? Or it could be team shit. I'm not, I don't know. I don't have intel, but I woke up and saw this on the timeline. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what he's referring to. No, he's a Red Sox fan. He's not a Mets fan. It could be life shit, though. It could be life shit. It could be life shit. You know what I'm saying? But he's a Red Sox fan. But yeah, I mean, I could see. Listen, I could very much see like a Miami or General Mates like getting hot this weekend and winning. Mom Donnie ruined the Mets? No, the Mets ruined the Mets. The Mets ruined the Mets. No, I saw that, but that's like you know what I'm saying? Like, mom, like the Mets are Metsing, bro. That predates Mom Donnie. You trying to get World Cup tickets? I mean, good luck, bro. Go ahead and try paying an arm and a leg for your tickets. We're going to talk about this in a bit on the CoDCast. I'm excited for this weekend because I think Saturday's matches will all be really good, to be honest. Falcons get an immediate, rematch against FaZe. We expect probably Miami Mates. That'll be a really good one. Thieves against Minnesota. Odds against Toronto will be good. And then the semis and finals on Sunday will be really good. Odds are really bad right now, brother. They just got second. Like, what? You act like they got top 8. Like, what? They asked? They're like the opposite ass. Like, bro, what? No, ass is like, ask. They got top 8 when? When did Optic get top 8? When did Optic get top 8 this season? Explain. Oh, they lost one scrim yesterday. Holy fuck. Almost losing to C9. They didn't almost lose to C9. What are you talking about? They didn't almost lose to them. They played one match this weekend. It was the last match on Sunday. And C9 played them close on Colossus, which they played about 9,000 fucking times in matches, C9. And they played Gridlock for the first time in a real fucking match. And everybody's freaking out about it. And Fringe for the first time in S&D. Like, holy fuck. Like, it's their first match of the split. It was B- COD. Like, it happens. Optic are fine. Like, they're fine, bro. Oh, let me see. I need to see. Group now flags. Let's go 1 for A. Number 2 B, because it's gonna be way more vertical space. I'm on Eastern time. B variance. Plan with place sample size. Let's go with A. Number 8, I'm going to go with A. This will look way better, Chad. This is going to look way better. Do you see how much nicer it's going to look once it's actually built today? It's going to look way better. I also think the nav's going to look way better. I think it's the gradient will look better. I just need a better color scheme. I'm going to do this blue color scheme, but I might blow it up again. But at least I like when I at least get like the nav looking better. You know what I'm saying? Because like the flat like sub nav will look like way more professional. I still gotta like make more tweaks and make it look less like fucking. Because all these fucking apps look like they're all made they look like Claude. So I gotta like, you know what I'm saying? But it'll look better. No, I haven't fucked a Claude design yet. That'll be the next thing. I want to at least like. And like this will at least look better, you know what I'm saying? Like this will look better, you know? Oh, I'm trying to respond to a few questions that Claude's trying to ask. Just give me 1 second, chat. Row anatomy on left and 12 probably. There we go. If anything G2 makes a change, they really should, but they won't. I think G2 are delusional. Well, that's too harsh. I think G2 are in this thing that a lot of mid-pack teams are, where they know it's really difficult. They're basically like, is the grass greener on the other side? We have a team that we think could like theoretically do well because we pulled up to the first event and got top 4. But like realistically, when you look at it, they don't have a very inconsistent sub duo. And one of their ARs is always getting shit on in a match. So it's like your win conditions are very narrow. But like they don't want to drop one of these guys and then the team chemistry falls off and then they just can't get back to the level. And I think that's what's potentially holding the mess up back from making a change. Like they're just too gun shy about like the grass is not always green on their side because in the past they made changes in this situation and it hasn't worked out. And I think they're just gun shy. But like from what I know with the G2 guys, like they have a really good team unit. Like they actually like go pretty hard. They just are an inconsistent team and lack firepower. But like they have a good team unit. And that's why I think they don't want to make a change. So I understand that perspective. The problem is I've watched enough of Mamba and Skies and they are doing to know it's like just not going to work. And also with where this meta is now is definitely not going to work with their team. So I think they're just kind of forced into probably having to make a change. Like they're going to have no choice, essentially. What time does Challenger start? I think the Elite starts at like 2:30. And NA starts at 6:30 East, I think. Is this schedule up? I think the schedule's up, right? I saw people tweeting it. But it's like, is the schedule on the main website? Like, they used to have the Elite schedule on here, but it's like, It's completely got rid of the elite section now. The CDL website needs a complete redesign. I actually, you know what? I didn't add it in the questions list that we made for the Daniel thing, but I'm low-key adding it now. No, I'm actually putting this on this list. I'm putting on this list. This is the end. Yeah, the layout sucks. The site hasn't been... This is the same site from 7 years ago. It needs a refresh. The COD website needs a fucking refresh. I mean, they probably also do for a giant branding change as well, but like... You know what I'm saying? The problem is I gotta go to fucking COD Wiki to get any info about the Elite. That's ridiculous, bro. I gotta go here, and then go to Challengers, and then go to fucking NA to be able to see the fucking games at the bottom. Like, what? Like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Anyway, what are the matches today? What's good? Bush versus Face Falcons. Steins versus Huntsman today. That's pretty good. I'm at Brooklyn. Face Falcons have 2 hard matches, and P7 versus Bush. There's some good games today. Wow. Looking at the groups, I think Group B is way harder than Group A, to be honest. I think Group A is way harder than Group B. Or I think Group B is way harder than Group A. Because P7, Bush, Brooklyn, and fucking, like, I wouldn't count out Cabal. Like, someone's gonna slip up in B, and it's gonna get real mixy. A is like pretty top heavy though. A is pretty top heavy though. How are P7 and Bush in the same group? That's a good question. I assume there's fucking points or something like that. Oh no, the seating for the groups is like, you know what I'm saying, but I think A is much easier than B. But I think the favorites should go through these, but we'll see. There's always some bullshit that goes down. I think unfortunately in NA, I think I don't know. Why does For Fun have so many fucking people coaching their team? For Fun has 3 coaches and an analyst? Like, brother, what? Why does Yuli, Geo, Mac, and Wake have so many people working for them? Why do they have 3 coaches? Like, what? And fucking Rayless, who can't keep my fucking name out of his mouth on fucking Twitter anytime fucking Tottenham lose. Now, I'm not trying to destroy jobs. I'm just wondering why a Challengers team has 3 fucking coaches and an analyst. I don't know if they're all getting paid or not. You know what I'm saying? They might be volunteering, and then fair enough. But I don't know if a Challengers team needs 3 coaches and an analyst. Probably my guess is like one of them's a S&D coach, I assume. And the other 2 run prac, and then Rayless is their analyst. I think the tough thing right now with COD is that a lot of pro teams are starting to realize that if you have a tool to just ingest the scoreboard and the kill feed, why do you need me to DM you? Why do I need to DM you? And then you have a tool that's built in Claude to like analyze the data, then like that's all you need. You don't necessarily need an analyst. You might as well just hire an assistant coach who does all the work of an analyst too, but like not really, because you've just kind of saved hours upon hours a fucking week. Yeah, but JP's an assistant coach. He's not a fucking analyst. You need someone smart enough to interpret it. If the coach and the assistant coach can't interpret the data, they shouldn't have a fucking job. Okay, I'm gonna keep it a buck on that. You shouldn't need, okay, like here's the thing, and maybe it's coming off harsh. I just think with the advent of LLMs right now, there's a lot of entry level stuff that like you don't need someone to collab that data. But like the coaches should have executive functions to be able to like both interpret the data, but also know where the wind's blowing. Like the coach and the assistant coach, for the most part, should be able to hypothesize the trends of their team on a given weekly, monthly basis and be able to back that up with data so that they can make the right action off of the data. If you can't do that as a coach, then you're not a good coach. If all you can do is identify problems, but you can't solve them, then like, I don't think you should ever be a head coach in the league. You're not ready. And unfortunately, guys, I hear this complaint a lot when I talk to, owners in the league. A lot of them, some of them are frustrated with the coaches out there. Like, as I've said, there's a bit of a coach gap. Like, I think Damon JP, I think, I think Crowder and RJ do this. I think Ray does this. Like, they're really good at, like, analyzing problems, solving problems. But there are a lot of coaches in the league. They get put under the blend of, no, I'm praising Damon. What are you talking about? I'm putting Damon in the box of, like, they've clearly shown they can get out of the fucking mire. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are coaches in the league that when I talk to owners, and they're like, I've just had a bad experience picking up these coaches where they're either glorified hype men who are basically con artists. So this is like a common thing, is like there are some coaches in esports that really don't understand the game at a tactical level, don't really understand man management, and all they're really good at is just like giving an inspirational speech and being a hype man. So they're not really a coach. They're not really a coach. They don't really know what they're doing. And then there's a bunch of head coaches that, like, when they're pressed by GMs and upper management, they really struggle to articulate how to solve problems. And then if you're like an owner or you're the GM, it's like, well, like, what's the point of your job then? Because like, I could see that. So, but you can't help like push the team in a direction to assist that. Like, you don't have a plan. And yeah, even if like some of that, if we're fucking about mid-round and S&D, it's tricky. Like, it's a tough problem to solve as a coach, but at least have a fucking plan, Listen, if you want to be an elite level head coach in this league, you need to be able to do a couple of these things at a high level. You don't have to be elite at all of them. You got to be able to have one-on-one conversations with players and be able to reset their direction. You need to understand and identify and create a tactical system in correlation with your players that you guys execute. You need to be able to help build game plans and set your players right with the right information going into a map. You need to be able to say the right things in the middle of a series to be able to try and push the team in the correct direction. And when things are not going well, you got to be able to like come up with a plan on how to get out of it. You got to be able to do like 4 of those 6 things. Otherwise, you're going to really struggle in a lot of situations. Like, I could be being harsh, but like that's a gap of coaching. Like, there is a skill gap in coaching. Yeah, this will look way better. for team names in table, we should just show the full name where possible and not have the abbreviation. With reasons. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys, dude. There's starting to become a real coaching gap in COD. Now that we're 6 or 7 years in, like, now that we're like decently into this, there are people that have really adapted and they understand what's required for them in their job, and there are people that are newer that are starting to figure it out, and there are people that like suck at their jobs, and that's why they're come and gone as coaches. You know, I'm not talking about the Eat song, but like they're just not good enough. No, I don't think you need to have been a COD pro, but like you need to be able to understand COD at like a super tactical level to be a head coach. Because the problem is these players, like, you're going to run into fundamental disagreements about how to play situations, like at a macro level, and you got to be able to break through that fucking ceiling. Like, you got to be able to get to a point where you can convince that player to play one way, even if they're not super confident in, because it's best for the team. Otherwise, you're just going to suck. Now, being an ex-pro like helps with that, but I don't think it's necessarily a requirement if you can, you know, be good in that combo. Okay. Variant to zone bars. Have zone bar on every row. Huh. What do I want to do with this? Go with A. Q3 row summary. Who plays the Seahawks? That's Spencer. Left 2-line summary, expected seed plus a big modial chip telling you the most likely seed. Yeah, let's go A. For Q3, let's go A. Q4. Okay. That's why JP and Damon dynamic works. Yeah, but here's the reason the JP and Damon dynamic works is that I think Damon's probably a pretty analog guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that Damon's sitting there like Damon's like a lot of old school guys, like they worked with a lot of feel. You know what I'm saying? Whereas JP can come in and really, again, like really validate Damon's thoughts or say, actually, the data says this. And I think that helps because you're getting all the perspectives. And I think then it helps Damon make the right executive decision, or it makes that group help with the right executive decision. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it really helps. I think Crowder and RJ do that a lot, which is really good. But Crowder's starting to get, like, I've talked to Chris. Like, Chris is trying to really get into, like, the nitty gritty of it. For by expected seed. Dot for empty cell. Mark line direction. Expected C directory with inverted Y shown. Mark line. Please. Cell decimals. Cell value integer shown. Alternative for top and C. Use integer for cell value. I don't need to see fucking like dot. I don't need to see like how far did into it. We're in our actions. We're row lifts. For row interactions. All right, there you go. HLTV tweet. Yeah, I saw that apparently none of his ex teammates thanked him because he just kind of dipped. Yeah, it seemed like that situation is a bit toxic then, if that's the case. I think this weekend CDL will be good, but I wouldn't be surprised you're excited for challengers because, you know, it's just kind of in front of you. Damon is not chill. In fact, I would say Damon's the opposite of chill. And that's probably why Damon's a good coach, because I think Damon keeps it very real with those guys. I don't think Damon sugarcoats anything to those guys, and I think they like that because he's very blunt. And Crowder's, I think, the same way. I think like that. You see it with a lot of You see it with a lot of elite coaches. Do you think that Bill Belichick and Coach Pop and who else? Nick Saban, or do they sugarcoat things? No. Like, you have assistant coaches to deal to like kind of soften the blow on the shit. Like, that's why you have a staff. But the head coach is like, it's discipline, bro. Flux and Joe, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know much about the Flux and Joe dynamic. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know. Am I streaming challengers today? We'll probably watch a little bit of EU Elite, but I don't think I'll be live for NA. I gotta play that Madden game with fucking Nub, and then I'm gonna make like dinner and shit. I got shit to do tonight. I do some Atlanta shit. I gotta get my fucking expenses done for my invoice for fucking phase. Oh, you know what I do need to check in on is fucking. I need to check in on a Rodecaster RMA. Haven't done that. Yeah, I agree with you. I should use the the commit. Daniel's on the Flink on Friday. Or on Thursday, sorry. To Thursday at 5 East. These are the topics that I think are going to be a majority of the convo, and then we'll probably take some questions. It'll be like an hour-ish. Like, I think this is a good list. No, I haven't done any prize pick plays for today. I don't really think we're doing it today. Not watching Bush. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. If I'm live watching NA Challengers, I'm getting 60 viewers. Well, if Tom ends it and everybody else is live, so it's just not worth it for me, guys. I'm sorry. Like, it's just, it's how it goes, bro. I've explained this a million times. I don't, the blood, I'm not crying about it. I'm not upset by it. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. And I gotta, you know, like I gotta stream the hours where I can maximize viewership. And when it's busy, like there's no point in me being live because other people are gonna watch those streams. Like, you know? Bro, Oliver, I'm gonna be real. I'm not gonna grow. Like, bro, I'm gonna be honest. But like, I have been doing the watch parties for a couple of years. Like, I'm not gonna be able to grow during those times. People are just not gonna want to tune in and watch my stream. They're gonna go watch Tommy's stream. I can't do anything about that. We have a lot of audience overlap, and unless Tommy stops streaming, like, there's just no growth opportunity if I overlap those hours. Maybe I can chip away 50 here, 40 there over the course of a year, but it's not worth it, bro. If I stream during these hours in the morning, you know, before a lot of those guys are live, like there's plenty of growth opportunities, you know? My average viewership's up this year, like quite a bit during these hours. Like that's a W. So when I'm live between the hours like 9 to 3, you know, 9 to 4, like it's good. I don't TC9 on that. Yeah, we could put it on there. Good call. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I mean, I agree, Oliver, but you have to also remember the other thing with the challengers is also then it's scouting film for fucking CDL teams. So if you stream, they're going to go back and watch your VODs from your scrims and actually be able to like evaluate you. It's a bit of a different situation. I've had challengers teams not getting paid. I don't, I think that got resolved though, no? They paid out, they caught up, they paid out everybody. I assume the problem is that Activision's probably paying them quarterly. Like, I assume the issue is that Activision is sending the quarterly checks for the challengers prize money and they just have to wait for that money to come in. Why would ESL Face It fucking be an interest-free if you're a tournament operator that's doing white or gray label for a publisher, why would you be an interest-free bank for the fucking publisher and paying out people with the money they haven't paid you yet? And I'm telling you, having worked with Activision before, like, their finance team moves like a fucking aircraft carrier. Any big corporations like that too. Unless it's a fucking, like, you're like in a sports league, like the PGA Tour. Those guys get paid literally 24 hours after a tournament. Okay. There's a sparkline. Summary. Ship hover. Runner action. Yeah, we'll talk about his list. We're gonna talk a bit about that. Rank play, I don't think the problem with rank play is Daniel doesn't control that. I don't really think that he's gonna be able to, you know what I'm saying? Undrilled. I gotta help a Claude here. Undrilled, let's include Elo. Next match. I want to see what else I want to do on this. I'm trying to think what I want to put on this drilled tooltip. I'm trying to think. We could put Glico. I could put the Glico in there, but that's gonna be confusing. Talk guys at 1, and actually moved it back about half an hour, so about an hour. Okay, I figure what I'm doing. Figure what I'm doing. Do. Yeah, we're doing it at 1 and fucking moved it back. What's good, Zodiac? What's good, Berto? Knicks winning tomorrow, hopefully. I mean, they fucking toss game too bad. Brunson can't play defense. Brunson's never been able to play defense, but the Knicks tossed that game by playing lineups where Brunson and one of Brunson or Towns always needs to be on the court. They need to stagger Brunson and Towns. Guys, but the problem with ranked is Daniel can't control that. The studios control that. If I ask Daniel this question, he's not going to give you, like, we talked about this with Zin. Zin made a good point. Like, there's no point asking Daniel questions about things he can't control. So let's focus on asking him questions about the things that he actually, like, can, like, have some degree of, like, say on, you know? Bridges and OG also need to be more impactful. I agree. Both of those guys. OG definitely is not 100% in the playoffs right now. Bridges is, like, very inconsistent. They also need to go to Towns more consistently throughout the game. The Hawks can't guard Towns. They literally cannot stop Towns. The Towns, they need to get Towns going. They did it in game 1. They got him going in the second half, and it was like GG's, you know? They controlled that whole game. It was the same thing in game 2, though. It's not like they were behind. Like, bro, they controlled the game in toss. Like, it's just... They started breaking in the second half. They couldn't make free throws. JP, I'm doing a big redesign of the fucking my fucking app right now. We're doing like a big redesign. Which is nice. I gotta talk to Easy Mac, by the way. I need to see if Austin's starting I need to see if Austin is I need to see if Austin is gonna start redoing his sheets in like a portal. I should text him right now. Let me do that. That's Austin. Would splitting MENA and EU hypothetically affect Major 3? Yeah, but that's like a future thing. What I had heard, here's what I've heard. What's good is that I think there's a real possibility they split ME and EU next year. It's so nice out. We should have golfed, but we're golfing tomorrow. Like, what? We're playing tomorrow. When's my game versus Nub tonight? For like a future format like that, I'm not sure. That's a next year problem. I mean, I would think for the formats you would. I mean, I would say this. I like instead of four auto qual spots, do an 8-team qualifier on Thursday for event. Like that would solve that problem, you know? The only thing is it kind of affects the number 1 seed in that group. So I'll make one change. I think it's gonna like the modal seed's interesting, but I just think it's gonna be weird when you see 2-1 and 2-8 type shit. Like I just think it's weird. I would rather it just show I would rather just shows the modal seed and then like the expected in the box. Yeah, these are topics for Thursday chat. Well, I'm texting Austin real quick. Brunson gets help tonight? I don't think they play today. They play today? They play Thursday. Yeah, they don't play till tomorrow. All-Star game, I'm not going to ask about fucking All-Star game. That shit is a waste of money, bro. I'm super anti All-Star game. You would have to convince me that I think it's a good idea because I think it sucks. No, nobody wants to watch that. The players don't want to play in it. It's a complete waste of fucking resources, honestly. If you want to do an All-Star thing, do an actual like Ryder Cup style thing. Like actually make it a nation versus nation thing, like a real like flushed out event. That in my eyes would also span a couple of different COD properties. Otherwise, it's just like. It's just not worth it, bro. What time is the cup? There's what cup? Trust me, a 44 snipers tourney is getting 10,000 views, bro. It's a waste of money. I have no idea, Gavs. I don't know fucking. You're not following UK politics, bro. The elite starts this afternoon. I think at 2 East Coast for EU. I think. Fuck, sorry, stage. Yeah, 2 o'clock. I mean, Mina's interesting. There's a lot of really interesting kind of mixed teams going on in this now. But I just don't like the fact that it's one region. They should have fixed this after stage 1. I don't. I think CDL fucked up, and they should have split the region out. And I think they didn't want to do it because of the Major 3 issue, but profit sharing, what do you mean for profit sharing? Think about the MTX stuff? I think we could ask that, but I don't know. I don't know if no, I'm playing Nub tonight. This is tomorrow. The Daniel thing's tomorrow. I would ask about the profit sharing thing. I just think we have a lot to cover on this show, and it's like one of those topics that like I don't really know how much Daniel can say publicly. Like he's not gonna go into like the splits. Like he's not gonna break down, you know what I'm saying? Like I think there's less profit sharing than you think there is, Reflex. I don't really know if there is at all. I think in fact they've now tweaked the MTX so you kind of eat what you kill. And that really hurts the teams at the bottom if they're not fucking putting together a good job. So I don't think the league is profitable enough yet for profit sharing. And to be honest, I think if there was I think I'm gonna be candid. I think Optic would be very publicly against profit sharing, and I think so would FaZe. So would Koi. So is iBuy is involved with Koi. I just don't think he gives a fuck about COD. Yeah, the players are pussies. and they don't want to get involved in this shit. And I think, for example, like, you know, I think like Chris Duarte made a good point yesterday on the show that, like, even when it comes to weapon GAs, like, the players are not, like, you look at what they actually are trying now on the NPC, and it doesn't necessarily, like, fix any of the problems. Like, they're just again, they're just not like organized, they're not disciplined. They're just immature fucking kids. And, like, they need to grow up, and if they want to take ownership of this stuff, they just need to they need to grow up. I don't know what else to say. They said it feels better, but that's the problem though. Is like this is the thing is like it's all the thing is like if you then look at the stats though, it doesn't really back up the feel part of it. And I think that was the point that Duarte was trying to make. Like Chris is saying, sure, but like when you look at what they've actually now banned, like it isn't going to improve or fix any of the theoretical complaints they have about the NPC. And like in a week or so, when people are used to the attachment, it's just going to be the same shit. Profit sharing with teams that want to spend too. Listen, I agree with you, JP. We shouldn't talk about profit sharing until a majority of the league is making money. Because then you're not profit sharing. You're doing rev share. There's a difference between profit share and rev share. Okay? Profit assumes everybody's making money, which they're not. Rev share, again, has also been like pretty tweaked in the CDL. There's no media rights deal for them to split money around. And the MTX stuff is, again, pretty much eat what you kill, which I think is the way it should be. You know what I'm saying? I don't think FaZe and Optic should be subsidizing Vancouver Surge. Okay? I'm going to run the bathroom chat real quick. Be right back. Quick commercial break. Is cereal a soup? I think technically yes. Now, do I think that the league can do a better job, or the Activision do a better job about, you know, like skin ideas, multiple drops? Sure. I think we'll talk about with Daniel on that on a future edition. The MTX stuff is tough because I don't think the league, I've talked to the teams. I have a very good understanding about how the MTX thing works. A lot I can't say publicly. What I will say is that I don't really know how much of it the CDL controls, and a lot of it is down to the studios. And the studios are not incentivized to make the CDL skins the best skins in the store. Okay, now if they had a boss telling them that that's the way it should be, you know what I'm saying? Like if someone like a Johanna Ferries, a senior executive at Activision Blizzard, was telling them that's our policy, then they'll follow, you know? But the studios are incentivized to, you know, drive up the MTX and the skins they design, and they're not going to give the CDL teams like the full playbook. And that's just kind of how it is. So there's a political problem there. But that's not stopping Optic and FaZe and Thieves from making some really good skins. Toronto making some really good skins over the last few years. So. I don't think all the camos are bad. I think the problem again is that I've talked to teams and they have had really, really good ideas. And then when they pitch it to the studio's like, that's a great idea. We can't allow you to do it, basically. You know, teams have gone to them and said, yeah, hey, we have this great animated camo idea and it would really sell. And they're like, cool. Yeah, we're not going to allow that. And like the teams know why it's not getting allowed because it would be too fucking good, you know? So how do you crack through that political issue? I don't know. Okay, that's internal corporate politics, you know? I don't know. Better. Go with 1A. Sticky team column. Now we should go with C. Yeah, we already talked about challengers, Daniel. Give me a second. I'm gonna show you what we did. Free FAB. DP side. Bottom right clears. Matching veto cards. Okay. Oh, I'm trying to go through this real quick. I gotta tell it to design hamburger. Keep it on the back of a comment here. Drop it because sub tabs. Get two. You should move all. Hold on a second. This is what we have for challengers. Splitting ME and EU regions. Talk about pro-ams. We were going to talk a bit about face admins. I want to save that for the next show. But those are like the two, I think, challengers parts that I think are the most. And the complete refresh the CDL site is also... I mean, the thing is I'm going to be real with you. I don't really know. That one is... Okay, so I'm going to tell you what his answer is going to be, which is, you know, they get involved with big decisions as far as admins, like that's on Face It. And that's not really an area that they control. I'm going to like distill what I think you would say. So it's not really a question. That's an Adam App question or an ESL Face It question. I don't really know how much else like the CDL could do, you know what I'm saying? Well, admins were bad on game battles, they're bad on Face It. Like admins are always bad. They're underpaid, sons volunteers, and like they're not that good. Expansion, we had it in here. We didn't really think it was like a worthwhile question. Because I don't really think he's gonna say anything. Yes, that is covered in this. That is covered in this. F4, subtab overflow. Personal. Here's 6. Show only. Show always. Q7 live. Keep live pill. Coloring. Primary lock. Q8 bump to 68 PT. Who's winning the elite? I'm not sure, Kara. What do you think? Did they really carry? Guys, I'm gonna be honest, Carrie. Your problem is CDL is going to have, unless you write it into the contract, which I don't even legally if you can do. They're not going to be able to dictate phase of hiring policy for admins. That's a very tough area for them to get into. And I'm sure if they were willing to pay more, they could probably get better admins, but it's already a shitty job. And like, EFG's gonna be incentivized to not, you're saying like, so just, yeah, the admin should be better. They should have better policy to enact. I think there's probably potentially a bit of an upper level directional issue that doesn't help. You know? But that's one of those ones where like, we could talk about it. I'd much rather do it post season though. Because I just don't really, like, without seeing the full picture of how the season ran, I would like to kind of dive into it with Dana over the course of 20, 30 minutes. I think it would work better in, like, a edition we do post-season. Because I don't think they're going to be able to change much in the middle of the year. Tap a card, or B, navigate to a detail match screen. Okay, according expanded place revealing... Let's do accordion. I don't want to do fucking... Seating drill panel. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. There's a lot of fucking questions and answers to. Holy shit. What time is that? Thursday, 5 East. I would take a CDL job for 6 figures, yeah. I have a number. I have a number I would do it for. I've told ESL Faces the same thing. I've told Tommy too. He knows that, like, you know, I've been approached in the past about these things, and like, I'm not going to take a big hit to do it. If I want to come back, I want to do it at a senior level. I don't want to come in at a mid-tier level. I think I really am passionate about the product. That's the areas I'd want to work on, but like, you know, will it fall into place eventually? I think so, but like, you know, yeah. Just frustrating when things are randomly changing every week. Like what? What's changing week to week? Lead times are different from every edition. Like, they change a lot this split though. 2 and 330 is where it's always been in EMEA. EMEA starts at 3 p.m. East Coast today, and he's at 7. I practice sometimes, but I don't have time. Now I'm gonna have more time now I'm back home, but I had literally no time when I was in New York. But it's whatever, bro. I'm just gonna keep working on it this season. The season's already gonna be a tough season. We'll We'll get it out for season 2. Season 1's all practice, bro. Plus, I'm just trying to get better for Madden 27, you know what I'm saying? Is there room for you to hop in there and call-ins? Yeah, well, we'll be doing plenty of call-ins. I don't know if Ray's going to be on today. It may just be me and Ant. The Bush episode, I watched a bit of it. I know they talked about my thoughts on the buyout thing with Lou. Yeah, when do you want to do it? When do you want to do it, Ant? I'm down whenever. All right, let me finish this piece and I'll get in cord. I get the Lou thing. Oh, the Bush HQ, we did watch it. It was a good video. The Lou thing, I understand where they're coming from. And Zinni made the same thing. It's like you can't sit there and kind of waive Lou's buyout because Vancouver and Carolina are just going to point to that and say we shouldn't pay you anything. The problem is what I have realized in a post-Trump world is that, and it existed before Trump anyway, is I operate when you see people like do what they're doing, being the lowest common denominator, they're just not rational actors. And if you tried to like base your thinking around irrational actors and take the high road, like it's just not going to work. And I just think for them that Carolina and Vancouver are always going to do shitty business. They're always going to try and pay zero for a buyout. But I don't think that Lou should get punished for that. And that was my point. It's like, I get it, but I personally don't like the fact that Lou is the one that suffers in this situation. That's my issue. Is like, if anyone that shouldn't in this situation have to hold it out, it shouldn't be fire. The future political problem for Bush or future buyout problems, all that is whatever. He signed a contract, I'm aware, with the assumption that they would deal with the team that would actually, you know what I'm saying? And maybe that's a thing for Bush going forward with how they structure their contracts. I just think forcing a player to pay a buyout is not how I would do it on an org side. If that's the way they want to do it, I understand their perspective. I fully understand why Bush feel the way they do. Okay, I'm not sitting here and arguing that they're out of pocket. I'm saying from my perspective how I would do it. You know what I'm saying? From my perspective, I would never pay. But Zips, the point I'm trying to make to you is that is just all, that is, no matter if they, okay, here's the problem, Zips, is I don't think their decision on this is going to change that at all. Vancouver and Carolina are always going to try and pay zero. They're always going to say, well, they have no money in the budget for it. They're always going to try and fugaze, no matter what you do on the Bush side. Okay? They're just always going to be what I would consider like doing bad business. Okay? And I just think like what's more important to me, if I were an owner, is making sure I do right by the players. Because then I feel like, then they feel like they left feeling great. Although I don't think Lou had any negative issues. I think Lou understood the situation. But I don't want the players to make stress of that. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I get their perspective on it and kind of where they're at with their business. And I understand it. For me, it's just like, maybe I'm old school in esports. Because this type of shit that like Sro would do, it's like, I'm not going to force a player to pay their own buyout. Like, we're just going to figure it out. You know? And yeah, I understand the perspective. Vancouver and Carolina shouldn't have league spots. Everybody agrees with that. But it's one of those really nuanced things over a couple $1,000s, and like I get it. I wouldn't do it that way, you know? Let me refresh this real quick. Looks applied. Q1, Q2. Let me join Discord though. Did the 1v1 owner end up paying the buyout? If that's the case, that's a W. If Lou got someone else to step in and pay it, and again they found a solution where Lou's got to put up zero, then I'm fine with that. I you know what I'm saying? Like my thing is just like I'm personally just not a fan of like punishing Lou in that situation. Like that's the perspective that like I think when I watched the Bush video, they're like, you know what I'm saying? Like I want them to understand that's where I'm coming from. It's like, can we find a solution where I feel like, you know what I'm saying, where I feel like Lou isn't the one that's getting screwed? You know, because candidly, I don't think that Carolina's really making any prize money. Okay, well, respectfully, who gives a fuck what Vancouver and Carolina think? They have no actual power in the league. Those are very, those are owners that don't really weigh in on decisions. They don't really do much in the convo, and no. So like, and honestly, if they go to war with Bush, they're going to lose the PR battle, and it's just an L they're going to hold anyway. Bush are going to win you know what I'm saying? And the Lou thing is definitely a bit of a unique situation. Like I said, my priority is always the players first. And I was just like, I don't want Fire to hold an L because it's really Carolina's fault. It's really Carolina's fault. And Lou shouldn't get punished for Carolina having a mismanaged fucking budget, you know? And giving Brian $0 to be able to institute a fucking buyout for a player. That's ridiculous. That's on Carolina fucking management, you know? Let me join Discord. Let's get this fucking show on the road. CoDCast. Yo. What's good?
What's good, brother?
Not much, man. Excited for the show. Did you make an outline yet?
Yep, I did.
Let me pull it up.
Figured some of the topics would be like 20 minutes or so I kind of reduced it to what we normally do, but they're good topics.
Let me see. CoDCast. We visit and discuss top 10 players. Yeah, we did a bit last night. We should do that. Then Falcons.
Yeah, I wanted to not jump in and talk about it, but like...
No, we should talk about it. We should talk about it.
No, I'm saying last night. I wanted to save it for today, but...
No, it's good promo for this. No. You're doing W content. You got on the show last night, talk about your list, and then we're continuing the convo on this show. This is the play.
I was gonna just wait, but I figured it was a good play. Yeah.
Is Infinite Reality still on the Ravens? Infinite Reality is now like Napster. I don't know. The people that own the Ravens are just... It's Fugazi a bit.
So we're going to talk about Falcons, Ben. I have something, at least that I saw, that I don't think anybody else has talked about yet, which is extremely problematic for them. And then we'll talk about the Surge, and then G2, which are a weird one.
Yeah.
Because I think they beat Optic and Scrims yesterday.
Yeah, but Optic were fucking about weapons in that scrim. I don't like...
Also, I don't have it on here yet, but we'll see how Optic does in this minor, and we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we should make a minor prediction thing. If you want to use
what bracket? That's what I was going to ask you, because I'm on breaking point. I can't make the bracket.
Oh, it's a great question. So if you go to BENJ's CDL tool site that I made,
what's the link? BENJ.
Here, like you on my stream right now? I'll send it to you. But if you,
I am not.
I'll get it direct. Where do you want me to send it to on Discord?
Could you send it to Name Zeus? No, the backup.
So we go to this, then you go to the make your own bracket section. You can make your own bracket on here.
The BENJ CDL tools site, we love.
And then you can like share the image. So I built this last night.
Right,
it was a pain. The problem is the CSS logic to make brackets is fucked.
How do I make my own bracket?
How do you make your own brackets? My fire alarm's going off. Just click the make your own brackets tab.
Oh, be safe, Ben. Get out of there.
Well, I'm gonna give it. I'm giving it 30 seconds. No, they probably just set it off in the fucking basement.
What do you mean? Get out of there.
All right. Well, I'll be back in a sec then.
Said I'll give it 30 seconds. Get the fuck out of there. Chat, this guy is addicted to the process. He's just going to sit there, let the fire engulf his floor, just talking about the financials.
I put the music back on until I get back.
No, I'm talking to chat. We're vibing. Claude got him. Yeah. What music did he turn on? You guys fuck with the music Ben plays on stream? It's not bad. It's a nice little chill vibe. Ben's got good music taste. I will give him that. Yeah, yesterday me and Ben played 9 holes, and I was kind of working on some stuff in my swing. On the 9th hole, it was downwind. I hit the best drive of my life, and it's just one of those things where, like, it's an up and down round. The rough was kind of thick, so I wasn't chipping that well, like high scores. You hit that one shot, chat, and you're just fully addicted. On 9, on the final, we only played 9, so on the 9th hole. Be honest, does Ben get bitches? I mean, I don't know. Ben's a pretty private guy. He could very well. He might. Zips, you said draw or fade? Yeah, random. On the best drive that I ever hit, I hit a fade. That was on 9. But like, if you're asking what I play, extremely random, bro.
Let me know where I'm back in. Let me know when your stream's live.
I was just talking about our round of golf yesterday. This guy said, "Do I play a draw or fade?" I said, "Random." All right, I'll go live now.
I said 0. I just hit 0 fairways in that round. I was punching out on every hole. It was actually pissing me off.
I was telling him you're playing. Ben was playing pretty good.
If I could hit it,
round, you were hooping.
If I could just hit a fucking fairway, I was chilling.
How mindful am I on any given day?
It was also insanely windy yesterday too. It was actually nuts. It was actually nuts how windy it was.
I was telling him I didn't have like a great round, but I hit the best shot of my best drive I've ever hit. So I can't wait to play again. I'm going live now, and I need your link.
Yep, I'm working on it right now. Let me just close a few things.
I got some new sunglasses, chat. That's why I'm fiending to be outside to golf.
Okay, let me send you my link.
Dude, Ray's been dodging us, bro. I think he doesn't like talking about the teams, chat.
Yeah,
or
but then like
busy.
what? But like what?
Or he's just busy, one or the other.
He might be busy, but like this is part of the business.
Facts.
Let me send you the link. Contractor link. You want to send it to your main, right?
Yeah. Chat, I haven't had a birdie in a while.
I just barely missed a birdie putt yesterday.
I think the last birdie I had was Glenn Ross at the tail end of last season.
I just missed that birdie putt on fucking 7 or on 8 yesterday, the par 3.
I had oh yeah, you did. You literally just
Up that fucking hill, bro. Dude, chat. The wind was insane yesterday. I'm sorry, but that was
really was,
that was
actually
nuts. I had a shot and saw. I hit a hybrid shot that probably normally goes about 205, and it probably went about 187. In the wind, it was nuts.
Now Ben had some nice recovery shots yesterday. Honestly, all the like pitch shots you had were like low-key really good.
Yeah, and they were all downwind pitch shots. It pissed me off because I hit pitches and they just kept fucking rolling up hills.
What up, Rob? What up, Mojo?
I had a really nice on that on 4. I hit that really good wedge and it just somehow rolled off the green. Like, brother, like.
Yeah, that was. Wait, the one where we both hit, like the one that's the downhill par 4 with the water on the right?
No, it's the one once you get to the top of the hill after the back-to-back par 5s. I remember.
Oh, we both had the same pitch. Both had the same shot, right? That one.
Kinda, but like mine landed on the green and rolled off somehow.
Yeah,
up the hill. I don't know how the fuck
like
that
the same
happened.
spot. It was just firm, bro.
But it was downwind though. That was the issue. The wind was also not like consistently in one direction. It was like swirling. And maybe it's always like that in mental, and I just never realized that. But like.
No, mental's hard, bro. It will like.
I feel like I'm like. That's very
around
firm,
the greens
Kevin.
is hard, and then tee shots are hard.
It's very firm, Kevin, but it was super windy, which made it tough. I just sent you my cam. You have it?
Yep, I got it.
Is your stream live?
Yep, I'm live.
All right, give me a second. Let me explain to my chat how this works, and I will be right back.
And real quick, what a pleasure. Any other final thoughts?
All right, chat. So here's what we're gonna do: is I'm gonna show you Nameless' stream here in a second. I'm also going to, we're gonna do like a shared chat if you're on Twitch, so you'll have my stream and his stream. But if you sub or resub during this, I'll shut you out in text. So make sure you do that. Just give me a second. I'm gonna turn off the music. I'm gonna hide my camera real quick because you see it on Ant's stream. And you're not gonna hear me for a sec, but you will hear Ant, and then we'll get this going. I appreciate you guys so much. It's gonna be a great fucking show today. Let me also update the fact that we're live. And Kevin, would appreciate the Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. I don't really give a shit about playing though, bro. If I win or lose, whatever. Where's my fucking GoXLR? There it is. Give me a second. We get this set up. All right, and
What up, Shreve? What up, Ben? Yo.
I sent you the shared chat.
You might have to do it again. It like bugged. I accepted it, but it went away.
I knocked it again.
There it is. It popped up this time.
I'm gonna bank an ad before we start.
Yeah, take your time. I'll go use the bathroom.
Let me run the bathroom real quick. Yeah, let me use the bathroom. We'll get this going. I think we got no Ray, guys. I don't think Ray's joining us today. It's me and Mr. Ant. How many points can you do a putt? 5 gifted is how it goes. I'm gonna be coaching the elite. Yeah, but the elite doesn't start for hours, bro. Ray's also, I think, taking care of a baby or something. Yeah, he had something else going on, so that might be what's going on. 10 gifts I've eaten up tonight, I bet. Grab over Dashy is incorrect. Ernie's playing pretty good, but
no, it's
we'll
not
talk about the list.
Everything that's opinion. Yeah, we'll go on it. All right, you ready? Let me start recording. Oh no, it's doing that glitch again. Hold on. I think in my memory on my PC is
what, where you click the record and it spins?
All right.
Yeah, it's OBS. I have that sometimes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the CoDCast. My name is Anthony, aka Nameless, alongside BENJ, Nissim. We're going to be talking about everything going on in the COD scene this week. We got the minor tournament coming up, and there's been some roster changes. We got to see these teams debut their first couple of attempts at getting some points. Some got better, some got worse, and some look like they're headed towards impending doom. We will get into all of that. But to start things off, this weekend became a pretty hot topic. Puckett tasked me with making a top 10 list. And, I was trying to make criteria, opinion. Our opinions are flying around on social media about the list. I spent quite a bit of time on it, and I openly embrace any debate. And so that's what we're here to do. Just kind of talk about it with you guys. I hopped on the flank last night and talked with him about it. And so we'll kind of piggyback off of that. But yeah, so this is what the top 10 I came up with for the audio listeners who haven't seen it. Simp 1, Mercules 2, Joe Deceives 3, Abuza 4, and Scrap 5. And I think that's where the MVP race currently is at right now for me with those 5. And then 6 is Shotzi, 7 Rencor, 8 Ghosty, 9 Dashy, 10 Neptune, with honorable mentions of Hook, Hydra, and Kips, with all 3 of them not making it for various reasons. So I'll kick it over to you, Ben. You tell me what you think of the list, what you would possibly change, and then we can get into it.
I think your top 5 is pretty good. I think Simp and Merc is really, to me, the MVP race right now. But as Steve's improve, I think Ernie will probably work his way in. Joe's having a disgusting season. I think Abuza is playing at an all-star level. And I think if the all-star voting was today, I think he may make that team 1 over Scrap, which would be really interesting. I think the tough thing is always when you make top 10 lists is 6 through 15 can be really tough because you're trying to weigh out stats over like impact. And I would personally, for me, as good of a season as Rencor's having, I would slot him down in order to fit Hook on this list. I don't mind Paco being just outside the top 10 right now, although he'll probably work his way in.
Yeah, he's on it
will
now.
Probably potentially work his way in. The one thing I think in particularly miss is just Kyler not being in the top 10. I know his S&D stats aren't good. The response stats are good, but the impact he brings to his team, what he's executing at his current level, like the human UAV element while being a sub player, I would put him in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, I struggle with that, right? Because this is the top 10 players. They all have a massive impact. And I was listening to the flank last night, and I heard them all. Haggy had them all list their top 10 players. I think Tom had Hook down at 10. When you really start to actually list your players, it's difficult to have him above some of these guys. If you're wanting to boot Rencor out, I think that is completely unfair to him. The amount of players, guys, that get dropped for not being able to put down damage and to get kills is astronomical. No matter how much you want to say Hook impacts the game more than Rencor, it is all tied to his team. And I'm not saying that doesn't make Hook an incredible player. He's an astounding talent, an amazing player. And in stage 2, he was unbelievable. This is a list based on the entire season, from the start of week 1 qualifying matches through the majors until now. If we were talking like just stage 2, Hook was top 10 in stage 2. But we're talking the whole season. You look at Hook's stage 1, and listen, this isn't like me crapping on Hook. Like I'm like, I want to put that out there. Hook's a phenomenal player. How do I get to like his just straight up stats for the first stage on here?
Wait, which stats you trying to find?
I want to find stage 1 stats on the Breaking Point website.
Go to event stats.
Event stats. For all of stage 1. Okay, so in the Major 1 qualifier, Hook was nowhere near as good as he was in Major 2 qualifier. Yeah. And on top of that, Hook's 0.8 in S&D. And like I said, this isn't all based on stats. It's not. But there are some things that hold Hook out of it. He had a huge surge in stage 2, 0.8 in S&D. And obviously all 3 of his teammates are insane. So the one thing you can say for Hook and to put him in a top 10 is the guy's arrow's insane. Other than that, you can't really back it up with anything other than I think he's ridiculous, which I do too. That's why he's honorable mention in number 11, but I couldn't bump him out for Neptune. Neptune's the Major 1 MVP. He's been ridiculous. Dash's consistency has been unbelievable. One of the best snipers we have in the game. And I think he's having a ridiculous year in general. Ghosty, all the same things you could say about Hook, Ghosty also has. I mean, he has amazing comms. He plays the objective, which Hook does not. In hardpoint, at least, Hook's the bottom 2 percentile of hardpoint time. I get it. He has an amazing arrow. That is partly due to him being able to play that way. Rencor's job is to get kills, to slay. He does that at the highest level in the league, rivaling Scrap, rivaling Abuza. These guys have all been ridiculous. And then Shotzi, S&D is a 1.2. We know what he brings to the table. So for me, I struggle to put him over any of those players. Certainly not the 3 players on his team, neither Ghosty or Neptune. I mean, it's just difficult for me to boost him into there. So I guess the one player people could argue would be Rencor, but at the same time, Rencor is absolutely insane. If the stats do really buff for one person, it is Rencor.
Yeah, I mean, I think the tough thing that people are having with Rencor is just, this is the classic thing with COD is like people just think they're just an aberration of a team. Like they're playing well online, they go to an event, and it's like a percentage of that, and so they're getting discounted for it. But I still think he's contributing. The issue is always having done a million of these top 10 lists is like you start to realize that the first 5 or 6 are like pretty easy. And then it's like very subjective for the next 7 to 10 guys.
I think it's pretty easy to do the 10 this year. I agree with you. I think you're spot on, but I don't think it's.
But you say that as if you had to struggle with Kyler. So how are you saying it's easy?
I had a struggle with Kyler because I know he has a big impact. But then when you recognize, like, okay, if we're doing a season top 10 and you're putting all these players on an island and for their individual performance on the season, you cannot put Hook above Rencor. Like in my mind, there's just no way. Just given the body of work that they've had, and like. It's hard. I know a lot of people are struggling with like, but I watch Optic and they're winning all these games and he's doing all these amazing plays. Well, yeah, you're able to do that when you have an insane team. And he would do those types of plays on other teams. Would those teams find the same amount of success? Absolutely not, because they're not Optic. You know what I mean? So it looks better. And he is invaluable to that specific team, 100%. But I don't know. Rencor's job, he's doing at an absolute S play. He's overperforming his job. Rencor's team's good, which is why they're currently qualifying for champs. But I don't hate anybody who has them like around like 9 or 10 area. It just depends on what you value. Like him over Dashy, which I personally think's insane, but I could see that perspective. But if you have him above like 8, I think you're either one pandering or you're just lying.
Yeah, I agree with that. The tough thing that I think is going to be really interesting on stage is Dan and Nep. If gentlemen start playing better, like I think Nep may shoot back up this list if they worked their way to top their higher at this event. And same with Dan, was really good in Major 1. I think Dan didn't have a great stage 2.
No, Dan.
But I think I was just
going to intercept there. Dan, the last month and a half, Ben, has been ridiculous. Yeah. So when they were looking on the outside in of qualifying, everybody was kind of shitting the sheets. Dan was dragging them through those series to qualify them for the play-in. He was ridiculous. You can go take a look. But Dan this year has been insane. And I think just everything he brings to the team as well. The same things you would discuss with Hook, which gets him to 11th here, Dan also has in his, I guess, intangible repertoire. And then his stats also are absolutely absurd. So, yeah, Dan shocked me though. I kind of like a couple weeks ago, we like teased this idea. I didn't think Dan would be in it, but he's just remained consistent.
Yeah, no, I agree. Dan is consistent. Dan has been sort of, I think, their floor as a team. I think their X factor is Sib at the moment. I
agree.
But Dan's the AR that like provides a consistent floor for them.
So I want your take, Ben. So Joe Deceives at 3. I'm pretty firm in having him at 3. What are your thoughts on that? There was some pushback when I hopped in the flank on Joe at 3. I think most of them had him 5 or 6, which I think is like actually objectively wrong. But I'm curious to hear your take.
Can you repeat that real quick?
I have Joe at 3, and on the flank, a lot of them were saying like he's 5 or 6. I think that is absolutely that's ridiculous. What is your thoughts on Joe's placement on this list?
Joe is playing at an unbelievable level right now, and he's a big reason why. Like, I know like Kips has come in and played really well, and like Jamie had a great Major 3 event, but like if you dive into Joe's stats and just watch how Toronto plays, like Joe is playing at a level that we would put like Hydra back in the day in top 3.
100%.
Like I just think people are just punishing him because he's in that Toronto situation. But like, if I think this 5 is perfectly fine. I think Abuza over Scrap is fine. I think Joe in front of Abuza is fine, and I think Sim Merc 1-2 is like fine. I don't agree with my hosts about knocking Joe below the 2 ARs.
Yeah, I mean it's been an AR meta up until this point, which obviously everybody gets graded based on all of that. Which Shotzi's probably higher. Like in terms of straight stats, Shotzi probably wouldn't be in the top 10. He'd be close. He'd be 10 or an honorable mention if we were going straight up off stats. Same with Neptune actually. But they both made it obviously huge impact in the search prowess from Shotzi, and then Major 1 MVP in Neptune. Who do you think has room to move up on this throughout this split, including the honorable mentions, or maybe somebody not even on it?
I think Paco is someone that can move up quite a bit on this list, and same with Nap. I think with this meta, the sub players I think have a lot more room to grow in this list, because like we haven't really seen a Hydra takeover stage, but with Thieves' a soft schedule, the fact that I expect him to start playing better, I think you'll pop in. Like I think Nap, with the way that he plays, could really benefit from this. I think Gentlemates are starting to play a little bit better. Yeah, that's hard to say. I think the ARs are all like, I don't see like a Boozer getting worse, Scrap getting worse, Merc getting worse. Like they're all gonna kind of hold, but there might be some disruptors coming in from the SMG level.
100%, I agree. And then to the I want to address the Draza fans as well, because I personally think Draza is insane. I think he is kind of like Hook though. The ability to play a certain way based on the people around him. And he's playing his role to a T. I mean, the guy's got great comms. You know, he makes huge impact plays. Like everybody's gonna remember the Scar overload in the grand final, the plays that he was making there for them. Like he's invaluable to that team. Abuz is outperforming him, and these guys on this list have just been generally more consistent. So it's difficult for me to thrust him into that spot. And then the Kips one, there were some fans, I wanted to address that as well, that think he should be in it. Kips' overload, like he was one who really stats and time held him out. Yeah. Obviously, he has a huge impact, whereas all the 10 top players do. But his overload is, I mean, he's 30th in overload, and he's very good at everything, and he's like kind of a jack of all trades. So that's the reason he's an honorable mention, because his versatility, sniper, SMG, and AR. If his overload got a bit better, or if they started to have a little bit more team success, then I think he could be thrusted onto this. But as stands right now, I can't put him above any of these guys on this list, or Hook or Hydra for that matter. Straight stats, Hydra would be top 10. He's had a bad arrow this year. I mean, there's been probably 6 or 7 times I've pulled up a VOD on here where Hydra's the guy that's made a bad play for them. So there's room for him to grow. But that's why these guys are kind of altering the outside, looking in as
but we've listen, having done a lot of these for like Breaking Point, like Draws is someone. In this season, at the end of the season, if say FaZe win champs or they get runners up and to play at this level, like he will work himself into the top 10.
Yeah.
But, you know, right now, Major 1, he was very iffy online, pulled up and played really good at the event.
Mm-hmm.
Major 2 online, he was super up and down until the end, then had a good event. So if you're just including just land stats, I think you would probably put him in the top 10. When you factor in the whole season, he's been an X Factor player and has just shown up when needed for the team. But he keeps 100%. Doing that. Like he keeps doing that in Atlanta. I think it's going to be tough to ignore at some point, and he'll work himself higher in this combo. It's just how it goes for a player in the role that he's in.
Yeah, I think Ben just kind of, explained that perfectly, right? Like, I think when you're doing a list like how I am for the season, it's a lot of people, it's easy to be like, well, all that matters is land. Well, yeah, then make a land list. You know what I mean? This is a season list where everything matters. And, in the grand scheme of everything, it's all qualification towards champs. And, you take them off their body of work, which I don't even know the actual number, but like, it feels like 70% of what we play is online, if not a little bit more. So, I mean, if we're weighing those things like equal, then to me, like I said, I'll openly embrace any debate when it comes to this. And
I agree with you. No, finish your thought.
I was going to say, if Hook had a better stage 1, guys, he would have been on it, but I firmly believe he's on the outside right now looking in.
I think for the Joe thing, like I think you guys again you guys are kind of missing the context here. Again, I don't need to re-explain that one. And then I think I will say this, and the last kind of comment is 04 is a weird player on this list because he obviously fried and was the MVP of the event, but he played like a majority of the matches coming into that, like through the whole season, not playing at a high level. So he may actually potentially, to answer your question from earlier, have the most room to grow.
So
because like another really solid stage might now kind of pull him like 10 spots higher.
So I could share some players that were like considerations that didn't make it. 04 was one. I spent quite a bit of time deciding if he would be an honorable mention or not. But like, I think you just kind of explained it. Like he was a bit inconsistent and the online play kind of hurt him. And then there's a couple other players just like isolated that have just been performing really well, but like team success held them back, and like land performance. Lurks has been insane. Obviously couldn't make it here, but he is in the top 20. I think team success kind of hurts him, and then obviously the LAN performances aren't the greatest. And then even online, they've been like fringe qualification playing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's tough. But we got a lot of good players this year, man. We really do.
Someone in chat said Cell's a player who
So,
has
yeah.
been pretty good. I mean, S&D had a bad stage 2, but like again, his team got back-to-back top 8s. Like, you know.
Yep. So the MC
he's
one,
top 20, but he ain't top 10. You know.
yeah, and MC's probably closer to 20 than he is 10. And the reason is for MC. You guys know I love MC. I think he's insane. I spent a lot of time talking about how good that guy is at Call of Duty, but there's a couple parts of this. Like their team loses their minds on LAN, and he's a huge part of it, and it shows up in the tape. And he was like the worst S&D player last split, like legitimately the worst. So it's
team.
difficult.
I mean, they have a lot of bad S&D players. Is the only thing I would argue. I think him and fucking Exon are tied for fucking dog shit tier S&D last split. Together at the hip, those two.
Yeah. And then
that's a key reason why and we'll get to Falcons probably next. That's a big reason why this team is not realizing their potential currently.
Yeah, and then the last thing we'll talk about here is Super one. Super is around the 15 mark for me. Super didn't make it to me because of one, the LAN performance, like low engagements. Also, like Sniper is extremely good taking over games online. Didn't see the same exact impact on LAN. And then on the second side of that is he's just like not as involved in putting out as much damage as Rancor.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, Super just barely to make it. I think Rancor's been better than him throughout the entire season. I think Super had a huge surge of performance in the stage 2 online qualifying split, where Rancor's been ridiculous all season long. So yeah. Yeah, I think the switch about Rancor is pretty insane. I still firmly think he should be top 10 for his body of work this year. You guys are absolutely hating on Rancor chat.
I think people are hating on Rancor. That's one thing I'll back in on. I'd say where you put him in 6 through 10. Again, there's a lot of interpretation. I was always said that 6 through 10, but I think people are punishing him a little bit unfairly.
We just have to.
Are you gonna keep doing this list every month, or you're doing it every split? Like,
I'm gonna do it every split, I think. And I think the last thing I'll say is like, you guys gotta remember, I've laid it out for you. I've broken it all down. You cannot just say like, oh, stats aren't everything. Some players that there's so many players that get dropped because they can't put down damage and get kills in their role in their team. Rencor is one of the guys that does that S tier level. Like some players are gonna demand a spot, and Rencor is just one of them, right? Like Shotzi demands a spot based on his impact in his play and has some like qualifying stats to back it up. It's just a combination of everything. So yeah, I think that's just like the key factor with him. But I don't know. Is there anything else you want to discuss about the top 10?
No, let's move on.
All right, let's move on to a juicy one. The Falcons had an 0-2 start. Last week on the CoDCast, myself and Ray Rambo, and really for the last month, I've been saying they need to keep their team. I fear they compromised their team with the trials, man. I think I'm on your side now. I think you were right, but I don't think you were right initially. Once they started the trials, you became right. And they compromised their team. What do
how that works.
Yeah, what do you think they need to do? What are your thoughts on their performance this weekend? Because the match versus FaZe got kind of close, but I feel like they gave themselves 10 chances to win and then threw it all away all 10 times. So tell me your thoughts on their performance and like kind of where they go from here.
Well, click map vetoes. I want to be tipped because like people were like, well, going on the weekend, they're like, how will this series play out? And I was like, yo, they're just gonna ban. The way this is gonna ban is like they're gonna just play the old maps because neither team seems to want to play the new maps. FaZe double ban Gridlock across the weekend.
Because Gridlock's not good.
Like a chance, and then like it gives Falcons a little bit of a chance. They got ran on that Colossus. FaZe are like, dude, would you consider FaZe maybe the best Colossus team in the game right now? Like
what, Colossus Hardpoint?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you saw what they did to Optic in the final. How did they see what they did to Optic in the final and then let's pick Colossus? That's insane.
Because Falcons just go for the energy map one fucking cheese. They just think that they can now. And that was what they were doing a lot in stage 1. But I think FaZe played that. The way that the pace dead FaZe played map 1 in this, in the same way we saw them when they played Saki Hardpoint, it's gonna be real tough.
Oh
but
yeah.
I want to close the vetoes for a second. The Fringe I thought was well played out of Falcons. I was talking to Clay, and they really played a lot of search. Chow's a lot of shit over the course of the weekend. That was a well played Fringe out of Falcons. I think FaZe made a couple of mistakes, but I wanted to more. Falcons were very disciplined. Didn't give FaZe fucking anything.
Exit was good.
Yeah.
He was good.
Well, this is the problem for Falcons is we saw it a bit in stage 2. They are really good at getting these series to 1-1. But they are this is where they lose map 3s and 4s and get 3-1 on bad mistakes. They should have closed out this score overload. They let FaZe cap and then win an OT at the end. They kind of fumbled that. And then the score hard point was a very awkward map. If you watch the mini map in that map, the amount of like weird ass split spawns, and it's not saying that split spawns were like shouldn't happen, but they were happening because of kill timings. And it was just an odd map. But Falcons made I think a number of questionable decisions at the end when they could have won that map. Like if you want to really drill down to the end of it, like
we'll watch some VOD on it because I agree with you, Ben. They gave themselves like so many different times to like ice the game and just kind of threw it away. And it was the same thing kind of with the overload, like the sustain that Simp had by Motel Stairs. It's like, dude, we just got to clean them up faster. So let's pull up the VOD and let's kind of watch what Ben's talking about a little bit because I got some. I haven't shown Ben yet, but like it's plays like this. Like we get down to the end of the game here. Let me mute the casters. And I remember watching this live. I haven't watched this yet. I found the spot. So right here, we know how many times I talk to you guys, like the end game setup here, right? Like, okay, we can just trap them back green on rotation P2, give ourselves like a good position. So right here, right, when they flip these out, let me rewind a little bit more so I can discuss with you guys as it goes. So 4 people alive. We kill one inside of Deli. We kill one, or Celium's going around. He kills the guy in blue. That's anchoring. We kill the other one, Deli. And then bam, 4 dead, right? They're all back green. We have them absolutely blended. All right, Celium's watching the deep white wall pinch. Obviously, they're not going to be there just yet. As soon as this guy dies, why does MC not go up towards P2? There's 19 seconds left and like help out, or at least go Deli to watch mid cut. He's just holding this far wrap back, and you see they get into like this stagnation on rotation to P2, and it's just not clean. Right. And then like 3's like, okay, 3's like, okay, I got to go all the way back around to P2. All right, sounds good. And it stops them from getting like unobstructed time and like a clean setup. And keep watching how this plays out. So then exit spawns behind. He's like, okay, I got to pick up this wide pinch. Right. He goes all the way around and it just like gets awkward. We're not getting clean time here. They should be getting, for lack of better words, fucking blended if you're FaZe. Right. This is like the good teams do this. This has already been 15 seconds of white time. They should be like on game point right now. So like to me,
but here's what they should do though. I want to actually like what they should to back it up, because I don't mind that if required, you still need to hold this pinch. The problem to your point though, is that they're spawning back green, but we're not watching the cut. We have no idea if anyone actually.
You know who should be watching mid cut, Ben? Celium. He should be, as soon as 3 dies, he should be jumping down and he should be getting ready to trade this.
Yeah, they should double store, and then when fucking AG comes off a spawn, he has to pick up pinch, fucking so be it. But like they need to set layers here to get info. I 100% agree with you.
Yeah, this is just like it bleeds into the P2, and this is the stuff that I was showing you guys after the LAN. Like it's a combination of like they have these rules of like how they want to play stuff. And like when everything goes right and everybody's getting kills, it's so good. It looks so amazing. But when they're not, and it's like a dogfight and you're fighting another team that's really fucking good that can kill, this is what it looks like. And now look, they get overwhelmed here. They don't get any of this time. And obviously ends up coming down to the wire, but you could have just iced the game. I think that the Falcons camp is, I mean, this is something that I would have been okay with seeing at Major 1. I mean, we're in the Major 3 split. I'm just not okay with seeing it at this point. Especially on a map that's been out.
Yeah, it's just tough. And then they kind of fucked the end game situation. It's like, again, this is my thing with Falcons. It's just they do a good job, I think, like getting in these hardpoint maps and really controlling the flow. But when they need to make plays for the win, they've really struggled this year at that. They're just not really super clean at it. Mm-hmm. And this is one where, look, I don't know if they win the Plaza SND after they win this map. You know what I'm saying? We saw them play Plaza earlier in the weekend and they got fucking boop ops. You know, and I expect FaZe to be a good search team. Like, but like, man, like they really should have forced this to 5. FaZe were getting cooked for a majority of this map, if I remember. Like they got outslayed. Like FaZe got outslayed pretty badly, right?
Well, no, it was kind of back and forth. The thing was just all the kills came in on the Grandma's Hill. Falcons had a couple of really good Grandmas. But I'm just even mind blown that they lost here. Like Nade comes in on the Kismet. It's just so much going wrong. Even on the rotation towards here. Like Exit's making an awesome play here. Like applying pressure. The nade comes in from Celium. Like, bro, everything's just so unlucky. Like it's just like
it's so unlucky because MC, like, I'm sure someone's yelling for a trophy, so MC goes back, throw a trophy, throws a shitty trophy, and then Exit doesn't really hold this very aggressively, and it's like it's all, bro. And Dylan and Tash talked about this yesterday. Like when you're playing as bad as they are, like every decision everybody makes is like the wrong decision. It feels like
it is.
Like, you're just so in your head that like everybody's just fucking tweaking.
Yeah,
and like they're just not trusting shit. So. And yeah, I mean, it's tough with Falcons because like going into the stage, last stage, they were a very good respawn team. Their overload's been pretty good all year. They were probably like a top 4 overload team on the season. Their hardpoint is very good last stage if you remove lane.
Very good.
But the one thing they have sucked at all year is S&D.
Mm-hmm.
You're coming to stage, you're like, okay, they'll adapt to this new SMG thing, play a pace. The hardpoint's been really iffy these first 2 matches. The S&D, they split. And the overloads, they've split. And it's like, now it's like, bro, it's like, what do you do? It's like, you can focus search, but now your respawn's falling off.
Now your respawn's falling off. Yeah, it sucks, man.
I just think they just kill, bro. I think, and this is why I said with the trial thing, it's like, I think they have made a lose-lose situation even more of a lose-lose situation now. Yeah.
You remember
they
what
already had to make a tough choice, and they made the choice even tougher now.
Yeah,
what they've done in the last week.
You remember what I said before the split happened on the last episode? I said, and basically, when you decide like we're making a roster change, it's because you're deciding we can't fix something, right? That's how roster changes happen. And every roster change I've made has, more or less been that. Like, I don't think I can get him to do this, or we can't fix this. So when they decide to like trial QK, it's because they think, okay, we can't fix our S&D. And the decision makings out of these guys, and we're gonna commit to this roster change. They don't commit to it, so like to run it back, you're kind of like it's an admission of like we're just okay with where we were and hoping that this is enough, and that we can like marginally improve, right? So the decision from the jump was just already not good, and then the trials obviously compounded the issues that they've had, and there's clearly been an over focus on S&D. So if they I don't know, man. I don't know. I just, with all the other teams getting better, with the new maps getting added and those teams growing, I don't know if Falcons can get back to where they were pre-Major 2.
Let's be honest about this team, Hard Truths. And I'm also going to be hard truths about the org. And if people at Falcons feel otherwise, feel free to contact us. We'd be happy to have you guys on. They were always an awkward team fit. When you looked at this initial roster when it was built, we didn't know what we have with Exit. He doesn't really have an identity as a player. AG's got a very distinctive play style they have to play around. MC's always got concerns. As talented as he plays too fucking slow. And Kids can be the bulldog, but you don't always get the bulldog from Kids. And sometimes you get the one that's a fucking chihuahua. And then you put that all together and you're putting Kids on the AR. You're like, I don't know. Communication, I don't know. And I think they were playing decent, adapted to this game like pretty well off the rip.
Yeah.
But then you start to see now how the puzzle pieces don't fit. And then you get to a point where after the stage 2, you're like, I think this team should make a change. But here's the problem with Team Falcons in almost every esport. This is not just a specific Call of Duty complaint. Like this is, you follow Falcons in all the esports, it all kind of summarizes to the same thing, which is the way they make decisions about rosters and players is super top down from upper management, which I assume also is also coming from their investors as well, right? And it's tough in some esports like COD because normally on these big orgs, like the player coach is driving a lot of that roster change, and then management is signing off if they don't have a hard veto, but they're letting those guys and gals kind of manage that process, right? And they help with buyouts or whatever. But I think that's the problem with Falcons now is it's like
too much managerial influence.
Especially the awkward situation that's here where there isn't a good, like it's not a clear roster change situation. Whatever decision they make is a lose-lose. They've decided to kick the can on it and hope that it would like work itself out. But I think they cooked the chemistry with the trial and then pump faking it. And now they went 0-2. Like you just got to rip the Band-Aid off at this point. And I don't think they're going to. I think my prediction is that they're going to run this roster back this week. And I think that if they don't get top 4 at this thing, like the pressure's only going to build externally on this team to do something about it because they're not in a great standing spot. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe Carolina won't get their shit together and Falcons won't lose enough ground that like they'll still be in it in the 8th spot going to the next stage if they do end up actually making a roster change and punting like all the way to the end of it. But if Carolina figure it out and outplace Falcons significantly at this stage, Falcons will go into the last stage of the season in 9th.
100%.
Which is not where you want to be.
Yeah, so I think like I kind of gather from what you're saying, basically everything I've heard from the Falcons camp of like, there's just like a type of team that they want. And like, obviously it seems like they want, you know, Saudi representation on the team. And there's a lot of influence from, you know, higher ups, which can make roster changes and stuff difficult, especially like thing like a forced trial, which we don't exactly know where that came from. If that was, you know, from higher up or not. Like Ben said, we'd love to speak with somebody from Falcons if they ever want to hop on. But yeah, it does seem like this was kind of a miss on the Riyadh Falcons organization side, handling this moment in time for their roster. But I agree with you. If they don't have a good minor, they're kind of screwed. And this match being as close as it kind of was, it might, you know, give them a little bit of hope to run it back for this minor. But if they get outplaced by Carolina, I mean, let's go look at the Falcons schedule coming up. Like maybe it gets a bit easier for them. But they are in a very precarious
They're on the
position.
face side of this minor group, which is going to be real tough to run that back.
So they have Surge,
you gotta
Miami, and Cloud9. And like Cloud9 should be a win, but like you probably for them, like they need to win all 3 of these, right? Like, like this isn't like a we need to win 2. They need to win all 3 of these matches.
2 and 3 is fine.
2 and 3 gets you in.
It just yeah, but like you're not the difference between 3 and 2 and 2 and 3 and what group you get into. It's like super hard to predict. You obviously want to win all 3 to get the points, but like yeah. So like I like they want to win 3 straight in order to go in this event just for the sake of their fucking mental. But like they lose one, they say to Miami, but they beat Vancouver and C9. Like it's not going to convince anyone that they're better, but like I'll have some actual fucking momentum going into the event.
Well, this match doesn't look easier anymore.
I'm not as sold on Vancouver. We'll get to that.
Yeah, that's our next topic. This match is a fucking banger. Falcons Miami. I actually can't wait for that match.
Yeah, and then C9 they'll body, but it's like you don't want to go 0-4 and then you get a pity fucking match in the stage, and it's like, well, we played a C9 team that's basically a fucking amateur team. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. I think they cooked their team chem. I think they've got to make some tough decisions, and they got to do it soon. They may just fucking keep kicking the can on it, and it's going to cook their situation. And long term, man, and I talked about this yesterday on the flank, they're heading towards a very difficult decision of like, we've got so many Saudi prospects. It could be good. Don't know if they'll pan on the CDL. Do we go in that direction? Because that's what our core goal is as an org, or do we want to go let Sal recruit his boys and make the fucking super team?
How do we know what their core goal is? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because when
we don't.
To me, when they signed Sellium, it said we want to win now. But like every action that they've taken, like with this roster so far, hasn't, like, I guess with the trials and everything, hasn't.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
When they signed Sellium, you didn't say they were trying to. You didn't think they were trying to win now.
They're still trying to win now. The problem is that if I had to make a read, I've been in the scene long enough. I think I have a pretty good read on this situation. I think they're trying to give Exnet as much time to develop as possible. The problem is that it's getting to a point where like he's just a net drag on this team compared to other players. He's the obvious weak link to drop. The problem when we drop Exnet is
obvious. I don't know.
I mean, who would you drop?
I mean, it just depends on how their practice is going. Because like we saw in the last split, they were really good online. Like their matches, and Exnet was playing great.
Yeah, I don't
know if it's as much as online. It all depends on how their practice is going, because obviously going into
been
LAN,
the worst player at LAN, and neither is AG has been that good. In fact, none of them have been that good at LAN.
None of them have been.
Exnet's been their worst player, and the problem is that if you drop Exnet, if you bench him, I think they super piss off all the MENA fans and probably some people within the org that are again super invested in developing Exnet.
Yeah.
Right. But if you drop AG, I think you lose a lot of confidence out of kill and selling Kiss, and you kill your team. Essentially for doing that. Like they have again put themselves in the lose-lose situation.
Yeah, they have.
I would say of the two options, unfortunately, they've got to prepare themselves for the Exon drop because it's the one with the least resistance. The AG drop and bringing QK in, I just think this team will still underperform. So it's like, I don't know. They're in a very tough spot and they haven't really helped themselves out.
I mean, I could see it from like their perspective where like, okay, if we drop Exnid and we don't start winning, that is, I mean, and they just remain the same. I mean, that'd be awful for them, especially with like how important Exit is to that, region. You know what I mean? So it has to be for the right player. So yeah, I think you're right. I think they'll run it back and just try to figure it out. And yeah, ongoing story. We'll revisit this after the minor, but they desperately need a good minor tournament, like a top 4 guys, just for morale and to get a little bit of pressure and the cat off some of their backs. But let's keep it pushing. The next team that we need to talk about is a team of success story this week, the Vancouver Surge. The Surge turkey out there is happy somewhere. 2-0 start. Nero has fixed most of their issues seemingly, and this meta really suits their team. What are your thoughts on the Vancouver Surge and their ceiling as somebody who has not been a fan of that camp since the start of the season?
Well, my result is they had a great week, but they played Carolina and G2, who I don't think are elite level teams. What convinced me is if Vancouver make a good top 4 run in this minor tournament, then I'll hop in because I can see how potentially with Nero coming in the honeymoon, this meta might fit them. But I do want to see them play fucking better teams. They went to game 5 with Carolina. They showed a really nice applause at the end of it, which you love to see. They want G2, who should have made a fucking roster change before the fucking stage. So I want to see them play Gentlemen. I want to see them play in Miami. I want to see them play a FaZe or Toronto or an Optic. So I know exactly where they sit. But is it possible they've now put themselves in where we go into the Pro-Am and we can get like a legit top 6? Yeah. I think they're trending in that direction now.
Yeah. I thought we saw some good stuff. I mean, for what this Vancouver Surge roster is, I think, looking at it, this meta definitely looks good for them. Gwyn back on SMG is like, come on, man. Like we interviewed Gwyn and he was like, I think I've been playing well on the AR. And it's like, dude, his impact on the sub, it's just way more than it is with an AR in his hand. I mean, you can see it. Like the guy went on a 15 streak on this gridlock, huge clutch at the end with the pinch with TJ. TJ's making some cerebral plays and he's only able to do that because they're actually finally getting kills, right? Bringing Nero in. He's a guy who can actually go out and like win a 1v in space and get away. And it just helps them. Especially Gwyn on the SMG, the kid's a demon. So I think we saw that in the S&D as well. Looking at this, like Nero, I mean, 7-6, but there was one huge round where it was just Estrio mid. Nero just ran through pillars, killed him, and got out with his life. I'm like, okay, so that's why they picked up Nero. Like, he can do shit like this, right? Nero's he's inconsistent, but he's got good gunny. He can make good individual plays. So yeah, I think the Surge team, like their floor just got way higher. Where they're at, like in terms of the whole league, I'm not sure yet. As you just said, like they beat G2 and they beat Carolina, right? G2's kind of a more impressive win, but G2 feels like they're kind of just like stagnant gatekeep at this point as well. So yeah, I think we got to see, let me look at the minor bracket real quick, who they'll be playing. Where's Vancouver? So they have Riyadh. I mean, that's a winnable game, Ben. Like, you tell me Vancouver can't go out there and beat Riyadh round 1? Like, that'd be a huge win for them.
Yeah, they definitely can. The problem is, can they beat FaZe, who are an elite Surge team? I don't know. Like,
yeah, it's tough.
That's the thing. If they want to, like, listen, this is what I'm saying. Vancouver right now, if they were to play this ball at LAN in the Pro-Am format, they will get out of group and they can reasonably get top 6. Or are they going to beat a Miami or FaZe or a Gentlemen or a Thieves or an Optic? We don't know, or Toronto. And that's what this minor might help us, because if they go out and they beat Falcons and they beat FaZe, and let's say they win or lose and they get top 4 like that, then I'll be like, okay,
yeah,
you know what? These Vancouver guys have a little something
fair
when they're out. If they beat Falcons and get 3-0, 3-1 by FaZe, I'm just going to sit here and be like, well, they're off the bottom. They're top 6 if they keep this form up and they can actually, make it deep in the tournament instead of being out on Friday.
I agree. I mean, to be like good team, you got to cause like an upset here and there in like the high pressure situations, right? Where it's like, yeah, it's like at some point, these guys got to overperform, put themselves in a good spot. And if they get top 4 in this minor, we'd be looking at them like, hey, maybe they could do something like a top 4 in the minor and like a top 4 on LAN. And all of a sudden these guys are in the champs race. What are they at right now? I don't think it's like super terrible, is it? They're at like 85 points. Let's go regular season.
They need basically, yeah, but they need to basically get like realistically top 4, top 3.
Well, they need to knock out Riyadh, and then they need to get points, and I think only the top 4 get points. So like this would be like this time for a Surge fan or the Surge camp is incredibly important. Coming off a 2-0, you have the team that's gatekeeping at 8 in your way, and you just got to upset the major 2 champs for some points. You know what I mean? So if you're selling the story, it's written out there in front of you. Like there is a path for the Surge. There really is. But it just requires some more winning. But hey, nevertheless, I'm just happy we don't have to watch this team go out and get cooked and choke and play 8s every series, Ben.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's keep it moving. Our G2 in Purgatory, Ben, 0-2 versus Vancouver and Paris, and the remaining schedule is the Thieves, Boston Breach, and Miami Heretics. I did see that they beat Optic and scrims yesterday, and everybody is playing well. So talk to me about it.
About G2?
Yes.
My concern with G2 is like they always had an AR weak duo coming into this stage. Like that's just been the big problem. I know their subs are not consistent, but like you're not going to mess with Kremp and Estriel. It's going to be hard to get better out there, and like you're just going to live with that all season. But their AR duo is like the obvious pack-a-punch if they want to kick it to the next level, because one of Mamba or Skies is getting shit on in every series.
Yeah.
And they're like the classic team, and Rocker have done this throughout the years. They're the classic, we got top 4 at the first event, and that's where we peaked, and we just never figured out after. And it's like, well, they should pack a punch before everybody catches up to them. And they had a really bad weekend. It just felt like this meta doesn't suit them. You have to play super quick, and you're putting Mamba and Skies in a position where they got to play like at a breakneck pace. And I don't know. I think both of them should be the slowest player on the team that they're on. And I just think that one of them has got to go.
Yeah.
So yeah, I saw that scrim. They played a little bit better, but I know Optic. That was also a weird scrim. I don't want to think too much about yesterday because people were also fucking with attachments. I think at one point Kyler was running a Dravik in that scrim. Like,
yeah,
I think the Optic guys were just trying to use it to figure out like what the fuck the meta is now with these fucking attachment GAs.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So a good weekend from G2, and we'll have an interesting convo, but I don't know, bro. I'm in camp. They need to make a fucking change and get it.
What do you get? What do you get for like a Skies or a Mamba? Because I mean, Skies spent the like majority of this year playing really well. I mean, Mamba would have been the guy, I guess, up until like these last couple of matches, right? So one, you would have to decide which one you move, and two, you'd have to find like a suitable replacement for like what you're losing. Because I'm assuming Skies is like the search brain behind this team, where they spent up until the major basically being a top 4 search team. That has recently fallen off because I believe they've lost. Here, let me pull up their team page, but I believe they've lost like 4 of their last 5 searches. So like, it's just like they're in like a kind of a pickle, Ben. Like there'd have to be like kind of an obvious replacement, and I just don't know if there is. Is there anybody that comes to mind for you?
I think this is a perfect spot for Luca. I think you give Caesar someone that has raw potential who can both run a sub and an AR. He might be a little rogue, you know, he's got a little ego, a little edge to him, but Caesar is vibey, you know, and I think Caesar can be a whisper to a player like that. And I'm just trying to think about scenarios in which G2 don't tread water. I'm trying to think about a pickup we can where like Estriel, Kremp, and Aluka are just absolute wandons on the map, and Caesar's just sitting there like controlling the troops, and they can actually make a fucking run.
But what do you lose with that?
That's who I would get.
But for Skies, or do you keep Skies?
Well, I would keep Caesar over Mamba.
Okay.
Based on the body record from the season, I would do that.
So
the one thing you lose is like, I don't know how disciplined a trio of Kremp, Estriel, and Aluka is, but they'll fucking go, and like they may just overwhelm people.
It could.
So that would be my kind of thought process. I also don't know what Aluka's visa situation's like right now. I think it's probably sorted, but like he was in Europe. I think he's back now, right? Because he's playing an NA Challengers today. But that's who I would. Otherwise, you're picking up like a Wake or something. You're picking up like a retread who's gonna be better than Mamba, but like, how much better are they though? Like, you know what I'm saying, like they're like Wake's talented, but now like Wake's. I'm gonna be honest. The box that Wake's getting put into is that he is just like a replacement level player. And like he's never really top ending. He's a really passive, quiet guy in the room. Like he's just he plays a role, but that's not what Minnesota needs. They need to pack a punch Mamba and get an absolute shooter.
So let me give my take because I think it reinforces what you're saying. When I watch G2 and when I watch them play the game in all the game modes, they're making great plays. Like their team, they know what they're doing. Clearly their practice is pretty good. They have simply just lacked firepower, bro. Like legitimately. And when I look at like replacements and like midseason changes, I don't think replacing Caesar's the answer, because when they did have the firepower, when like Fremp was obviously taking over and Estriel, I think like, you know, end of stage 1 and, you know, decent amount of stage 2 was like playing pretty consistently good. Like Skies is playing well. He's like a product of his environment. They just need another like X Factor player that can take over a game when like maybe Estriel's not having a great series or Kremp's not, you know, the Don Juan. As the game grows and like teams start to catch up and get better, like it's just difficult to have every single series take over like from the SMGs, right? So I think I'm on board with you. Like I think Mama's a solid player, but in order for them to get through to that S tier to make an actual deep run, they do need more firepower. They need a person in that position that can pop the fuck off and like take a series over for them. And Mamba has not been that guy. Like he's a good player, very solid. Like he plays the game the right way. Like when we go to listen-ins, like he sounds awesome. And he's like, he feels like somewhat like reliable, but just a lack of firepower is going to stop them from like beating the top teams consistently. And we're starting to see that.
You want to know why I also think it's a good play for Luka?
Why?
Because if I'm FaZe, I'm Crowder, I'm, you know, Paul Hamilton and Eric Hamilton, I'm Kason. I trust that if I were to loan a Luka to this team for a couple of months, that Caesar Skies and Dan Looney are going to give me a very good evaluation of how this player would actually play at the pro level, so I know how to navigate that situation going forward. They're going to lay it on me and not sugarcoat it, and let me know if they think this guy is a pathway to develop, if there's some real yellow or red flags that he's going to have to work on. So I know that if I should move on from him in this offseason, and you know, because he'll probably be in demand if he plays decent, or is he someone that I should hold on to an asset and loan off further if we're making like a super team? Like the way I navigate that Lucas situation, like you actually let him go to the next step is development. Is how I look at it. FaZe, I would heavily be put. If I were FaZe, I'd be calling G2 and be like, "Do you want a Luka? Like we're down to loan him out to you." You know?
Yeah, if I was FaZe, I would do that. It just all depends on the interest from the G2 side of things. I know they're really close outside of the game. But yeah, I mean, listen, if they want to commit to this team for the rest of the year, they're just going to be in the spot where they have to be dominant at S&D, right? And right now, and this is why their fall off has happened since the major. Basically, they're 5-5 in S&D. They, you know, batting 500. It has to be better than that for them. They have to be an elite search team. They've shown us like kind of their, I guess, ceiling, and you know, they're just striving to get back to that. So even if they don't make a change, it's not all like over with for them, but it would require the search to get back to where it was. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with G2. I'm on board with you. And then also, yeah, their hard point. I mean, they're just losing. Like they're just losing HP. This is my point. You know what I mean? It's like if Kremp and Estriel aren't like taking over games, it's just this is what it's looking like.
They're getting boob bop.
They need more firepower, man.
Yeah,
but
they're like, you know what I'm saying? Rotation numbers. I mean, bro, look at the KD, 0.68, 0.89, 0.8, 0.75. Like, they're not shooting back.
Yeah, they're really not. Yeah, they're just getting slammed, bro.
And that's the issue. They need to get someone with roller skates on, because we know that Kremp and Estriel can do it. And they pack a punch. And yeah, like, they're going to need to make sure they're still good at S&D, whatever you get. But, like, that's how they're not going to just get 8th and sneak into champs and get double rounded and be useless the rest of the season, and actually, you know, do what Minnesota Rocker maybe did in Cold War, where you make a midseason change and maybe, you know, you're a factor at the end of the season. And I don't know if they're going to get fucking second in champs. They could get third or fourth. Not impossible.
I think that they missed a little bit with not entertaining stuff post major, man. Because like it's worse than I thought it was. Like they're 50-50 in S&D now. They've lost 4 straight overloads on all 3 of the maps. They've lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight hard points where you just pointed out they're getting blown out. I mean, other than this 249 one, but like, yeah, bro, they're in a tough spot. G2. not points wise, but just like morale wise, like how do we break through that next tier they've been hovering on? But we'll revisit them after the minor. We'll talk a little bit more about them. Next team we got to talk about is Koi. I just got some vapor rubbing my eyes, so I'm gonna rub my eye.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's burning. All right, so
yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to talk about Toronto. Let's get into it.
Same, bro. Toronto Koi 6-2 map count. Ben. They have Optic, Vancouver, and C9 left in the schedule. So I mean, potential to get a very high seed going into the Pro-Am. Is this a championship run inbound for Toronto? What are your thoughts on Toronto? How they've been playing? Let's do the last 30 days. Kind of talk about this team because I like this. I like the squad right now. I think Kips is really good, extremely versatile. I think Joe's having an MVP season right now. You look at Joe's like overall stats, and then his advanced metrics are fucking through the roof, and they're having fun now after the confidence they got from the major. And I also, the last thing I'll say is I think this current meta and map set actually is like helping them a lot. So a lot of good things in the Koi camp. Talk to me about Koi, Ben.
I mean, here's my thing with Koi is like, I think they've gotten back to where they were last year, which is if they pull up to an event now, I feel really good about them factoring into like making it to Sunday. Although it's a bit more competitive than last year because I think Gentle Mates and Thieves, it's only room for 4 teams. So someone's not eating. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The only problem with Toronto with Jamie, I just like, bro, go pull up the fucking scoreboard from that last series.
Which one? The Boston one?
The Boston one.
I mean, all right, go ahead, but I have something to say about this too. But go ahead.
I just like, there's situationals and there's ways and there's a reason why maybe you look at this and you're like, how did Jamie drop? There's significantly less damage in his team. But you also watch him play on the map, and I just don't know if the way they play is efficient enough with how slow Jamie is to actually like consistently beat a phase or an optic in a winner or losers final. And I'm just concerned with Toronto that they're in a good spot to get like top 3s. But like, are they going to crack a final? I guess if the other 3 fry fucking enough, but championship team, hell no. I think in order to do that, they'd have to pack a punch Jamie in my mind.
See, I'm not there with you on that because I think just the way I view stuff a little bit different. Like I think of like if I was actively playing and I was a team where I'm like, okay, our floor should be a Sunday. We have to play well that day and upset one of these teams. I mean, there's only so many teams that can be top 3. You know what I mean? And if you're looking at the trajectory of this team right now, it does feel like it's like a Sunday mainstay going forward, assuming like they continue down this path. And then we just got to figure out a way to game plan well enough to be able to beat the phase or the optic when that situation arises. And I don't think that that's a bad thing at all, going into a series and being like, all right, boys, Joe and Kips, the stars of this team, you're going to have to play well to beat an optic or to beat a phase, right? And obviously Insight has to make the right plays. And I think they've put enough on tape and shown us enough from the major that like there is a place where this team can win with Jamie. Obviously this series, I saw a lot of people talking about it. I don't think you could take stats from Insight from a series versus Boston just because like they won, it's Boston. Like, and when we went to listen with them, they were like laughing, and Kips literally like purposely made a troll play on the den. I can pull it up, but like Joe flanks on P4 around P2, shoots them in the back, and then Kips and listen was like, I'm gonna do it again, and just does it. It doesn't work, and then they just start laughing. So there's that element to it, right?
Yeah.
So I think Koi like realistically, like who are you gonna replace Jamie with right now? And also they're like playing well. Why would you change anything up? So I think it's just like more so like that's a narrative that's not like based in reality. Like I don't think he's gonna get dropped. Like
they're not gonna drop Jamie. I know how this shit works with Toronto. At this point they got 3rd. They're good for a whole year. They're not gonna drop Jamie. They should have had Byron Nasty to fucking begin with on the team for Jamie, and that probably would have fucking helped. But like at this point, who else are you getting in challengers that better than Jamie? There are people that would get more kills, but like I know I've been told how Jamie is in the practice room. Like there's a reason he's still on this team because he definitely goes hard every day. Yeah. So it's like, you know, I just think like they're just good again. They've got a nice floor now as a team.
Look at the plays they're making.
A championship team. I just feel like other teams have more win conditions and theirs are just very narrow. They're going to need a weekend where like the other 3 guys are just the 3 top 3 players on a given weekend, and that's how they're going to beat an Optic or a FaZe.
Well, look at what FaZe just did, right? It's like FaZe is like a good team with a pretty consistent floor, correct? You would agree with that? And then they're going to get to a Sunday. And then when they get to Sunday, well, 0-4 overperformed, and you win a chip. That's like kind of what you need with Toronto. That's what you need to win. That's what you need to win a championship, and like that's how you look at.
But going in but FaZe also going into that weekend was an elite search team, and once they figure out to be more consistent and respawn, like and I know in the finals, like obviously they lost the S&D, the first one, but it's like I just think that FaZe already had the base and search which wins chips. I look at Toronto's S&D, and like they've got a couple of good maps, but they aren't yet a top 3 S&D team in my book just yet.
So, but the primary,
I will say Toronto's best game mode is Overload. They've been an elite Overload team all season.
The primary, they have been elite Overload. Now they're elite at Hardpoint, like elite, and they have wins on both of the new maps. And I believe they're 8-2 in their last 10 with like their only losses to Optic. And the last part of that is I just want to address the last part of that because I've heard people say this too. Is that with you're talking about the search thing? I like realistically, if they were to change like Insight, it would be for a buff in firepower, which doesn't address your S&D at all. So I mean, you kind of just like laid it out for me of like, in my mind, of like the argument to keep the roster. But this is like the play I wanted you to watch real quick before we move on past this. Is like, like this is obviously this is kind of an 8's play. It's good because he finds a couple and they have full control. But like these are the type of plays that like they're making against Boston. Kips is like, all right, fuck it. And he's like, I'm going to do the same exact shit. Like this to me is like super trolly. And then they just start laughing. And like, I don't know. You just can't take Insight stats from like this series.
They ain't doing this against
exactly.
Maybe they are. And I'm fine with that being the MO of this team. Like if they're getting on and Jamie's the adult and the other 3 are fucking the 2 of them are having fun. Like I'm fine with that being their identity as a team. And to your point about Toronto's Hardpoint, because the people keep saying, why do people keep playing them on Den? I think people don't realize how good Toronto is at Scar.
Yeah,
and that's why they're getting dens. So nobody wants to play them on fucking Scar. So then they're getting this den in every series, and like they're 9-6 on den. They're not fucking incredible, but you look at that, they're 7-1 on Scar.
Yeah,
nobody wants to play them on that map. So, and you'd love to get them on other maps, but it's what it is.
And their Gridlock and Saki both look good as well, right? So their Hardpoint's just good. I mean, they lost 2 to FaZe here, 25 and 10 points. And this was that Sunday? That was Sunday, right? 20.
Yeah, that was
so like this was when FaZe was on their run where they won and blitzed the finals. So like, dude, Toronto's right there. I'm with Ben in terms of like the focus has to be S&D. The Plaza looked good. I like what we saw there. Fringe not as good, but we did do the interview. I don't know if you listened to the interview we had. I think it was with Toby. And I asked him because I noticed that in their offensive rounds, and I'll pull it up here for you guys, something to look out for Toronto match going forward. In their offensive rounds, Insight was playing a lot more aggressive, like kind of what you saw stage 2 with Super Sniper, like off angles, aggressive in the push on offense. And I think that that's going to be good for them going forward. And he said that that's something that they're really focused on this split. And maybe that changes their S&D and like improves their offense and gets them to a point where they're winning those.
Yeah. I think Toronto's an interesting team. I'm not convinced that they're going to make a final because I think there's a lot of other really good teams, but like they are a factor. Are they a championship team? I don't think so. Are they a contender? Yes. The Kips move is paid out.
Yeah.
And Jamie had a really good land. But the question is like, it was that Jamie England. I was like, fuck it, because I might get dropped buff. Or we getting that version of Jamie in Atlanta and Paris. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you know what team is getting booed probably quite a bit. That fucking event is Toronto's not one of the teams they're getting cheered for.
Yeah, they gotta perform here in Atlanta. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I also this is the last thing. Like the UK buff, where like it definitely matters, but at the same time, players that are on the cusp of getting dropped typically don't perform that well. So that's a great sign from Jamie. Like under pressure, he's able to really perform. It's just like, it's good for team morale. Like he's an anchor. And for those of you like fans who are watching and stuff who haven't never interacted with the pros, like, dude, Jamie's a consummate professional. Like he's a really good dude and easy as hell to work with, like for sure. So I think they commit to this team, and I do think they can get to championship caliber, and I think it's on the horizon. So I think that's the only place where we disagree a bit. But yeah, let's move on. So Boston, or what are Boston's options, Ben? Purge has not been great. I mean, the last series showed a little bit more life, but I think it's kind of obvious at this point, like they needed to make more than one change. What are your thoughts on Boston, and like, can they salvage the current situation that they're in, and how do they do it?
Oh. I mean, they just have to drop Purge, bro. Like, it's not that complicated. Like, I'll listen. I know for a fact that Purge is very good when it comes to practice. As far as like what he brings intensity, like cares. You know what I'm saying? Like, he tries, and I think that's why they've been so willing to keep this going. But like, you just got like, bro, like, dude, it's only been one example in the history of COD, which is that 2-event run with Dylan Theory where someone just dropped the 0.8 and like a team won. It's just like, outside of that, I mean, when was the last time that happened?
It's probably been a while.
That might be it. It might be a list of one. So I'm saying, like, it just is what it is, bro. People are gonna say, oh, like I'm roasting him because he cooked me and called me restarted in December or whatever. Like,
wait, why did you guys have beef?
Like, no, he came in and didn't like what I was saying in December about his performance, but he's
gotta play better. Like, let's tell him straight up. Like,
but it's at this point enough, bro. Like, if they want to actually do something the rest of the season, they have to drop him. They have just no choice.
Bro, there's time. Yeah, exactly. Like you're saying, it is what it is. Like it is what it is. And I'm never trying to just like lay into players. Obviously, I've been there. I've had splits and like parts of seasons where I haven't played well, and it's fucking tough, dude. It's super hard to get out of that rut, and I totally get it. But sometimes you just gotta, grind your way back up. And for Purge, he's just in that spot. I mean, obviously the team situation hasn't been the greatest, but he's been giving ample opportunity, another iteration of this roster, and it's just not going great. I mean, he's having way too many like super stinkers. You know what I mean? It's not like it's like a consistent 0.9. It's like he's got some where he's just like not even choosing to show up, which is like, one, kind of sucks for that team, because I do feel like they've made overall some good additions, like from the organization standpoint. Like bringing in Nasty, I thought was a great decision. Being early on Spart, like Spart's a solid player, like a good decision. So I feel for the Boston fans, but yeah, they've been way too slow to address the Purge situation. And I fear they're letting, a lot of players get picked up and scooped up, and now they're not even like, if I'm a challenger player, is this a desirable location at this point? They might not even make champs. Like, they're in a tough spot.
Well,
yeah, they're not. They're at 60, bro. Like,
it'll be desirable depending on the EWC situation, because we're getting that point where like one more bad split and Boston's not going to champs, so they're playing for EWC. And if you're a challengers player on a team that maybe isn't necessarily going to go to win challenger champs to make EWC, like maybe you're fine with going this spot because it auto guarantees you that thing. The tough thing for them is just like finding, because Purge also brings out like a little bit of like IGL leadership. It's just going to be tough to find a sub that replaces that. Like, I get it. And I think there was a player or two they were looking at and they got pump fake for whatever reason. But it's just, and I think they trialed Ken at one point on a sub. Like, yeah, they just got to bite the bullet and just try something else. And whatever, there are a couple different ways they can do it. I don't know if all the options are good, but like, bro, I'm sorry, but you can't have a player just go half a season drop in a 0.85.
Yeah, no, this is crazy faith, bro. He better be in VOD, like making everybody better. Like, he's got to have the ultimate intangibles.
It makes it too hard, bro. You're playing 3-4.
And then
and they don't. And if they have 3 top 10 players in Purge dropping a 0.85, maybe.
Yeah. Maybe he was on Optic, bro. I mean, I think like Haggy worded it really well. I heard him say like, you can't even address problems you have until there's like a base minimum of like, okay, we can all shoot back. Right. Yeah. And that's like something we would talk about back in the day, like when making changes, is like, okay, bro's just not shooting back. I can't even begin to fix the issues that I think we have in hardpoint or in specific game mode until you start to play better. And they've given him a ton of chances to do that. So do I think I was once like probably number one on the bullish Purge train when he first came in. I thought he played like ethical ball, super smart player. And I still think at times he does that, but this game, for whatever reason, is just not translating for him. So So I hope he can get his mental back on and figure it out. But they got to move, and they need to move quick. But that moves us to the next thing, which is let's make our minor bracket, Ben. I don't think you didn't make the bracket on the flank last night, so let's make one.
No.
I got Ben's website. I don't know if this is available for all you guys, but if it is,
no,
it is. Check it out, guys. It's sweet.
I'll put the link in the chat so people can putz around with it. But yeah, we all you gotta do, like, you can manually enter the, like, how you think the map count would be. Otherwise, you just click on the name and it will auto people.
So let's do it, Ben. One, thank you for making this. This makes it hella easy. I don't know why on the CDO Pick'em website. Maybe I couldn't find it, but I don't know why there's not a bracket to make. So shout out, Ben.
Good question. The CDO website needs to get redone. We have a flank episode with Daniel tomorrow. I'm going to ask that question. That's their due.
That should be a primary focus for them, in my opinion.
It's about time.
Way more information, way easier to navigate. Yeah, a lot of work. But here we go. Let's start with. Let's work from the bottom up. How about that? Let's start with Riyadh and Vancouver. Yeah. What do you think, bro? Honestly. They showed more life first phase. They did. Riyadh did. But Gwyn is on a tear, brother.
Like, here's my thing. I think form-wise, this goes fit. Game 5. Who wins Game 5? I think I have to say Vancouver, right?
Game 5 would probably be like Plaza, right? Because both them played
Vancouver
it.
Winning.
Vancouver's winning.
That shit then.
They're winning, bro.
Yeah. I hate, like, we got to pick all upset in this, and, like, I think that's the one.
Like, because what are they gonna play? Like, here, let me because I know Riyadh's Destiny's not that good. It looked better on the fringe. If you're Vancouver, did they play Fringe? They did, right?
People may change reviews for week 2, but it's like,
yeah, they might. They didn't play Fringe.
Well, here's the thing. Vancouver had a number of players. I don't know. I trust Vancouver with the players in the team to be a bit more icier in S&D. I like the Fringe I saw from Falcons, though. Again, we don't know what map 2 and map 5 will be in this. Higher seed gets to choose A and B, right? So that would be Falcons.
Wait, what the hell? This shit's broken. This says that they banned Den and then they picked Fringe, but it says Den on here. I don't even remember. They
probably just entered it wrong. Yeah, it probably just got entered
Chat,
wrong.
what did they play on the Vancouver, Carolina, the game 2? What was it actually? I don't remember.
No, I think it was Den, right? I think the DeVito's just wrong.
Oh, was it? Okay. All right. Well, I was just trying to figure out what they're going to play. So they'll probably play a Plaza. Vancouver looked insane on the map.
Did they play Fringe?
No, I'm saying this is a different one we're talking about, but.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
I think Fringe is what got banned. We played Fringe Plaza.
Okay, got it.
The data entry is just wrong here on Austin Sheet.
Got it. Okay, so
we should text them afterwards.
So there we go. So yeah, so I mean, if we see that, I mean, the Fringe look good from Riyadh, and I think the hard point right now for Surge is just looking pretty solid. Like, I think the overload definitely leans towards Riyadh, so that gives them a little bit of life in this one. But the plays that we're seeing, like the one we just watched, let me pull your tool back up. The one we just watched of Riyadh, that's not gonna cut it, bro. Like, Scar's been out since the jump. Like, your team's been together since the jump. Like, you can't be doing shit like that. So yeah, I'm with you. I agree. Vancouver win that. Boston, Miami, who you got?
I mean, the question is, you give Boston a map. The problem is they're gonna just play fucking like Scar against Miami and just fucking lose. So it's like, is this like a hot 3-0? You know what I'm saying? Or did Boston try and go a different time?
No, let's nail this prediction here. I mean, if you play, like, Boston will probably openly embrace Scar because I feel like that's the map Afro just always fries on. Like even in the Challenger final, you just love Scar everything. This is probably just a 3-1 Miami angle. Like, Miami's just a better search team. They'll probably just overwhelm them in the respawn.
Yeah, my veto tab thinks that Scar is map 1 and map 5 in this. It thinks that if Miami takes side A, it thinks that it's Scar, Fringe, Exposure, Gridlock, Scar. I think it's a 3-0, 3-1. You want to make it a hot 3-0? I'm not opposed to that.
Let's do a hot 3. Minnesota versus C9. Honestly, like, is this an interesting game or no? It all depends on maps because they're gonna probably play Colossus, right? So we'll probably get Colossus for hardpoint, and then like that gives C9 a lifeline there, and then they got to win some S&Ds. Minnesota's S&D's been iffy. I mean, we might get a raid.
I think C9 take 1. It's maybe a sketchy 3-1. I'm not saying this goes 5 though. Like I don't think so. There's a Minnesota 3-1, and like it's a heartbreaker for C9 last map because like they could have forced it to 5, but
I'm just saying, like if G2 do square on the Colossus, C9 have like decent amount of reps so they like look solid on it. And like Nedra look good there. And this meta, like, I don't know how much will change by this time this minor comes, but if we're playing like what we did last weekend, they have a lifeline there. They would just have to win that and like guarantee the S&Ds. Winning both against G2 might be a little difficult, but we'll probably get a raid, and they abuse the water on the raid. They look good. They're not winning the overload. So, and they're not winning 2 HPs. So yeah, I'll go mini 3-1 with you. But yeah, I think it'll be some close maps in there. All right, Toronto, Carolina.
Toronto, Carolina. Ooh. What are the maps in this series?
Well, let's see. So they're gonna veto Scar.
Is Carolina or like really? Oh man, this is the problem with Carolina. They're really fucking bad at Den.
They're gonna veto Scar. They have to. Carolina. Like
what's Carolina's record on Den?
On Den, they're 2-3, but I think the issue is like so they haven't played a Scar since March 20th, and then like Toronto and Scar is just like a fucking auto loss. Like,
but when was the last time Toronto played Scar?
At the major on Saturday, where they blitzed the Gentlemates 250 to 130.
Yeah, Gentlemates is just on that. I think Carolina will play them on Scar.
You think Carolina's going to square on Scar? All right, so they're going to square on Scar, get obliterated, and then
maybe Carolina can seal the map too.
If they play Scar, Kips is going to drop like 40 plus kills, bro.
This is Toronto 3-1, bro, and I think Carolina wins second or third map.
They're going to run the Scar, and Kips is going to blend the shit out of them. Yeah, they win both HPs. What S&Ds will we get? Because really, that's kind of the... I mean, our Carolina is just like, they're like an okay S&D. I mean, they've lost 4. They got cooked these last 2 S&Ds, bro. Yeah, this is Toronto wins this, Ben.
I think Toronto wins both hard points, and they lose like either the S&D or the fucking overload, because it could be the S&D could be like fringe or fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like,
they're not gonna lose the overload either. Like, what
you think they just hot fucking, this is a hot 3-0?
I think
if you want to say hot 3-0, yeah, I have no problem with you going down that route.
I mean, it was just like Carolina's S&D just hasn't looked good, and Toronto's a way better respawn team on like all the fronts. So yeah, I'm just gonna go Toronto. All right, let's go to Texas and Toronto. What are your thoughts?
Ooh, that's a real spicer right there.
Kinda is.
The problem for Toronto is that Optic are really good at Scar hardpoint and really good at Den and Den S&D. Toronto, I think, can square them and give them fits maybe in the overload. But the problem is the map overlap for Toronto really fucking sucks in the series.
Hold up, Ben, real quick.
I don't think they can force a 5.
Let me jump in and ask you this. Optic probably going to have to veto Saki, right? I mean, they vetoed it in this one. So if they in Toronto look good on it, so if Optic vetoes Saki, that opens up a world of pain for them, right? Because then
I don't know.
The Den and Scar is available.
Did Optic and Toronto play recently, or am I tripping?
When
was the last time Optic and Toronto played?
I don't know. Let me see. I could pull it up, I think.
I just think Optic's gotten way better at that. Like, the thing is, if I'm Optic and it's Den Scar hard points, like, I'm not that worried. They're going to win one or both. They're not going 0-2 on those.
When did they play, chat? When was it? A while ago?
The problem for Toronto is I think they have to win one or both S&Ds in this, and I don't know.
Yeah, Optic's a good ass search team still.
I think this is a 3-1. I think map 1 is a heater. I think map 4 and map 3 are heaters. I think someone blows one of them out in S&D. and Toronto just lose a close one to a team that probably is very good. And they got a bad draw. It is what it is, but like, you know, I think it's just
I think this goes 5, and I think Optic clutch up in game 5. I think Toronto's gonna win the map 1. And I think that they can either take the search or the overload. I think Toronto's been really good at overload. I just, by virtue of not knowing what map 1's gonna be as well, and I think there's like there's some comfortability in this veto process for Toronto, given that they've looked good on Saki and Optic and scrims have not, and also vetoed it. So I think that they'll have they'll have some control over like the hard points in this one, which is good for Toronto, which they already kind of have every series anyway. So I think this goes 5.
We shouldn't discount the fact that Optic played 1 match on Sunday against C9, and then we'll have to go into this one. And Toronto played what? Toronto played twice last weekend.
Yeah.
They'll played 3 matches to Optic's 1 on this meta. I'm down with the game 5 and Optic clutch up, but it's like Optic may have gotten a bad, maybe even 1 match last week against C9 might have been a real unfortunate draw for them going into this, just from a getting used to the reps kind of situation.
Also, like, this is obviously still developing, but just like given, I know that there's a grain of salt with all this, guys. I know, but given some of the scrim results we've seen, the competitive nature of that last series at times for Optic, this current meta might not be as strong for them as the last one was, and they still might be currently in the process of adapting to it, which could give Toronto a lot of life when they, seemingly have been like the best at adapting to this new meta and maps and everything seen at. They played Saki, played Gridlock, played Fringe, they played Plaza, dude. They're playing them in all these series, right? So I think it's going to be really competitive. Like, Optic fans gear up for a fucking banger. And Ben just laid it out. Like, they've played 2 matches, all the new maps, and they just played, and they would have just beat Carolina in this situation, right? So they would just have more reps on the new maps in official matches than Optic. So they could have an edge there. But let's move on. I do think Optic will edge it out in a game 5. LA Thieves, Minnesota, Ben.
Ooh. I think Thieves are gonna. Do they play? Didn't these 2 teams play recently?
I have the head-to-head. I can pull it up. Hold up.
I feel like Thieves whomped the fuck out of them last time they played. And I feel like it's about to happen again.
They played on LAN, right?
I think so, and they got cooked, didn't they?
Yeah, I think they've just cooked them this year. Let's see.
This is a bad matchup for this. Is like. I think Thieves are going to start coming. I'm a big believer in the Thieves rebound right now, and I think they're just going to whack.
The number 1 team I'm bullish on.
The same G2 roster from last weekend. I think they get worked.
It should be the same roster. I haven't heard any rumors of them changing. Right? Have you? Hold on.
No, I heard nothing about them making a change.
When's the last time these guys played?
Someone said they played at the LAN. They got swept by Optic and Thieves back to back.
Yeah, so this was on LAN on the Saturday, and yeah, Thieves just speed rant. Like,
Minnesota won game 5 S&D, but the other 3 maps weren't close.
We're not close, and I think that
they also played Minnesota on Colossus S&D, which is a map they have quite a bit of reps on.
I think that Thieves are. I said it last episode. I'm most bullish on them, Ben. I'm totally on board with you. I think Hydra and BZ are taking a step. I think Niam, what he showed on LAN, awesome player. Yeah, I think they win this. I think it's 3-0. I'll be honest.
I think it's a hot fucking 3-0.
Yeah, Thieves are nice. All right, Mates, Miami.
Mates are these are 2 weird teams. I don't like the problem with these teams. Okay, let's use the intel we have. Super tweeted, I think, how much he hates his fucking meta, which is never what you want to see from a player.
Never what you want to see.
You never want to see that. Like, you're not even around the block. Like, whenever players are tweeting about hating the fucking game, unless it's the Optic dynasty, like, they're generally going to lead to them like underperforming. So that's not ideal. Gentlemates just went on a massive L streak, but they've looked better as of late. The problem is that for whatever reason, Sib is on this like online thing. He is very inconsistent.
He's putting down damage. He's putting down damage. But
he's got to get fucking kills though. Like,
he's their X factor. I agree.
Player.
Yeah.
It's like, who do I trust on this team? What's their head-to-head this season?
I got you.
What's their head-to-head? This is where we need to get into we got enough evidence of the head-to-head to maybe that will help us.
So they
stay
played
here.
3 times. The first one was a 3-1 Gentlemates, where they lost the S&D. Second one was a 3-1 Gentlemates, where they lost the S&D. Last one was a 3-1 Gentlemates, where they lost the S&D. So, all right.
I mean, surely, right? Like, surely, like we go. Surely we go with the same thing. Like, this is 327. Yeah, was that the event? Then?
Yeah, that was the Friday. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go with the same thing. Maybe Miami forced it to a game 5, and that's really their win condition is to nuzzle the fuck out of this.
But let's also, based on like kind of what we saw, I mean, Gentlemates have looked pretty good, man. And Neptune was getting loose.
Yeah.
And also back it up with a couple things. The defense in their S&D, I don't know if you noticed, Ben, so good in both the series.
Yeah.
Awesome retakes, playing together. And that was just a pain point for them. So like if their S&D starts to like even get to like 50-50, Ben, like the mates are low key kind of back, right? Like that's kind of, to me, like that's been all that's mattered for them. So you on board with this 3-1?
Yeah.
All right,
I'm on board with the 3-1.
Let's do it. All right. FaZe Vancouver. Thoughts?
Ooh. I think this is a. Well, first off, Teja's record against FaZe is diabolically bad. He's got like 1 win against them in the entire history of the CDL, so that's not fucking ideal. You know, obviously, I think Vancouver are playing better as of late, but FaZe right now look like potentially the best hardpoint team in the game. The other modes, they're good. I just think Vancouver can maybe steal like a map 2 in this. But I think FaZe just walk them in the respawns no matter the fucking map.
I agree. There's like a level where it's like, okay, a lot of these teams can get kills, but there's like when you watch FaZe, they're just like they're boxing teams up, bro. And from bad situations. We just watched the Riyadh one where it's like Riyadh was making heroic effort plays and it just doesn't matter. Like it's inevitable. Like FaZe is gonna win. Like even the overload that you mentioned, you brought up. Once we went to like sudden death with like the stopwatch, it was GG.
Yeah, they got bobs.
Yeah. So I'm with you. I think like Vancouver might look better, but what did you said 3-1?
Yeah, I think for FaZe, the interesting thing I'm seeing going into this is will they? It's a little buggy. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
The one thing is, don't think FaZe can't continue this double gridlock, man. They got to get reps on it. So do they do it at some point this upcoming weekend on it and kind of see where they sit on it? But
what do you think about gridlock, Ben?
We haven't really seen gridlock S&D, have we?
Nope.
So,
I don't think the pros might be kind of faded, bro. I'm not a huge gridlock fan. Chat, have you guys been fans of gridlock so far? The hard point?
But this is the point this is what I was trying to argue with Clifftown.
I think Clifftown's better than gridlock.
Everybody hates a map, get good at it because then it gives you an extra competitive advantage against all these teams. Fuck the fraternity bullshit and the groupthink and zig where everybody else is zagging and get yourself a fucking advantage. That's why I tilted so hard fucking the last couple of weeks.
I think Clifftown's better than gridlock. I mean, I said it. I mean, I was texting with some people about gridlock, like their thoughts. I don't know what the pros are seeing it, but clearly there's some teams like FaZe just auto vetoing.
The problem with gridlock right now, especially on the Showers Hill, is that you want to pinch the hill, but if you time the pinch wrong, you spawn the guy. The guy doesn't necessarily spawn out. He spawns sometimes. If your timing's bad, he spawns in shower. Like they'll spawn in the fucking mix in the middle.
Showers Hill
so
is
you can't
awful.
do because that's what you used to do on gridlock. Like the way gridlock spawns worked is like this is the thieves fucking bullshit. You would pinch from all sides. You would slowly spawn people out 5v5, and you would have numbers, and you would collapse. But it's like people haven't mastered that yet on the map. If they do, I think it'll play better. Now it seems a little awkward.
The P2 is just low key ass. Showers Hill pushing out both sides.
Fucking truck spawn sucks.
P3 pushing out both sides. I just don't like. Yeah, I mean, I'll wait a bit. I'm just not a huge gridlock guy at this point. But let's keep our bracket going. Let's go back up. Texas versus LA Thieves. Shit, man. This is a hard one. Because I really would just need to see how the Thieves look against Mini first, right? Because that stands right now, I'm still going Optic in this series. But I have liked what I've seen from Thieves so far. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But what do you think? Curious your take.
I mean, is this the series where Thieves finally win a big one? Because right now they haven't won the big one all year.
Yep.
You know, Like when they've been in this situation on Saturday and Sunday, they've gotten hot 3-0'd.
Yep. It's hard without the context of this series for me. Like,
I know it's so hard because it's like, do we just say, oh, we're gonna blind pick the upset and just say Thieves will figure it out? Or do we go with the historical, which would be like we take Optic maybe in a gritty one, like a Game 5 gritter?
But like Abizi and Hydra are just gonna be better. Like they just are right now. We even saw like glimpses of it, but it's so difficult. Like I don't know if their search is good enough to go. Like the problem with this type of matchup for Thieves is like you're not gonna win both the hard points against Texas, right? So you have to be able to fight back in the S&D. And like they've had some like decent searches, but it has not been anywhere near the level of Optic, in my opinion. So like, and then the overload, like Thieves have some money maps for them. Like their Scar's really good. But can you go into a series Thieves Optic and be like Thieves are gonna take the overload? No, but the only thing you feel confident is like Thieves is hardpoint map pick. You know what I mean? Like I don't feel confident in their S&D map pick. So I just think it's an Optic win. Like until proven otherwise. Like I don't think we can sit here and just say like Toronto's a different story because like Toronto have shown like in all the game modes like prowess and like hella improvement. You know what I mean? So it's like it was easier discussion there. Like with the Thieves one, it's just hard. Especially with like what they specialize in. So I'm gonna go Optic 3-1. What do you think?
Optic 3-1, but I'm gonna put a giant asterisk that like again, I won't be surprised if these make it to the finals in this one if they're actually playing good. Like I think it's super doable for them. We just haven't seen it all year, and it's like I can't sit here and predict it.
It's just a dashy sniper angle.
I really want to.
It's a dashy sniper angle, overload, Shotzzy menace angle, and then Thieves steal that first hard point and give the Thieves fans hope, and then it just 3-1. That's what I'm seeing. Mates versus FaZe Vegas. Banger.
They played during last stage, and FaZe beat them in a game 5, I think, right?
I got
it was like a gritty one. And that's really the issue is like, I think with the inconsistencies of Dante, like that's where I think this one will just be another classic.
The last match was on the major. It was just 3-0.
Oh, what is round 2? Oh, they did play. You're right. They did play LAG and they cooked the shit out of them. I forgot about this.
Or Paris, you mean? Yeah. They played 4 times this year. Yeah, and then obviously the major one.
That was the game 5.
FaZe are 3-1 against them. They've struggled against FaZe.
I'm gonna go FaZe 3-1. To be honest, I just think I think Gentlemates are again trending a little bit better, but I'm just really concerned about. I'm really concerned about Dante, bro. He is not like pull up his stats in the last like 7 or 8 series he played.
I was just looking real quick.
Bro.
So the one thing I'm noticing here is like if FaZe are 3-1 against him, Ghosty struggled against FaZe for whatever reason, and he's like been kind of like he's been like their best player to me for the last month. So like if that trend continues in this series, it's probably the same result. And then to the Dante thing, I will pull that up for you right now, my bro. Dante's put down damage, but he's just not been as good. Yeah. Here.
It's like I think Gentlemates Overload is still quite to the point of someone in chat. Like Overload for Gentlemates has not been very kind this year, and that's been the big limiter, especially in stage 2.
So this is Dante so far this split where like they're winning, and it's like.
But like go to the breaking point page and like go just look at his last like 10 series. Like
man, we can do last 30 days. Like
yeah, do last 30 days.
Dante's like he still puts down damage and like. Ghosty's just soaking up all the time and killing it and killing everything. Yeah, but they have like a kind of a nice dynamic going on. Like you watch them like between him and Ghosty.
But they lost 7 and 9 games last stage. What are you talking about?
I'm saying recently in their last couple of series. But I said it on broadcast that like Sib is like the guy where if he starts to play like he did Major 1, then they're championship team. You know what I mean? So I'm with you there. It's just not like as bleak, I think, as a. I guess
I'm going to call it how I see it, and I'm sure Dante will be pissed. Bro, Dante is someone who I think has an incredibly fucking large ego. And I think it gets in a way sometimes of like the rapid getting out of the fucking hole that he's in sometimes form wise. I know, because you know the top end of what Dante is, which is an all-star caliber level player.
Yeah, I mean,
he did it earlier this year, but like he is a net, bro. Like the Dammy is fine. It's what you expect from an AR. We see it from the other ARs, elite level Dammy. He's got to convert that into kills and get back to fucking taking over shit. It can't just be like Dan bails him out or Neptune goes on a 49.
No, you're right. They were blitzing people on hardpoint because of him.
From Dill recently, and like I just like they like to be phased. They're gonna have to fire on all cylinders. Because the Gentleman's team, every time recently outside of Major 1, when they play these better teams, like what maps are they going to win? Like their score is not good against those teams. Their overload is not good against those teams. Their S&D is not good against those teams. So like I think I don't want to pin all on Dante, just like I didn't want to pin all on fucking Dill. But like with the way Dante's playing right now, I just don't think they'd be phased.
I mean, you're right. Like I said, I put out the same thing. I'm just recognizing like the damage. But this split so far, obviously, is only a couple of games. Yeah, I mean, like it's not trending in the greatest direction. The search hasn't been good, and just by the like, just watching them, there are a couple of rounds like he's just kind of caught alone. Obviously, their defense in search has gotten better overall, but like Sib has not hit the same gear. So I'm with you. Like if Sib hits that same Major 1 stage 1 gear, like they can win. But yeah, he's just working back towards that. I don't think he's been like absolutely terrible. I don't think that's the way to word it, but he's just not been the same. So what are we going? We're going phase? You don't think Sib figures this out in the series?
Yeah, I think I'm going phase.
Yeah. And we got a rematch where I fear Optic will get their lick back if this is the rematch, I'll be honest. I think Optic will get their lick back.
Well, so we get phase Optic. I swear to fucking God.
Gridlock and Saki get vetoed.
So Optic would be, yes. And so Optic would take and for the love of all things holy, please do not pick fucking Colossus map 1.
Well, hold on. What are they going to do? So Gridlock and Saki will probably both get banned, right? And then
play phase on fucking Scar map 1.
Yeah, so you get Scar, and then Optic's forced to play a Den. Optic started playing it more.
Like, please, for the love of all things, like I know they're confident on fucking Colossus, okay? But like, I think Optic can win the rematch. I think it's doable, but they can't spot phase that. It's the same thing as Gentlemen. They just cannot. Don't go into Colo. We don't know who's gonna play first and second match. Actually, wait, it might already be set. Actually, we might know. Hold on the league website on their bracket.
Damon said they're gonna start picking Team B in the finals. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a smart move. I mean, you pick guys. You for whoever missed the episode, the Team B gets to pick 2, 3, and 4. So ideally, if you steal the map 1 pick, you could 4-0 the other team if you're Team B, which is something you should talk to Daniel about as well. By the way, in your guys' thing, in my opinion, but yeah, I think 2, 3, 4 is pretty fucking insane. And then even if you do lose the map pick, you can win all 3 years and then close it out on the game 5 S&D, which is like too many mental advantages, I think, for the team coming out losers. But yeah, I would pick Team B. But yeah, is this a best of 7, the grand final of the minor?
Yeah, it's best of 7. So normal best of 7 format. So we're gonna have 2 R points, 3 S&Ds, 2 overloads. Which I would say actually now low-key FaZe are so good at Sake now that so like we think that the hard points will probably be Colo and either Den or Scar.
Yeah, those will probably be the HPs.
Which is a split to me.
Yeah.
That's a 1-1 split for sure. The overloads are
well, the exposures being gone like help Optic probably.
In the hardpoint situation, maybe, but then now Sake's in, which FaZe have looked unbelievable in Sake. So like you know what I'm saying? Like it's
out. The S&D too.
Unless Optic have made leaps and bounds on Sake going into this, and they're just gonna fucking be willing to play it. Because who knows? Because at the end of the day, like you want to win the minor, but for both these teams, like the reps are more important too. So I don't know. You're saying with the vetoes and shit like that?
Yeah. I mean,
I think the hardpoints are split. I think the overloads are. I'm just trying to go game up by game out to figure out the score. The hardpoints we agree are split. Right?
Yes.
Overloads. Do we think that's a split, or do we think someone wins both of them?
What are the overloads? What will the overloads be? Let me go back to this. What were the overloads in the final?
I think I think Scar was the one that got played because it was a 4-1. They didn't even get to the 6th map.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out what the other overload even was.
Yeah.
Let me go back 1 second. So the other overload would have been Den. So yeah, it was Scar and Den. Scar obviously came down to sudden death. I do like Phase's Scar. What is Optics record on Den overload? Let's pull this up. Where's Texas? There they are. And there's Vegas. Season overload. All right, so yeah, I mean Optics 9-1 on Den. So they are, because I remember when we were watching, I was like, if they could just force it to this game 6, like they're in a good ass spot. So they probably split the overloads again, right?
And it just comes down to S&Ds, which Optic have been. Well, they won. They split them in that actual fucking last best of 7.
No, the series is way different, Ben. I have the angle. It's if Optic picked Team B and then they pick 2, 3, 4, the whole scheme of this series changes, because like when you go back to the final, that was the whole thing, bro. It was like if Optic can just get to the last 2 maps here, like they probably win. You know what I mean? Like after they lost this Colossus, like okay, fuck, how are they gonna get there? This Den, like the Den is so good for them. So I mean, I feel like if Optic actually go to Team B, I think that they'll win. Probably like 4-2, 4-1. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna be.
Yeah, but Scar Search is like, I think Scar Search is like 50-50. I don't. I gotta be honest. I think this one's going last map.
Yeah, that'd be
From
lit.
where I'm sitting here, this shit's going last map, and like flip a coin, bro. Like flip a fucking coin. Like if you want to, I'm gonna leave it to you, and if you want to actually just flip a coin, fucking
I'm
go
down.
ahead, because like.
But I'm leaning towards Optic. I will say, why aren't the minor final like them together in like a Texas studio, like playing like in the Optic HQ or something, playing each other, bro? Like we should do the minor final on like a different day.
We're gonna ask Daniel about it tomorrow, because like I assume it's a couple things. One is you got to move all those CDL computers. I assume Optic would do it in that room where the watch party is, right?
Yeah.
They did the marathon where they
Optic
did,
our heads,
like the boot camp. Optic our heads.
Damn.
Damn. All right. Well, tough out for a fucking Optic. So here's the big procedure of how you would do it, right? Let me walk you through it. So you would use that room where they did the boot camp, the risk prestige, all that shit, right? Watch parties in there. You got to move all of the CDL PCs. You got to get 8 of them in there.
Welcome, Mason.
And I assume you
to
also
the
need to set
no-namers.
up like a
Appreciate
code setup somewhere in the office, solvable. You got to set up all the cams and all the networking. You got to test it to make sure nobody's fucking lagging.
Yeah.
So it's doable. It just requires manpower and time. Because I got in a big argument with Claire on Twitter about this, of like, I think that the setup is not the hard part. The time is the hard part, but they're both very solvable while planning. They're actually very easy issues as long as you plan correctly. But like, how would you do it in this context? Now, one way you could do it is if the league already had extra PCs, they're already shipped to Optic, and that shit's already set up with all the extra gear.
Yeah.
Nobody's got to move their shit in there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's like settings and a bunch of other stuff. The players have to get there early and do whatever. Solve a problem. Like you have to just send Optic extra gear. That's how I would do it.
Send Optic some extra gear and send a ref and have somebody there to like, you know, oversight and just make sure.
You don't even really. Do you need a ref? Why would you need a ref?
You just need some like CDL representation there, probably, right?
I get fucking Spencer on a fucking.
Especially if FaZe are going into like Optic's place, so like they're not putting FaZe in a closet. You know what I mean? Like you know.
They're playing the same room, because you can't. Okay, here's the issue.
I'm saying like
of all the facilities in Frisco, Gentlemate's office is too small. Eve's office is too small. I think FaZe could do it, but I think right now, from my understanding, there are a lot of teams going through the Game Square office because there's a bunch of NA lands for other games over the next few months. CS, Rainbow Six, like a couple other things. And so I think all their practice rooms are getting filled up with teams coming through, and I don't think they necessarily have the space. So it'd have to be Optic, it'd have to be that room. So to answer your question, I think it get done. It just requires planning and execution. But my question to Daniel I'll have tomorrow is like, are there any blockers on the league side and EFG side, which as far as I've asked around, no. But I'll get Daniel on the record to say otherwise.
Well, all right,
Or he'll
yeah.
confirm.
I'm extremely excited to watch that. That's tomorrow, right? At what time?
5 East.
Make sure you guys all tune in. It's the flank, right? Or is it?
Yeah, we're doing a regular flank episode. It's me, Zin, Tommy, and Samuel LaRue, which I think will be a good squad for that episode.
Absolutely, and we'll probably talk about some of the stuff you guys talk about that on our next episode here as well. But I'm excited for that. Hopefully, Daniel's a good guy. Hopefully, he comes in and answers a lot of the questions and stuff. All right, so let's move on. We got some people in here. We got our mainstay for the call in, our guy, Mr. Frankie Mojo, an absolute legend here in the CoDCast. What's up, brother?
I'm doing good, man. How about you guys?
Doing good, man. Actually doing really good.
Hold on, I got my audio's freaking out real quick. I just got a quick question. We've been seeing not too much of Plaza S&D, but I want to know your guys' general opinions on Plaza. We saw that it was Falcons versus Ravens, I think, right? Where they were just banging at the club for like 3 runs straight, and the rounds were over in like 20 seconds. Surely that's not a trend that continues throughout the season if the map stays, right? Like, I'm thinking people are going to start to slow the map down a little bit, take a different approach to it, spread the map out a little more. But like, I also understand the idea. I've heard that like bad S&D teams are going to love that map because they could just run into the club and just put the bomb down real quick, and that's the round. But like, do you think over time pros are going to figure out pretty quickly how to counter that and have a different approach to it, or do you guys think we're just going to see a bang out for the rest of the year? I don't think so, me personally.
I could take this one off the rip, Ben.
You go first. Go first.
So I was actually, me and Sam were texting about it. I actually don't think it's as bad as, I guess, the first look we had at the first couple of rounds. I mean, if teams want to choose to just both double bang inside the club, then hey, I mean, more power to them. Is that the optimal way to play the map? I don't think so. I mean, maybe a round or two, like throw people off, especially if you have a lead. But we did see some like developing rounds over towards the B bomb site that I thought were actually pretty awesome. If you think about like the insight retake, where you like kill 2 people outer, where it's like you can get B down. Like, do you want to take that courtyard? And it like gives you like a real clear decision like you have to make, which I think is good, especially for like, an or especially for like a map where it's like most teams will probably commit like 1 guy to B. So it's like, does he play his life? Does he back up or does he engage? So there's like real decisions that have to be made defensively. And then offensively, it's like, okay, we can all go inside the club. If they choose to like not bang out club and like just go mid and have a guy hold back stairs, like we might just get trapped in. And if we 3-bang club and have one sit like outside patio, then he's kind of on an island where like mid has any advantage on an angle and B is like kind of an unobstructed flank, right? So there's like a lot of like elements to the map where like there's like a give and take you have to decide every round, which I think actually makes the map pretty solid. And we saw that, like at least a small dose of it in the plazas afterwards. So yeah, I think there's just like, you actually have way more options than what people initially thought. We'll have to see more of it, but as it stands right now, I think there's a place for it.
People also haven't started learning to throw smokes at A to either like cut off the bar angle or the mid angle. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of meta to evolve on that isn't just going to be an A square. So like it can maybe slow down. I think the Ant's point, I think there'll be a give and take, and it'll be fun to see in Atlanta how it plays.
Yeah, and that's what I'm excited for. I'm excited to see teams like get creative on that map and
you can get real creative on that map.
Punish teams that are just thinking super one-dimensional, because I think this map is a bit deceiving. I think going into it, there is this notion that it's basically just like Colossus, like you just bang out of sight and that's it. That's the round.
It's not like that.
I don't think that's how this map is going to end up working at all. So it's going to be really interesting to see that. And we saw that Falcons versus Ravens. Like it was one of the last rounds. I think you guys mentioned it already, where like they hit like 2 mid. They sent 1 guy to the other site, and one team just went all 4 into the club, and they were instantly surrounded.
Well, you saw kind of like that was such a good example of like how that map could be good as the rounds started to develop late. Because like Riyadh were trying to like do that, like, all right, we're just gonna bang this, right? Like this map's simple, and they got like hard punished for it. So I guess we'll see as it keeps going, but I actually kind of liked it.
Yeah, I thought it was cool.
The more we watched it. Yeah, thanks, Frankie. Appreciate it.
No problem, man. See you.
That'd be a question.
Yeah, this is a good question. It's something I actually kind of wanted to talk about. I was hoping Ray would be here today so we could go over it together as well, but maybe next episode.
Maybe next week. And I really am hoping we see Gridlock S&D this weekend.
Yeah, why do you think we're not seeing that, Ben?
People are probably not confident yet to play it over some of the other maps, and it's just easy to ban the map that we don't have reps on. So we'll see if now people have confidence and they feel like they're ahead early.
Yeah, I don't know how we haven't seen one Gridlock S&D.
Or all the pros think the map sucks and they're just group thinking it, which it's also possible.
It might be silent G8, bro.
Okay, but then if it's silent G8, not actually G8, let's get fucking good at the map and then force everybody to ban it against us so we can just play other shit. Like that was my argument with Clifftown.
Yeah,
everybody hates fucking Clifftown. Let's
I think
get
it's
good
better
at
than
it, and then
Gridlock.
everybody auto VDs against us, and we can go play fucking Den Hardpoint or Skosake or whatever we're second best map at.
All right, Core, what up, bro? What's going on?
How's it going, guys? Doing well? How you doing?
Doing good. Real good.
I had something quick on, I agree that the teams that don't seem to really care and put much effort into the league, like, C9 paying less than minimum wage, it seems like, and Ravens refusing to pay a $2,000 buyout shouldn't be in the league to begin with. But just given the absurd bio numbers that we've heard floated around for acquiring the spot, are there things that you guys would like to see maybe the league enforce to be able to help mitigate, against just being able to kind of be in the league and not do much and kind of enforce engagement?
So here's the problem with this. And I think we're going to get into this with Daniel. If you want the league to have more oversight into player contracts and player conduct and like really enforce certain things on the orgs, the CDL doesn't have their own lawyers. The Activision, Microsoft do, and you're getting those people involved. And I'm gonna be honest, having worked with publishers, it's not just an Activision thing. It's when I was at Esports Engine working with different publishers. Those legal departments are so levels attached from like understanding esports, understanding the esports business, and they just don't. It's gonna slow down the process so much on these things, and they're gonna block things they shouldn't block. And like it's a weird give and take that the league's got to find of like how much do we want to have this oversight to make sure that we have a fair competition, fair goals, all this stuff, but not have too much legal oversight where nothing gets done and nothing's fucking allowed because legal doesn't allow it.
Yeah.
It's a very tough spot. It's a very tough spot there. And I guess the solution is to have their own fucking in-house counsel to handle all that. But that's also, I don't think Activision Microsoft's going to allow the money to do that.
And they're also trying to figure out a way for these teams to make money. And if these teams are like, dude, we're like so in the red, it's kind of hard. I mean, it's just a hard one to figure out. I mean, I do agree with you.
I don't buy that part.
I do agree with you though. Like, I would like the league to step in a bit with some of the teams. Like the Fire situation that's tough, man. I mean, he ended up paying it, right, Ben?
I think that my chat was telling me earlier that I think there was a solution presented. And I think he got some outside help from. He's in that 1v1 me thing. I think he got some outside help to be able to cover it because, like, again, Carolina put Bush in a very awkward position on that front. The difficulty for the league in the process they're on right now, Ant, is that what they really don't want with the way they have this set up is that a player is so fed up with an org and it goes so poorly on the way out that they sue an org. And all of this ends up in a public lawsuit in a depot. And like the league is then a party to that lawsuit, like subpoenaed. And they have to go in and on the record discuss like how they didn't have oversight and whatever this shit's like. That is where this thing might come to a head because
way above my
if a player
grade,
sues
then.
and the league's gonna be forced to make a change,
Yeah.
because they're gonna want nothing to do with it. It's just insane negative PR for a public company.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen. But and it doesn't get to that point. But Court, thanks for the question, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Yep.
Some of my chat said BS answer. I'm just telling you how shit works. Whether or not you like it and the reality of it, like I don't know what to tell you. Like I would love for the league to just put the hammer down on shitty fucking orgs. The problem again is like, I know how the legal departments of these publishers work, and trust me, they are so risk adverse, especially if the company is public.
Yes.
And the size they are, it's very tough, man. Very tough.
Shreve, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Sorry I got to you
Super
third.
appreciative to have the opportunity to have like great perspective on these things. I want to rattle through this quick so we can get to the next person or just move on. So I'm going to rattle off a bunch of talking points. You guys pick what you want to answer or talk about. I'm going to talk about several things in the next 20 seconds.
All right, go ahead. I'm starting the timer now.
Don't list too much shit, though. Don't list too much
I'll
shit.
remember what I want to answer. All right, so it's...
Okay, Ben, actually, should I not list too many things? All right.
No, go ahead. You got 20 seconds. Let's go. Starting now.
I want to give a shout out to Human Jesus and Pristini, old Panda Gaming teammates of mine. Sake P2 is too deep in the back. It's bullshit. They need to fucking shrink the map down by just a couple millimeters. Like, Ghosty gets stoned. No way that works consistently. And yes, I do think he goes off and shits on FaZe this weekend. Dante is checked out, and yeah, I think he's partying too much on the side. That's just my opinion. Do you guys think the new meta is fair? I don't know. Purge his ass. COD's a game of milliseconds. He's not making the millisecond split decisions that are able to win the game, whether it's his nerves or overthinking. The guy doesn't have it. And statistics and results show that. Surge is on the come up. TJ Halley has been secretly grinding S&D chows. So I really think Surge is on one. Toronto isn't going to clutch at the end of the day. A guy like Byron Nasty would complete this team for sure for me. Love the show. It helps me with a lot of insight on things. I appreciate you guys. Are we going to sit here and pretend Ben has not played at the highest level in online tournaments? I'm tired of the slander. This guy has played against these pros in the highest level online. These young kids need to wake up. And can you compare the Mets to C9, Ben, please? The Mets are
the Mets are not C9. The Mets are
C9 in the league. I know not the same because the Mets have a ton of talent, and C9 is C9. But yeah, I'm done.
All right. Yeah, I mean that was a good minute.
$350 million fucking payroll. They're not C9, brother. So where do you want to start, Ann? Where do you want to start with this?
Okay, so one, I love the Human Jesus and Pristini shout out. OGs. I forgot a lot because the Sib part was hilarious.
Sake P2 is not as deep as you think it is.
It's not that bad.
I think teams need to understand that at the start of a hill, people are going to hit the back and they need to play better spots, but more importantly, better spots where their teammate can fucking help them after the first kill. So just give it time for them to set up.
So quick answers to the Sake P2. Let's piggyback on Ben. It needs to be where it's at because P3 is so strong. You don't want that hill to be too close to it. He actually just went back to the audience. He just wants us to react. All right, cool.
The mulch thing, the weed thing. I think it's an interesting play. I guess it works for Dan. I would think that it would negatively affect your ability to make a lot of decisions, but fuck it, I guess.
Yeah, the Sib one partying too much. I don't think Sib's partying. I think he's just aura farming. I think Sib just after matches, especially after wins, he's just I'm gonna go to a fancy place downtown, set up a tripod, and just take a picture. So I don't know if he's partying, more so just going out, having a bev, and snapping an IG photo. The next
Dante is just hold on. Can I step in on this one real quick?
Yeah.
Dante is just too cool for school. And that's fine if you're super talented, but I'm gonna keep it a stack, and this might get me in trouble. I just think it's gonna limit his ability to ever realize his massive talent consistently. I think that's why he's just so inconsistent, because I just don't know how locked in he's compared to other elite players. I know he has that level in him. We see it multiple times a year, sometimes in a whole year we see it. But bro, I just think sometimes he's getting away of himself.
I've never heard any players or anybody say that he's not a grinder. Everybody I've talked to and seen from the camps he's been in is that he's kind of locked in practice. Where does that, because it's just his post that comes from, or where does that take spawn, I guess?
I know from the New York situation, everything I've heard about Dante is it's not he's not trying in practice. I think Dante definitely tries. I think Dante, the MO I've been given from ex-teammates is Dante is that guy, and that he's always got an idea on how to play a situation, and he will argue his way with his team even if he's getting 1v3.
Oh, okay. So stubborn.
Yeah, he's
I could see that.
Guy, you know
I could definitely see stubborn. But yeah, I mean, obviously I've never been in
it's fine.
practice facility with him or anything. But yeah, I mean, stubborn is something to work with, that you have to work around. It's easy to work around if they're absolutely popping off, which Sib does at times. But yeah, Sib in big moments has been really good. Grand finals, even the champs final that they lost, dude, he was taking over. Stage 1 major bracket. So I think it's still a lot to like. But yeah, I mean, if he's stubborn, then definitely has to work on that. I've just never heard any of that stuff with Sib. Like I've heard and seen like stuff on social media that maybe obviously he needs to work on, but like maybe putting extra pressure on himself and stuff. But I've never heard like the practice and like in-game stuff being a frustration with him.
Like I said, I've always heard that Dante tries. It's just I think he's got an idea. A lot of players like Sprout. He's got an idea of how he wants to play. He's gonna fight for it. Like he will eventually give ground, but sometimes it's a 12-round knockout. But to be honest, a lot of the greatest players of all time, fucking Patty P, for example, Pat was in a heavyweight battle to get whatever he wanted every day in scrims.
I mean, sometimes you're like that.
Like,
I will say I've had a couple of COD talks with Dante, and I've been on this train for a while. I do think that in terms of respawn, he knows ball. I think he's good as fuck. Like mentally, I think he really understands this new age Call of Duty. So yeah, but yeah, stubbornness is something that definitely needs work on. What else did Sharif bring up that he wanted us to address? Was there anything else? There was a lot.
He talked about Toronto.
Oh yeah, he said Nasty would fix them. I don't know, man. I think they're fixed.
I think they'd be better with Nasty, but I'm tired of arguing that one. We spent the whole offseason talking about it. Like,
yeah. All right.
I don't need to bring it back up.
All right, Iron D, bring him in.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up? I'm doing good.
Good, bro.
Good. Well, Nameless last CoDCast called me the dreamer, so we're going to do a little bit more dreaming today. I am reading a quote off of Twitter here. The Call of Duty movie will be the greatest movie of all time and win an Oscar. I won't say who said that, but my question is, what do you guys, with that movie coming up in 2028, what would you guys like to see for it? I mean, there's been a couple of kind of gaming movies, like Gamer with Gerard Butler into it, or would you guys rather see kind of like a Black Hawk Down, Saving Private Ryan type esque?
Yeah, that would be awesome.
But I mean, at the end of the day, it's a Call of Duty movie, so I have no clue what kind of would you guys like to see, and then also, would you like to see any cameos from pros or former pros? Maybe thrown into the movie somehow, some way, or maybe, we get some like cameo-esque, pro Call of Duty, get one of the characters to yell at the enemy to bow down or something like that.
Well, what's the movie gonna be about? I don't foresee there being any operas in it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, hell yeah.
What do you want to see?
I don't think so. The last I think we heard about it was in the fall, right? It was that Peter Berg and Sheridan were going to co-produce and co-write it. How they turned the script yet, I don't know. There's a lot of good stories they can pull from, and I think people will probably say like what Joey said, the M1, M3 line or the Black Ops like storyline. It would probably be one of those. Maybe they cut the difference and kind of make something in the middle with some of those characters and they write a new story. But like until we see potentially the direction they're going in, especially with casting, we probably don't know. I mean, I think they. So I'm looking at them now. They showed a sizzle. So the only thing we saw recently was at CinemaCon, which was like last week. They showed a sizzle reel that had like some graphics, but they haven't talked about like what the story is yet. I don't think those guys have probably turned in a script and they haven't really cast it yet.
Yeah, but what story do you want to see, Ben? What is it what would you like to sit down with a bucket of popcorn and watch?
I think the
MW2
M1, M3 story. Yeah, the MW2 storyline would be really good. I think that could set up like the way that story is structured with the third act could be really good.
Will Ghost be like the main character? If so, I'm in.
Okay. That's
fair.
Just
give me Ghost, bro.
Okay. Can I make an interesting thread about this COD movie? And it's not going to come back around until next year. But like, this is right now, they booked it June 2028. Okay. And the end of June is a very prime spot for movies. I got to pull up like what Paramount's fucking calendar is in 28 right now. Because they're going to be the studio. So like, I have to see what else they've got slated for them. But like, the point I'm trying to make is how many eggs Paramount's going to put in the marketing basket for this one, on top of what Activision may spend. We should have a very interesting convo.
It's coming out 2028.
Yeah, June 2028, which fits right in the middle of the season. So the question I'm about to say is, will the Call of Duty League be a part of some of the marketing spend that may be involved with this movie. What's their upcoming?
So they got A Quiet Place Part 3. I actually can't wait for that.
That's not going to be like a huge marketing spend though.
Yeah, and then they got the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem sequel.
That's a year before.
Oh, yeah, it's a year before. So yeah, it's just COD and Sonic.
What are the 3 they have in 28? What are the 3 in 28?
COD, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles film, which probably be big, and then Sonic. I mean, listen, COD owns the first half of the year.
There we go.
Yeah, so like this is what I'm saying. Like, I think the interesting question, and maybe at some point I should ask Daniel, is like, are there any combos? It's probably too early for this internal, but where the COD League might line up in the marketing spend, because these movies, they're going to spend a stupid amount of millions. Like, where do they fit in the rollout of that? You know?
Yeah, I just want to see MCs shaking hands at the premiere on the red carpet. That's literally kind of all I want to see. I just want to see that, bro. Maybe with like the ghost headphones on, that'd be lit. But yeah, thanks for the question, Iron D.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah, 28 is a while. They also haven't started shooting this movie yet, so 2 years to turn around is also pretty tough. That really stay might get pushed back.
All right, Trev's been here for a while. Let's get him in.
Hey guys, sorry my audio is probably not that great, so I'm going to make it quick and then I'm going to hop out of here. I appreciate you bringing me in.
Yeah.
My question is, in regard to map vetoes, what is the biggest deciding factor for teams when they have to make the decision to either veto based on their strengths or veto based on their opponent's weaknesses? Or is it normally a one-sided decision? That is all. Thank you guys so much.
Ben, you want to begin?
It depends on the team. Okay, there are some teams where it kind of comes down to how the players wake up that morning.
Yep.
And they're like, you know what? Let's play this map. Like, I hate to say it.
Scrims the day before.
Scrims the day before. There's no fucking exact science. It's just literally just vibes. There are some teams that think it through, and they probably use a combination of like how we have played historically with the teams on the remaining set and kind of where we're at trending on that map to make like an empirical decision on this is probably our best chance to win. But then, like, again, the way the players are sometimes they're just so simple. Like, you know what, let's play this map today because we're fucking feeling good at it. You know?
Yeah.
That's
what
how it happens?
Basically, Ben's right. Like, bro, these guys will scrim like 2 days in a row, feel confident on something, throw it in. Some teams do have auto vetoes, which kind of like puts them in a box when it comes into the veto process. Where it really gets like super high levels when teams have like expanded map pools. Like we were talking about the Texas and Toronto one. You have to go into it like kind of with a game plan of like, okay, if we split the hard points, then like, where do we get our edge here? Like, how do we want to approach this? Do we just like with them? I believe Optic like just like big brain Toronto last time they played the Den and beat them on it, right? So you can take some risk if you're a really good team that has like a pretty big map pool. But yeah, I mean, more so it's just like about reps, like in official matches as well before you want to put them in those big series. But yeah. I mean, you could wake up one day and be like, yeah, I want to play Colossus today. And we see that from time to time. We get to the grand final and Optic goes, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to play Colossus map 1. Even though that was probably objectively the wrong decision, they did it anyway, right? So it's not all based on stats and like your performance on the map. Some of it is based on like the scrims the day before, the vibes, like Ben said, the morning of.
Famously, I used to watch because I used to watch the Optic Dynasty practice sometimes at the old Columbus studio. And like this is when Teep was coach, and like Teep would have a big fight with Krim and them because they would come in and just be like all vibes, and Teep's like, maybe we shouldn't play this map. It's the other team's kind of good at it. Yeah. And so you're gonna let the players be like they got to learn from their mistakes, you know, if they want to go down that route. But
yeah,
I think kind of how it goes, unfortunately.
All right, let's get Dane Draper. It's kind of a fire name.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
What's that show? Yeah. Mad Men? Is that his name in Mad Men?
It's Don Draper. I get that a lot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've watched a couple episodes.
Professional career, that's kind of benefited me a bit. I think there's a lot of memes.
You've never watched a show. It is probably one of the greatest TV shows of all time.
Really?
And I will die on this hill. May actually be top 2 ending in television history. The way that series ends is like legitimately 98% perfect.
So my wife made me watch the first like 6 episodes, and it was pretty good. And he's a compelling character, but it's just a little slow. I'll watch it. Maybe it gets my next big flight.
Every season gets better. Every season gets better.
How many seasons?
Yeah. I want to check it out. I feel like every show I watch is my girlfriend, and I feel like she's like not going to be into that, but I want to watch that pretty bad. But so I want to talk about like the meta situation essentially.
and how that's been handled by the pros and whatnot, and how it is like always handled by the pros essentially. And that's just like basically a foundation of having no knowledge of how the attachments and how these weapons actually work in the game. And I think Haggy talked about that on the flank last night in like a really good way. He's usually on top of that stuff pretty well relative to anyone else, you know, with a voice in the scene, basically.
He's good with that stuff.
Yeah, but he had two solutions that have been exactly what I've been thinking, and I've like written them on paper and stuff before that aired to prove my, you know, authenticity in these thoughts. But basically, like with the NPC and how, I don't know, like addressing the actual issues of these weapons or of that gun specifically in this meta isn't like the way the pros are handling it is basically just, you know, kind of throwing shit at a wall and hoping it sticks. Like you ban a bunch of random ass attachments with like recoil, even though the gun still kind of doesn't move if you shoot straight. If you have like 0 step to underbarrel, that's like all you need. And like damage range stuff when that gun doesn't really do anything out of range anyway. Or like the damage range itself isn't good. But like its sprint out time and its ADS time are instant, and it kills really fast up close, which is why it's a shotgun, and why, even though comparing to like the Dravic meta, you had, you know, like it's a lower individual, like mechanical skill ceiling gun, which was a problem. That gun isn't good. But the NPC is a higher skill ceiling gun, and we're still seeing what seems to be like a lower skill gap in the game.
Yeah, but we're early in the stage though. That's your correlations mean causation. Like we're early in the stage, and people are just getting back to playing matches. If it's like this at the end of the stage, we can have that convo. But I wouldn't overthink the first weekend too much on specifically that.
I would also,
I understand like the idea of waiting and seeing and stuff. Like I think that's important. I'm generally on that side too. But I think understanding how like a skill gap works, obviously, like we should understand that, and basically a lot of that revolving around like rewarding good positioning and punishing players who get
up until this point, it has been an AR meta. And if the meta slightly leans if the meta slightly starts to lean towards SMG, that's not in a vacuum a bad thing. And with the pros with the pros like approaching this by like, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and agree that like removing all these attachments or whatever, changing it up is gonna automatically make it better. But it does indicate that they believe that the sub's a little bit too strong. So basically what you're saying is that like, what are you proposing, like something they should do, like, or a certain attachment?
I'm exactly that. I'm going to offer like two solutions basically. And that's that you don't need to ban any recoil attachment. You don't need to ban any damage range attachment that is going to like very, very marginally just affect the gun and make it like slightly worse overall. All you have to do is take off the 2 rear grips that absolutely launch your ADS time on a gun that already sprints out super fast and basically makes it where like sprinting around the map, not having good position, like not rewarding players for holding an iron or having good positioning.
That could work, but I think that at that point, like that's the whole point of this meta change, I think, is people want to be mobile with the SMG, right? And with these bigger maps,
fastest handling sub in the entire game.
Yeah, and with these bigger maps, like I'll tell you, like as you know, playing like that's with a sub, to keep the sub out in your hand, you want to be able to like snap onto people, right? So like that, you're gonna get a lot of pushback by the SMG players if that's what gets like removed. You know what I mean? Because that's the primary reason people like the NPC is the fact that it aims in quick. And as somebody who ran subs in a lot of titles, whenever the sub had a slower ADS, it felt awful, and the ARs dominated the meta. So like, it's just difficult to, I guess, find the balance. But like to take off the ADS, I think would be a miss, especially with the maps that we've just added. Like, bro, imagine playing like Saki and like closing the distance, and then you're pulling up slow. Like that's not. I don't think that it doesn't entice for an SMG.
To counter that, I would say it still isn't slow. Like a lot of these players. And it's surprising to me, but like Simp and some of these other guys aren't even running the quick draw and stuff like that, because they don't think they need it because already ADS is pretty fast. Like an ADS is faster than some of these pros had on the Dravic with whatever attachments they had, like Simp, for example, was running like hex cut and not the fast loader and stuff, like not stuff that helps your ADS much. And the Dravik felt like shit. Like if it's basically a Razorback, and we're using it in comp up until now. Like that's stupid.
Long range MSMC.
Yeah. So like the NPC without any of those two attachments, and you could run. There is a fast mag that bumps its ADS a bit, but like default, it's 180 milliseconds, which is like the same as what I'm saying with the Dravik was. And it still has a faster sprint out. It still has a faster sprint speed.
I mean, it's an option. It's definitely an option to try, Dane. But I think the better option, and I said this to Sim in the interview because I asked him about it, and he said, "Yeah, I don't like this meta." Basically, they just need to allow attachments on the pistol for ARs only. And if attachments are allowed on the pistol for ARs only, it gets way better for them.
How do you enforce that though?
What do you mean? They have attached on their pistol and subs don't. Like period. Your subclass has attached on the pistol, and your AR or your subclass doesn't.
How are you going to enforce if someone breaks it though? Because people pick up weapons on the ground all the time. Like, how do you know someone was off the rip running an AR or a subclass?
Yeah, I mean,
no, people will cheese it. And
I guess where
you can't enforce that GA though.
I guess I mean, then I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if you could find a way to enforce that, but I would just like to hope that.
I feel like that's not that crazy.
I don't think it's that crazy. Yeah, sub players before the series just show your class, and if your pistol has attachments on it. Well, we need a way to see.
You can see the attachment on the gun. Like if a sub player pulls out a pistol, you can see these attachments on it. It's not like a hidden thing.
I mean, if I see shots you with a goddamn pistol with attachments, then I know he's breaking the GA.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And then also, you can also allow on the AR. Like I don't even know if a majority of the league even realizes this, but like all muzzles have been banned, of course, and that's really just for like the compensators. But there is like a slide to fire attachment on the AR that would make it feel more fluid and better up close and stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
I was gonna say, and like the normal muzzle.
The AR is like a
the normal muzzle people run in the AR, like if we're allowed that, is so OP, bro. Like the AR gunfights would be terrible. Like
yeah, I think that hurts the skill gap of ARs in general, and that gun's already beaten subs at range anyway, so it's fine. But like if you allowed this one muzzle, it's called the Titan compensator. Like you could run Pentagrind for free, like the quick draw attachment on the AR, or you could stack that with hex cut and make it feel like a lot better slide of fire. That kind of thing. It would just feel better against meta that's really, really dominant.
The M15 is already really good.
You're getting to the key point here, which is like, and what Chris is trying to say, like the pros don't go into this with like, here's our 3 or 4 fucking goals that we're trying to achieve. Like it's just, it throws you to the wall because they're not mature enough to know how to use executive function to actually make fucking smart decisions.
That's
it's a lack of critical
cheese after
thoughts.
losing maps in a fucking scrim, and that's part of the reason why they've been cut out of so much of this process, especially with regards to maps. The meta and the weapons, they can still enforce GAs and run that, but that's why they got cut out of the map process, because the league and Activision had fuck enough of their bullshit.
Just allow pistol attachments for a week and see what happens, because I don't think sub players are going to be pulling out their pistol. The NPC's insane.
I'm telling you, like people, and I don't think so either, but I'm telling you, get to a LAN event, people are playing for $1 million. They're fucking breaking.
No, I'm saying even let the subs use attachment on their pistol too. Fuck it. Everybody should just allow because like if you're gonna pull out a pistol instead of your NPC, then all right, so be it. But give the ARs at least an ability. Like first of all, a sub should have the advantage up close, but give them the ability to fight back. Because there have been a couple of people that have gotten 180 or like really shit on bad. Where I'm like, all right, well, yeah, the sub is just way stronger. So I do think the pistol could help with that, but we'd have to see it. They'd have to try it.
Yeah, and also just last thing, the point Haggis made about like the VST with the conversion ammo, I was banging the table for that shit in like fucking Zuma's
what is it?
Community Twitter or whatever. It's the VST, it's the new sub they dropped. But there's like the prestige attachment, which is allowed in private match and that kind of shit. You know, you can just put that on whenever, but it basically completely changes the gun to a completely different gun. And it basically makes it into like a traditional sub with fast handling that isn't as absurd as the NPC. It doesn't kill as absurdly fast as the NPC either. It just like shoots faster, kills a little faster than the draw, has like reasonable range. It feels like a legit sub that isn't overpowered, and that would like 100% be the best gun for the meta.
Well,
like,
I haven't even tried that, so I guess I need to try that.
And no one has, and that's fucking Like, it's not your job, obviously, but that shit's crazy.
I mean,
These pros don't even know that shit
that's
exists.
typically how these things go, though. Like, the NPC was in a good spot like a month ago, and now it's in, and it's kind of crazy. I still think it's not as bad as some people are reacting, but they're working
I don't
on
either. I mean, I think it's way more fun. I like using it. Like, I'm a crim player who likes running a sub. Like, I like it. It's fun. It's just fundamentally like for the health of the game and the skill gap and that kind of thing. I think rewarding players for good positioning and punishing players for like playing recklessly doesn't really exist when you can have an attachment on a gun that makes you like, you don't even need to hold. It's worse to hold an iron a lot of the time because you're not able to be, sprinting around, jumping around and shit. And you're aiming in and like hitting shots exactly as fast.
Well, Dane,
It's
thank you
kinda
for the
crazy.
topic, bro. This is a great discussion. Yeah, if you want, after the episode, post some of your ideas in the comments of the video. I'll pin them, and we'll see what people think about it.
Gotcha, man.
Appreciate it, Dane.
y'all. Thank you.
Yeah, but this is my problem with the process. Is like this was a very good combo, but I don't think the pros are sitting here like thinking about it.
Yeah,
at
like
this
this.
level.
No, they're not.
And that's what's so frustrating is like they have such a, those guys also have such a good mind for like what will play well, what will feel well, but they're just not like sitting down in a room and having that combo.
Yeah.
They do that, they'll make the better decisions.
Have they even talked about pistol attachments? It just got deleted and just never even proposed again.
I have no idea.
All right. Well, let's bring in Or's Edge.
Yo, what's up, guys?
What up? What's your question, bro? We got to rip through these.
Yeah, real quick. You guys brought up Inside a little bit. I actually was on a few episodes ago, and a little bit a while ago. Ray talked to me a little bit, kind of just about teams not necessarily playing all the same. You don't necessarily know, if teams are actually like trying to do what Optic was doing when they were the best, for example, or trying to follow phase. My question though is about Insight. Obviously, we know he plays super slow in all this. Is there a chance that's literally just maybe their game plan? Like they're letting the other three run rogue? Like there's no way. Obviously, they're seeing the scoreboard every game too and seeing what he's doing. Like at this point, I feel like that's got to be a part of their strategy,
Yeah, it's his role. I mean, there's times where he needs to speed up, but like, I mean, overall, you go back and you watch their games from the major and their last couple matches that just had. I mean, there's not a shit ton of moments where you're just like, oh man, Jamie needs to fly there. I mean, maybe one or two, but if you were to take the gameplay and just like go to every other AR in the league, like probably overall, but that's just like their team comp, bro. Like,
yeah, but he also plays like he'll fill the gap, but he'll play it way more passive than anybody else does and not apply damage. That's the issue. But like I think there are times sure where Jamie isn't getting bumped correctly and like people running past him, but also I just don't think that he doesn't apply as much pressure to the people that play the role, and they're missing out. There's a lot of damage and potential kills that are just leaving on the board.
Yeah, that's true,
I don't think
man.
it's an
But
efficient way to play.
I think that's true, and you guys are right because you maybe add one piece, a nasty, or like people like to say maybe they take the step. I know, Ant, you also like to make a good point that it's not always greener, so you don't ever necessarily know. But I wish more of the lower end teams would almost try this. Like, I know it sounds crazy. I don't mean literally have somebody play like a hermit. I just mean do something different. At least Toronto is, again, people are shitting on Insight, but they're winning when he's playing like that.
I mean, the thing is, in
he's
terms
not making
of
any mistakes.
in terms of the decisions, well, I mean, everybody makes mistakes, but in terms of decisions, like at least Insights are like consistent, right? And like you know what you're working with in like every scenario, right? So it's like, I don't know, I'll just throw up like an arbitrary, like random situation. Like, let's just say it's like Saki P2 and Insight's sitting on the well, right? And he's like kind of shimmying left and right. And like if pressure comes in there, Insight's gonna be there. He's not gonna let anybody sneak through, and it just gives Joe or like Kips the ability to like apply pressure. Now, is it the optimal way to play sometimes? Maybe not. Like somebody dies, like you want, more than likely at the top level, you want a player who can kind of fill in that gap fast enough and like alleviate like wherever the pressure's coming in. And maybe Insight doesn't get to those spots as often as some of the faster ARs do, but that consistency part of that is done to such a high level that it gives them the ability to like win and salvage a lot of situations. Does that make sense? You kind of understand what I'm saying? Like he'll get to a place, he'll play consistently.
Agree.
Yeah. So like it works for them, at least right now it does. Is there another gear where the grass is greener? Like, yeah, on the top end for their system, yeah. But like, there's a degree of like comfortability there, And I can recall like teams where I had that and I dropped the player to get to that greener side, and you don't always get there. So that's like, it has to be for the right player. Like, you know what I mean? So that's where I'm at with it. I don't know if Ben's at the same place. He's been a little bit more, I guess, dire on it, but that's where I'm at with the insight talk.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, I think it's undoubted that if they added someone quick, like there's undoubted that, let's say it was greener and not necessarily someone's just going to turn out to be great, but you add a nasty, like it's not, you can't doubt the fact that their ceiling could potentially rise. But like we said, like, of course it's fun to make fun of Insight and he's a hermit, but at this point you just got to think the other three are almost like cool with it because he's just doing the job, doing all the things they don't want to do, and they just get to run around and fly. Does it hurt them sometimes? Yeah. And could their ceiling be higher with someone else? Yes. But like you say, Ant, screw it. At this point, I just say ride with it. It's working. It's working.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's where I'm at. Yeah, I mean, you just don't want to mess up what is potentially there, right? And I mean, with every team, you're gonna have some issues you have to work on. So, I mean, we'll see. Like, does Insight need to speed up? Probably, but like, he could probably speed up marginally to the point where there can be a championship team. Like, that's definitely possible. We saw it at the major. Definitely saw it there. But thank you for bringing that topic back up.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, let's get Joser in here. What up, Joser?
Hello.
What up? Yo. All right, well, we'll bring Joser back.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you good?
Yeah. Oh, I had it on mute. My bad.
You're good. Locking, brother.
My question was, if you had to put a number on it, how many years are we away from being able to choose operators like Crimsix, Clayster, Octane as and operators in the game?
See, can I take this one?
Yeah.
They were gonna go in this direction, and fucking like
the Nick Merckx thing.
Nick Merckx ruined it for everybody, bro.
Yeah.
Like, cause Nick fucked up and then doubled down, then tripled down, and put Activision in a situation where they had to cut bait, and it ruined it for fucking everybody. And like, maybe if someone comes in at the Microsoft games level, the Activision level, and they want to try it again, because enough time has passed, so be it. But they're going to be super careful about who they pick because they're a massive public company. And
I don't think we'll ever see it
happen again,
unless it's like an absurd 360 crazy contract. Like, I don't think we'll see it just because of that.
So you think like maybe another 10 years?
I don't know.
It's tough to answer because like what's the, like, if you're Activision, like, is that going to generate extra revenue because you're going to have to split it with the person that you're fucking, like, you're going to have to split it with Nate Shot or Scump or whoever, you know? Like, they're getting a big piece of that. Fortnite doesn't mind because they have a ubiquitous item store and they're just pure volume. But like, I don't know if COD think the same way, so I wouldn't put a time on it. It just comes down to like them. I don't know. Like, I just think that the Nick thing ended so poorly for them on so many levels. I just don't think that they're going to be willing to run it back. I don't think it's worth the squeeze.
Yeah.
But they're desperate for money, so who the fuck knows? Maybe they decide it's a way to make revenue and they'll try it again.
But thank you, Joser. Appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's something that people used to talk about, but yeah, that situation just didn't end well. So, just don't know if it happened. Tully, what up? What's your question?
How are you guys doing?
Doing good, man. How about you?
I'm doing well. Just a real quick comment on what he just said before. I don't think you'll see it because even if you take Overwatch, they had the one character with the name that who they named it after came down with the sexual assault lawsuit of the dev, and they had to remove the entire character, change the name and everything. So
yeah, it's just too much like liability, like stuff. Like, it's just.
So I have two comment questions, I guess you could say. So the first one is, I think this whole meta thing is overblown. I think the league should be deciding all this. If you take the NBA or MLB, they come down and make the rules. So like when the NBA had the sneakers that they didn't want to allow, that didn't come down to the players to decide that. The league decided that. The league decides the rules and what's going to occur. So why it doesn't come down to the players to make those decisions and all of that. If they want to move the 3-point line back or a 4-point line or whatever, that comes down to the league, not the players.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just different. I don't think it's like apples to apples, bro. Like, our game, we have a new game every year that's like totally different. You know what I mean? It has to be a collaboration with players and league. It just has to, because they're like, go ahead, Ben. But like the players are the S tier experts in this instance, where it's like it's different in NBA, NFL, right? Like it's the same game that you're changing like rules to. But like COD is just it's you can't compare it, bro. You really can't.
So the whole sneaker thing, sneakers is not a good analogy, because for a long time there are very restrictive sneaker rules in the NBA. This is well covered in the 70s and the 80s and the Jordan era. And the NBA in recent times with social media, because I think they're smart, have realized how giving players as much freedom of expression as possible is a great sell for regular season games, to just give people exposure to want to tune in. Oh, so-and-so is wearing like cool ass fucking sneakers when they're walking in or they're warming up. Like they'll get a couple extra eyeballs, which will help us. Like it raises all tides. I think to Ant's point, the problem is like, if you're talking about weapon meta, yeah, I think the league can do a bit more to try and make it more fresh and like heavily restrict the guns that are available from stage to stage. The players are still going to fuck about, and GA attachments, they do their own thing, and there's not a fucking thing that Activision can do about it. You can't stop the GAs. It's impossible.
I completely agree with that point. I just thought that maybe there should be a team on the dev side that you'd be like, okay, like you are hired only to make the competitive rule sets, because I'm sure that's in other leagues as well.
Yeah, that'd be sensational.
Well, I don't think this has been a well educated topic, because I think it's been discussed a couple times on the publisher side, and I just don't think the studio is going to be willing to pay someone a full-time salary where all they focus on is just the competitive tools. There's just going to be, there are way more high priority bugs and topics and tasks that they need to tackle, and it's going to be difficult for them to like fight into that.
Which then comes into my next question, because I have a financial background. That's how my mind works. Is when the league contract ends, can you see these big name orgs saying, we don't want to be part of this bigger picture, we don't make enough money, and they all drop down into challengers, and then you have these smaller time orgs that move up in our partner teams? Because I saw something years ago when Optic wasn't guaranteed a spot and they were the last team in, that they would have just formed their challengers team with all their pros. So if you go down to challengers level, you can pay the players the same amount. You're just not partnered and have to put on events and deal with everything on the league side.
Optic are a very special case scenario. They are a very unique situation, and their relationship with Activision is this has been well documented via conversations from Hector, lawsuits. They have a very unique relationship with Activision that is nobody else has, because the sides of their fan base, the creators that have come through, and like how tied their org is to Call of Duty. They're in a symbiotic, crazy relationship with Activision. It's hilarious. But if the league dies, like everybody's going to be fucking out. Like if the league's died and someone else is stepping in and running a third party, like it's going to kill everything. What you're saying, yeah, you might see small orgs, but that'll be the death of it. Like that's why when people talk about, like Pat sits here and simplifies it, like we don't need to have the league. Well, then who's writing $1 million fucking check?
Yeah.
7 times a year to make shit funded? Is it the PIF? Like who, you know what I'm saying? Like the other side of that is, it ain't a fucking nice looking fucking meadow like we're in Sound of the Music. It's looking like a fucking wasteland, like we're playing fucking Fallout. So be careful what you wish for in some of these situations.
Oh yeah, it all comes down to finances and how in the green are your P&L, and it doesn't matter anything else besides that. It's a world run on money.
Thank you, Tully. Appreciate you.
I mean, yes, I will say though, and this is the thing with esports, is that many publishers see it as an avenue in order to, as a marketing spin, in order to achieve revenue by the exposure that it comes from. And I think they can do a better job at Activision by having better MTX for the teams, because then you can better justify the marketing cost. It's a cyclical thing. But I think that topic is
an absolute masterclass out of BENJ. Just
tough.
Just doing a civil service to the community. All right,
J
Dog.
Hold on. Lance Center, people are saying the Saudis. I just want everybody to be clear what's happening in the fucking world right now. I don't know if y'all have noticed, but there was a lot of comments from Al Rubian, who's the head of the Public Endowment Fund of Saudi, and they're pulling back a bit their investment, because I think they realize, unfortunately, guys, and I don't want to get too much in politics, but This Iran war, I don't think is anytime any fucking soon. And the Saudis, because the Houthis are backed by the Iranians, and also because they're a missile throw away, they're in it. And they're going to have to spend money on defense and potentially offense, depending on how it goes. And I don't know if they're just going to be out here willing. I know much been said by podcasts about how much MBS and his brother and people in the Royal family are gamers and they want to support the gaming scene. I don't know if they're going to be out here willing to spend fucking 20 M's a year to fucking make a CWL fucking clone with DSL.
All right, J Dog's our final questionnaire. What's up?
What's up, guys? Sorry, I've been doing business shit all day, so I missed like all your episode. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it on YouTube.
You're good.
Hell yeah.
No, you guys may have talked about this, but the Miami Heretics. I know I'm not fading when I think like they've been like super underwhelming since the major.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, okay, as an Optic fan, kind of happy, but as, like looking at them objectively, do you guys see them being the Real at all, or do you guys let this team like play out?
I mean, yeah. I mean, they signed him to 28, so I see a world where they do it. Do I think it's the right decision? I don't know. I don't. Probably not.
And also, like the meta, doesn't the meta kind of like hurt them? I feel like because I feel like Rancor has been their best player.
Yeah, I mean, well,
on the third sub. We'll see if they can do it. I mean, that's what's going to come down.
Yeah,
to.
who's like Rancor's their flex, but like he's just not a great SMG.
So forced for that, bro.
Oh, I just want to hear you guys' thoughts on Miami.
They're in a hard spot. They're going to be forced to adapt. Ben just said it. I mean, if they can't adapt, it's tough. I mean, their S&D has to remain dominant. I will say they did play Thieves twice, which kind of like they're just not good against Thieves, as it seems. Yeah. But yeah, for them, they have to adapt. I mean, they have to, one, get good at some of these new maps, and then the search has to stay dominant. And then they just have to translate online to LAN. That has been the case through 2 majors now, and it's the same. It's kind of the same situation. They're in the same spot the Falcons are in, but nobody's talking about them that way. Where it's like this, the picking up Real to me is like almost. It's not as dire, but almost the same as the trials that Falcons ran with QK. It's like really similar to me, like applying that type of pressure, like Lumen Real, and the fact that it's still 2028, right, and that he's a good player that they had obviously success with last year. But the problem is just like, who would you replace? Like, Metals and Trakes have both been playing fine, and it's been an AR meta up until this point. And like on LAN, you can't really pinpoint one player. You're definitely not dropping Trakes. That would be asinine. And from what we've heard from their camp and everything on the outside, like Metals that's who like people want to play with over there because he does so much for them. And their stats are kind of insane sometimes, especially like when Real was on the team. So I can't answer that, bro. Miami's they've made good decisions up until this point, so
they feel like the most tricky team to gauge.
They are.
I don't know why.
They are. It's not like we know why. It's because we just don't know who's going to be the flex and who's gonna if they're gonna rise to the occasion. Like it's Rencor, but like, will it work?
Can I ask what the CDL point system is for the minor?
Top 4 gets points. Pretty sure.
So you're saying if Miami lose in their first match, they're just screwed and they get nothing?
Yeah, so 1 through no. Okay, this is the minor. Oh, never mind. So yeah, top 4 gets 45 or more, and then 30 and then 15 for 7th. So no. I lied. That's the major. Yeah. Top 3 gets points. 30, 20, 10. And then after that, nobody gets points. So you got to get top 3. Which I think it's just top 4, right? Because it's single limb. Am I tripping? Yeah. So yeah, top 4.
Yeah. It is top 4.
Yeah, just top 4. I was right. All right. So, yeah, I mean, really, you just want to get top 4.
Shit.
What?
I said Boston has the chance to do the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, I mean, they do. If they beat them, they'll probably make a change. Like if Boston beat Miami, they'll probably bring Real.
You have to.
I don't know if you have to.
Losing the Purge? That has to be wild.
I don't know if you I mean, it's just hard. Like, who are you replacing? Oh, no, we'll see. I mean, I have hope for Miami. I still think that they're like solid. But like I said, they lost to Thieves twice. Thieves have been getting better.
Well, I hope you guys have a good day. And a good night.
You too.
I'll see you guys later.
All right. Great episode, Ben. Another banger.
Yeah, man, I think it was a W. We got a lot of good questions. I'm really excited for the minor this weekend to see who wins, and then we get 2 weeks of online qualifiers, and then we'll be in fucking Atlanta.
Yep, this is our bracket. If you guys want to screenshot it, I think we're batting 1,000 up until the final. Who knows what's going to happen?
I think the file's a coin flip. And I also will say this. I won't be surprised if Gentlemates or Thieves are also in this final, too. I think
Same.
Those series might be
Or
closer
Toronto.
than the way we're predicting. Or Toronto, I agree. They could upset Optic for sure.
Or Toronto. This just gets crazy if Boston does like upset Miami, or if like C9 beats Mini. Like, bro, we could have some crazy shit happen after this minor tournament. But yeah, great episode. Thank you guys all for tuning in. Ben's got some special stuff planned for tomorrow with Daniel. That's going to be fun. I will be tuned in. And yeah, I'll see you guys on the show this weekend for the minor tournament. Thank you guys for watching. Leave a like. We'll catch you in the next one.
Peace.
Great episode, brother. You playing your Madden game?
Oh, later.
Damn, I'm trying to tap in. Oh, wait, Zoltz had a question he wanted us to answer. Let me ask this question.
Yeah, we trolled that one.
All right. He said, Zuma and Temp said C9 aren't getting any scrims against CDL teams. Could be true, but I feel like there's some truth to it. What's stopping C9 from just going rogue and breaking all GAs? If the penalty's no scrims and they're already not getting scrims, what's stopping them? I mean, great question.
The chilling effect of the fraternity of pros, like just the other side of that, like just going full scumbag, and like how your
Pick Clifftown
peers are going to think about it. That's what I'm saying with the Clifftown thing. I think that's the one area you can do and get very little repercussion for, because what are the other teams going to do?
You'll definitely get kicked from the frat, and like for a guy like a Nedra or an Encourage who have like decent stock, will just never get picked up, which is crazy, but that's pretty much what would happen. And they would get roasted. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what would happen. They might have like the gas of the community for like a week, but they'd probably go out there, break some GAs, still lose, and then get cooked, and it would be terrible for their mental. So yeah, that's pretty much my answer to that, Zoltz. Just torture your future. Well, all right. Now that actually does it. Until next time.
Peace.
Peace, Ben. See you on the golf course tomorrow.
For a little bit.
Yeah. Are you staying on? All right. Everybody go tune in to Wenjay.
For a little bit.
All right. Everybody go.
For a few more minutes.
Yeah,
I'm excited for golf tomorrow. It should be a vibe.
It's gonna be fun, dude. I'm gonna get there early. Get there at like 10, 20, hit some balls again. I think that helped out a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get early and try and keep working on the iron play.
We need to putt.
I mean, I got putts in, but I mean, I putted well at that round. I just left myself above the hole fucking too many times in that course.
I just don't know why they didn't mow the rough. Shit would
They might be growing out
mowed on
for they might be growing out for like college or for high school or something.
I also think they had league, so the pin locations were pretty tough.
The pins were tricky. I didn't think the rough was that crazy high. It's just
Really?
Yeah. I mean, that's about where it should be. Otherwise, it's too easy, bro.
Yeah, because it's kind of flat.
Listen, the mental is just like it makes the course very straightforward, which is like it's not super long. You just can't miss the fairway. So you don't got to pull driver. You gotta just get in the fairway, and the holes are not hard if you just stay in the fairway. If you miss the fairway, the trees cover the edges. You get in a lot of bad angles where bunkers protecting, so you can't run it up. Like you gotta just play fucking good ass fucking golf.
Bro, not being in the fairway mental is diabolic. To be fair, I've also never seen anybody go low there, so it's not easy.
I think me and we've had I've shot close. I've shot pretty close to breaking 80 there, and I think so is fucking Rich before. I've had rounds where I've been pretty locked in and like.
I guess you can. Like if you're hitting all the fairways, like
because the greens are massive. The greens are not tiny, bro.
Yeah.
It's just like you just can't like. But there are a couple of holes in the course. If I showed a picture, chat, like there's just a couple of holes that are just. It's classic Parkland golf. And there are just holes where you cannot miss in the trees. The trees are not like tall trees, so you can go under. You're just punching
We just
out.
don't play a lot of courses like that, so it just kind of throws me off, I guess.
I mean, yeah, because like you don't, but I do, Rich and I do, because you don't really play like champions and safaris like that, and like homesteads
Safari's
like
not-
that.
I mean, champions is homestead is
No,
yeah.
safari is
Safari's
tight.
not really like.
Safari's tight. There are holes in safari where
Well,
you
the
miss
tee
your
shots
punch.
just don't feel as crazy.
No, I think the tee shots are worse at safari.
Really?
Especially from the tips. Especially from the tips. They're just the branches are in the way. And I gotta hit.
I don't know, bro.
specific
I feel like my
shots.
misses, like the leave, just isn't as bad at Safari. Like on one, even if I miss right, like I still have like an angle. Like there's not overhanging trees. Like, bro,
But those
if
trees
you-
are really tall though on one. That's the thing. Like it's not on the
even
rest of the
think
course
about
though.
like mental. Like also, you know what it is, Ben? I know what it is now.
No, you and I, we put you on a lot of links courses. That's why. That's why you don't play this shit. We
Yeah.
play Dublin. We play Foxfire, which has some parkland holes, but they're not as like the trees are all OB. Like the trees are in play OB, not necessarily like you get under them. They're basically in areas where you're just.
No,
gonna
you know
lose.
what it is though too. It's because 1, 2, 3 on mental are hard, or 1's easy, but like 2 and 3 are like hard, bro.
I
And
don't
like if
think
you get
3's
out of
hard.
your flow, you don't think 3's hard. I think 3's hard.
I think
Well, maybe for
I
Ryan.
think hole one is just hard, just because like it's the first hole and it's a dog leg. Hole two is actually like pretty easy. Just don't miss right. Like if you
Bro,
three
hole
no
two's
hole two
hard if
hole
you're
two
not a good driver of the golf ball.
hole two
if
should
you're
be
not a good driver of the golf ball.
if you could just put it in a fairway. Hole two is like a free par, relatively. If you don't hit a bad shot, hole three is not that hard. It's so wide. You just gotta
Like-
keep the first shot in play and then like just advance it and then you have a wedge in and you just fucking like.
But think
tee up off
about
the par.
two, bro. If you're like
I have to show.
like, it's good
I
for
need
you
to show
because
Chow
of-
what we're talking about.
it's good for you because of like the distance your drive goes, but like if it's somebody bombs it left, it's OB. If you go right, you're dead. So like you have like 20 yards where you just kind of have to thread the needle. And if you club down and you don't go far enough, you're gonna like you have to hit a fucking hard cut or like damn near a slice.
Okay, so
in
here-
order to give yourself a somewhat of a decent shot in. Hole two is like actually like for an average golfer, like a freaking 20 handicap, bro. Like I am, that shit's hard, bro.
Okay, ready? Let me explain the shot. This is hole one's right here, right in the middle of your screen. And the thing is, everybody misses.
Hole one's not bad.
Hole one, you can't see the pond, but if you know the pond's there, and no, I hit in the pond off the tee. So everybody
I
like
always
misses
go right
right,
side by
and then
the
you get
bend
blocked
right
off.
there.
Yeah, so I usually end up like right here,
I'm
and
fine.
I can get a good shot. I don't think hole two's that hard. Everybody just misses right.
Bro,
Like,
hole
you-
two.
Bro, but like this is what I'm saying is like if you know your right miss is right, I honestly think just play this as a 3-shot hole. If you just go to this tee and you can just get in the fairway, advance it 150, 200 yards, you have a wedge shot into like a very like large green. Like it's not that hard. And then the third hole is straight up the hill. You just got to not miss lefts. You get up on this hill over here, you can advance it, and then again you have a wedge and it's like a pretty big green. Like I just think you got to just play smart golf. I think
You definitely do.
the hard holes are after that. I actually think 5 is hard. This fucking par 3 is like the wind just whips and it's just fucking impossible. They put the pin on the front and it's protected by both bunkers. And then this hole sucks because the approach is so bad. You're going down a hill, up and then
Approach
back.
Sucks.
The approach is you're on the top of a hill, then it goes down, then it goes back up, and there's a
You
pond
can
shore
never
right.
know your distance because it's downhill like heavy.
The pin, this green slope's so bad.
And long is dead.
Chat-
Left,
like-
right, dead, and long.
Ant saw me yesterday. I missed way left. I've never missed that far left on this hole before. I ended up on this fucking tee box at 9. I hit a great shot over the back of this green. The pin was like right here. I hit a great chip, landed in the fringe, rolled all the way down to like the corner here. And I almost made the par
So,
play.
bro, and for me on this whole chat, I was center of the fairway. I hit it was like a 130 shot. And like, so I just played like kind of like a knockdown shot. And I hit the edge of that pond to the left of the green from the angle you're looking at.
Yeah.
And it's like, because you just don't know how far to like, you need to hit it. And because if you go long, you're dead. Like,
Nah,
it's just ass.
It's not. I would say actually the distance is not that hard because if you have a rangefinder with slope, you kind of know. You just like
well, I need a battery.
the key
for
thing
my
in this
rangefinder.
course is you need to be accurate off the tee and the green slope, and you can't be over the back of the greens, especially with how firm everything's playing right now. You're just dead. And like there isn't that much water. There's not that much hazard on this course. You just like if you actually just like leave yourself in good spots. Like you can shoot well, and I've done it before. But like if you miss, like yesterday, like I had 0 fairways, and like I had a.
And you still played pretty good.
Yeah, because I had a number of holes where I had pitched out, then I hit a decent wedge, and like I 2-putted for bogey. Like, you know, like some of these holes like on the back are just like fucking this par 5, this fucking par 4, this par 4, like just straightaway shots.
I love 8 and 9, bro.
What's the rating on this course? I'll tell you. It's the blues are 79 122 and the whites are 69 5 120. So it's not that hard. I will say yesterday was very windy though. It definitely played
No,
like
it was swirling,
probably
bro.
2 or 3 strokes harder than it normally plays. It was like really windy. Made it very difficult.
All good though. Hopefully it's the same wind because there's some holes downwind that were lit. Like 9 downwind is actually fun.
What does the weather say? Weather for tomorrow says we tee off like 11 something. It's gonna be west. It's gonna be the wind is east to northeast. So this way and this way. So like it's the same direction as it was yesterday. So it makes like hole number 6 like is like with the wind. Yeah, I'm telling you, this course is not redo. This course is not that hard. I will say the biggest defense on this course is the greens are very fast and you cannot hit over the greens because of how fast they are. That's the biggest defense. And like there are some.
Well, the rough around the greens was pretty thick, at least for my play style.
Yeah, they I will say it's a thick because I've seen it around the greens, but like generally, if you just if you know how to play for it, I don't think that's massive defense of the course. I think the massive defense is the slope of the greens and how quick the greens are. Like the rest of the play is just like you gotta not like in all the big tree areas, you gotta know not to fucking miss those. Like for example, this is 9 right here, right? And hit a great drive over the corner of this. I missed. Right, I hit a draw, and I drew it into these trees, and I had to punch out. Like you gotta miss.
That was the luckiest shot of my life, bro. Went over the bunker and just kicked like 30 yards.
No, you hit a good shot. The greens are not flat.
It was good.
The greens are very much not flat. For example, what green is really sloped?
No, they're not flat at all.
This one like for example is very back to front sloped. This one, the 9 is very back to front slope. If you end up over the back of these greens and the pins on the front, I'm telling you, you can putt off the fucking green. It's very doable.
What's the one with the water right and left? The downhill one, that one where the pin was, dude, huge slope in the back.
You're talking about 5. You're talking about this one?
Yeah, this all feeds back like towards the front in the water. And the pin was like by that bunker on the right or on the left of the mouse. Like kind of tucked. It was hard.
It's why I like this hole.
The guy that we're playing with.
Finish your thought.
I was saying the guy we're playing with like landed up there at a nice shot. He was in the trees, like in the dead patch of the trees over there. Banged a shot over the water to the back of the green and hit like a nice like flag putt that just rolled by like 4 feet past the hole. I'm like, bro, he has no chance. Like if you go long there, you're just so done.
This is why on this hole, like they put the pin here or here, so it's usually the middle or back. Sometimes in the front, which is very easy. But if they put it in the middle of the back, because of how sloped it is, hole high is actually not that good of a play because you have to aim so far left for how this green is sloped. That's a very delicate putt, so you don't leave yourself some like massive 12-foot uphill fucking putt. You gotta basically miss short right so that you have like you have uphill the whole way. It's like a very well thought out hole. I actually don't think it's bullshit. It's just you got to be very precise, and I think it makes it like fun to play. That's why I low-key kind of like this course because I don't think it's hard, but I also think like it punishes you for making stupid ass fucking decisions. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll have fun tomorrow. We didn't even play the back 9 yesterday,
the front, so
I'm excited. Back 9's actually easier than the front.
I think the back, yeah, because I think a lot of the par 4s are dead straight. Like,
and it's good for you because like the dog leg left, it's a great draw hole. The one that's uphill to the left.
Yeah.
There's some tee shots where you can't see your ball land on this course too, where that are just fun. I wouldn't say they're hard.
I'm money on fucking 11. You know that I got the corner of this hole.
Yeah.
I get all the way down there. I've got an almost eagle in this hole a couple times.
I had an eagle putt once in that hole.
No, redo. This one's actually not that bad. I don't think there's as many 4 misses. Safari is of course we play that this course.
If you're good at punch shots, mental's great because like there will be times you're in the tree. You just got to be able to get out.
This course is.
I don't think Safari's that.
Safari is difficult.
I haven't played in a while.
Safari is difficult because it's like this. It's like mental, but like way tighter, way more like taller trees on like tighter layouts. Yeah, no, this stretch on the back is just people hit across.
Let's play Safari next round after mental. Like,
I mean, yeah, I'm always down to play Safari. You just fucking hate it because like you suck at it. But it's like,
there are some holes that I hate.
They also just got new carts, and their new carts are so fucking nice.
Their cart path was obliterated.
They repaved it a year and a half ago. It's better now.
I will say Safari has some good holes. Like
Safari
one,
also
I
has
think
one of the worst holes. This is the worst.
One
hole.
is really fun. The par 3 is fucking AIDS. The elevated green par 3 at Safari
about 8
is so AIDS.
Yeah,
I think it's 8.
Safari
actually hate that hole, chat. I hate it.
Safari has the worst finishing hole though. This is actually, and Joseph Lamagna, like the Fried Egg guys cover this. This is like a bad. It's a bad design hole. No, 17.
Why?
17's a fun hole. 18 is like
17, 18 are so fun.
No. So let me explain 18 to people why this hole sucks. 18 is a split fairway in 1, 2, 3 areas because there's a creek that like kind of runs the whole length of this.
Yeah, but it's lit.
Yeah, but it's so like this hole is so hard to play. Like it's a very tight tee shot, especially from the blues.
Oh, so I like it because I'm hybrid chat. So I just hybrid up to that second creek.
It's very hard. Like I don't think it's a particularly well designed hole because it forces you to play one way and like I don't know. It's the way it's laid out is dumb and like also
you're not taking driver.
Also, apparently in high school golf, everything on the right is considered. So this course has a nature area, which if you hit it into the nature areas, like these areas, it's a free drop because it's on a zoo area, so they don't want you to go in and like travel where the wildlife is. And the right side of this is all nature areas, so like high school players just hit fades, and then the worst they just fucking drop, which I think is cheese. So anyway. I think that's far got good holes, but this is the worst one. That's not even the worst hole in Columbus, though.
What do you think is the worst hole in Columbus?
Probably
that we play.
You ever played Raymond?
Yeah, I have played Raymond. The dogleg right? That's the worst hole in Columbus, low key. Yeah, because you can.
I actually like this hole. No, I actually like this hole.
No, this hole is egregious.
Nah, this hole I actually like. This hole I like.
The amount of balls that I've hit that just go into the abyss.
Yeah, but you can hit 5. You just hit 5 iron on this hole. You don't gotta like this. This hole's not bad. The worst hole on this course is 18, which is this hole.
I miss high right redo, but
actually is this 9? This is 9 because you can't like cut the corner, and then this is 18 right here, and they just like they were just replacing the trees.
Easy.
Now Raymond sucks though. It's like 19-hour fucking rounds. It's not even the hardest hole in the city though. The hardest hole in the city that isn't like Muirfield. You know what I'm saying? If we go to fucking Muirfield Village, like bro, where's fucking and like
wow. Imagine we get to play this. We would
Muirfield like this hole is fucking impossible. Okay, this is 16. This hole is impossible.
Yeah,
this hole's impossible, and so is fucking 12. Where's fucking 12? 12's right here. This hole is impossible. But like these are well thought out holes. Like it's hard because of design, but it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not like a bullshit hole. The bullshit holes are like Hickory. Hickory number fucking 1, bro.
Hickory number 1 is a bullshit hole, 100%. Bro, Ben brought me to play this place. I lost full immediately.
So this is where's the tee for number 1?
It's uphill like 1,000,000 feet.
This is number 1, and it's like, do you see how much trees outline like the right side of this? and how tight this
Bro,
fairway
this
is. It's
bullshit,
it also
chat.
all of this is a ravine. So you have to not only hit a draw, you have to either be able to hit a fade, which I fucking can, or if you hit a draw, you got to be able to get to sick because like it just rolls in the ravine. Hole 1 is horrific. And it's a long hole. You can't even like take 3-wood. You take 3-wood, and you got like fucking like a hybrid in this hole. The rest of the holes are good here though. Like Hickory again. Not every 90-degree hole sucks. I like this hole Hickory where you got to lay up with a 3-wood, then hit up into this green you can't see. I like this hole. It's a fun hole to play. It's not that bullshit of a hole. You just got to hit a good shot off the tee. So, does Nameless slicer hook his driver? He's got a big slice because he's just coming in so open to his ball and he's just like spinning it right. So the minute that
with
he
the
learns,
driver, I only do that with the driver, bro.
You do with your don't trip. You do with your irons too, bro. But that's not as bad. It's not as bad. It's not as bad as a
It's
driver.
like high right. Like it's like a 10-yard.
You come in
fade,
less
like,
open, but your driver is way more open.
Yeah, my driver's.
You just like struggle to get
driver
that like,
we're
slot.
working on.
Struggle getting the slot, but
For whatever reason, like my hybrids are just dialed, bro.
my
Just a hybrid player chat.
my thing I'm working right now is just to pause a bit more of my backswing because when I do it, Ant knows I absolutely pure like fucking all my irons when I do it. Like full on just nice fucking compression. And when I rush it,
I've tried everything.
Yeah.
The drop in the back foot. Ben taught me that like months ago.
Yeah.
Doesn't work.
Yeah.
Hey Ben, your thing is just like when you're hitting your 3-wood good, dude, you're dominating.
I know. That's what I gotta do in mental. If we play whites tomorrow, I gotta fucking pull 3-wood a little more. You ever go IRL golfing? We're literally going tomorrow. Literally going.
What?
We're literally going tomorrow. And then we'll probably play some point next week. I think I'm gonna bring my clubs. Do you bring your clubs to Atlanta?
I might not be in Atlanta. My son's
Oh yeah,
gonna be
true,
born.
true. It's Hilton. I think I'm gonna go play with fucking Hilton. Man.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
We should play Safari next week.
What do you want to play during the week?
Yeah, it just might rain like every day, so we gotta just like find a day.
Yeah, but whenever it says it rains, it's like a fucking drizzle at some point.
Yeah, like today, it's literally perfect. We should play.
Monday is partly cloudy. Tuesday is maybe drizzles at fucking 4 a.m. Wednesday's fine.
Wait, Cole.
Thursday sucks.
Oh, you're a big golfer? You should come. Oh, you don't live over here anymore.
Cole, you gotta work in Atlanta. You got no time for fucking golf. What? When the fuck are you gonna golf, my guy? You got like a fucking. You got a 9 a.m. call time every day. Start setting to like get. I don't want to get you fired, Cole. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he probably doesn't have time. He's grinding.
The only finesse that Cole can do is maybe the like get out at fucking 6:37 and like squeeze an 18 in before call time shit. But like that's only like a Saturday play. So
tomorrow's gonna be a great day. I'm gonna play 18 and then I'm gonna watch the draft, and it's gonna be insane, bro. I have no idea what's gonna happen.
Where are you watching the draft? Because I think I was gonna come back and like whack my stream on and just watch at least the first half of the draft and just vibe.
Wow. Whack my stream on is a crazy way to put that, but I'm just gonna watch at home because I'm gonna be gone all day, so I get back to the wifey.
All right. Well, I'm gonna pop off, Ant. It was an absolute pleasure.
All right, brother.
See you tomorrow, go.
See you tomorrow.
Peace. Chat, is Jersey Jerry on? I'm gonna be live later for that quick stream when I play the nub and probably lose in Madden unless I, have a generational.
And real quick, what a pleasure.
I'm gonna send you guys over to Mr. Jerry. I think Jerry's taking fucking cold calls right now. And they're gonna do a watch party for the Bush, but I will be live a little bit later. I'm gonna be doing a minor one predictions video tomorrow. I have not won yet in the Madden League. I don't think I'm gonna beat Nub, so I think my old loss streak is gonna go on for a little bit, but we'll get one. Just getting better. My offense is fine. My defense sucks, but I appreciate y'all locking in. Thank you guys so much for the subs and the resubs, and I will see you guys in the next one. Go show Jerry some love. Peace, peace, peace.